Educational content. YouTube may allow kinds of violent or graphic content noted above in some cases in educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. This is not a pass to upload content meant to shock or disgust or encourage others to commit violent physical sexual assault. For educational content containing this kind of violent or graphic content noted above, this content must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving my videos a thumbs up.
Good morning. How is everybody on this wonderful Tuesday? We are here. We are waiting. So excited that we don't have to take chances on getting struck on those private news agencies. Just ain't good. Like, they like to strike people. I try not to use them. How is everybody today? So my landlord just messaged me, and we have a town, and it's called Clinton, Iowa. And I guess they found some skeletal remains. There has been a boy, not a boy, he was a young man, younger than me, that had went missing a while back ago. I just wonder if that could be him. I don't know. But I was going to see if there was anything. Was putting some hardening stuff on my nails. If I don't, then my nails break down to nubs, and it really, really hurts. Well, while we're waiting for this, because we thought it was ready, let's check the KW. What is that sound? Oh, tow truck. Somebody lost their car, or it's broke down. Kathy, if she's ever comes in, she probably knows where Clinton, Iowa is. Let's see if we can hear it from here.
Good morning. I'm Emma Druckmiller in the KWQC newsroom with your on-the-go morning headlines for Tuesday, January 6th. New this morning, if you see more police around the Galesburg Junior and Senior High School, this is why. In a social media post from the school district, they say there have been some concerning posts directed at the school. There has not been a specific threat made, but the school district is working with local police to keep everyone safe. There is also an investigation into the posts. We'll keep you updated if we learn anything new. And this morning, we're working to learn more about a house fire in Rock Island. Just after 8:30 last night, Rock Island fire crews responded to the Keystone neighborhood for a house fire. Officials say everyone in the house got out safely, and fire crews were also able to rescue a cat from the home. No injuries have been reported, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. And this morning, we're continuing to follow breaking news from overnight. A Davenport duplex that partially collapsed yesterday has now been torn down. Just before 5:30, Davenport Fire received a call of a partially collapsed structure in the 900 block of East 6th Street. When crews arrived on scene, they found the corner of a home had partially collapsed. The property owner told the crews the house was vacant. Officials say nobody was found inside. Due to the structural integrity concerns, officials called for an emergency demolition, forcing a neighbor to also evacuate their home. As of roughly 9 last night, utilities were cut off to the home and a demolition crew was on scene. According to the Scott County Assessor's Office, the building was built in 1900. Taking a look at your weather from meteorologist Kevin Phelps, patchy fog and drizzle will be seen across the area this morning before giving way to cloudy and cooler temps this afternoon in the mid to low 40s. The storm track continues to stay to our north, allowing temperatures to gradually warm from the 40s today to the 50s by Wednesday and Thursday. By Thursday afternoon, widespread rain will move into the area and continue into Friday. This will bring temperatures down from the 50s on Thursday to the 40s.
There we go. Found it.
New at 11, Clinton police are investigating after the discovery of skeletal remains. Police say on December 31st, they got information about possible remains in a wooded area near railroad tracks. Now, they found the remains when looking at an area where a fire had previously happened. Those remains were then removed and sent to the state of Iowa for further examination. Police do not believe there's any ongoing threat to the public. The investigation remains active, and no further information is being released at this time.
I wonder who it is. Maybe I can show you the missing.
Coverage. It's been nearly.
Start our half hour here. Police in Clinton say a man who went missing over the weekend has been found dead. Police say they found the body of Damon Bickford in the woods yesterday afternoon. Bickford was last seen at his home, which is on Bangor Road in Clinton. That was on Sunday night. Police say.
Sorry.
I mean, all the time. I can remember my uncle. I've never known anything like this to happen.
No one has seen William Parent since.
Thank you. In a developing story.
Authorities in Arkansas have found a car belonging to an Iowan who's been missing since before Christmas.
I can't remember the young kid's name, but he had went to a
Right
party.
now, the search is still on for a missing Tama County man. Authorities say 22-year-old Nicholas
at 6 more than 3 years after a Davenport.
Following a
Well, I don't know, but we'll go back to law and crime. I can't wait for this trial, but I don't know why this one's taking so long. The one that unalived his mother. Well, that was quick. I wonder if he's in jail or if he So Kathy writes, WFAA says they are doing some pretrial motions right now and the jury will be ready and opening statements start at 9:30. Trial will last approximately 2 weeks. Gonzales has chosen to let judge decide the sentence if found guilty as opposed to the jury. Gee, I don't know. Them judges, man, they can be whoo-wee. Jurors were chosen as a group, no voir dire, which is unusual in a profile case. The makeup of the jury is 11 females, 5 males, 8 Hispanic, 7 white, 1 Asian or Hispanic, according to WFAA Rebecca Lopez. Gonzales is one of the first officers to respond to the 2022 attack, as charged with 29 counts of child abandonment and endangerment in a rare prosecution of an officer accused of not doing more to save. Authorities waited more than an hour to confront the teenage shooter who killed 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary. Isn't that terrible? I mean, how many lives that could have been saved that day? And then one of the women, one of the women teacher that died, her husband died like 2 or 3 days later from a heart attack from the stress of losing his wife. Isn't that terrible that he loved her so much? Poor guy. Man, this will make anyone not ever want to be a officer for the school, because you are reliable for each one of those heads that get counted every morning. Anything happens to any of them, you are held responsible. Not me. Nope. Anything happens, don't call me. Sandy, if you're in here, you want to come up, you can. Yeah, he had a heart attack. How sad, right? Yep. Police officers in Texas are required by written law to protect the children. That is their job. Well, yeah, you want to be a school officer. I mean, that's a pretty big job. I think that's more of a job than being an actual cop. You know? I would go on camera, but oh boy, I look like something that jumped out of a horror movie. So do you think they're doing something. They're in there. We just can't hear them or see them. So we have another 35 minutes to wait. You know, we can watch. I watched a good video on the Gonzales guy. Let me bring it up. Yeah. Sandy, if you're there and you want to come up, you can. So I have someone to talk to, or anybody. Kathy, Sandy, Kelly. I can bring you all up. I really like this show, Interview with the Killer. It's really good. Okay, God, Sandy's getting coffee. I drink iced coffee every morning.
So that's really unusual.
Should the judge have allowed that?
I wasn't there.
Oh, let's watch this. This looks good.
I wasn't there. It's hard to say when I didn't. I would think in general, no. It would depend on how much they actually laid out the actual facts, as opposed to kind of talking in generalities.
Right. And then the other thing we were talking about is you said that she mentioned that the defense was actually trying to calm the jury pool.
The prosecution.
The prosecution was trying to calm the jury pool, which is.
Yeah. And, that may seem counterintuitive, because if you're thinking about it from a general strategy standpoint, the prosecutions, it would seem, want people angry. They want people angry at Adrian Gonzales and the other officers that were there.
Well, we are angry at him.
And in general, that's true. But in jury selection, if I'm the prosecutor, those are my good potential jurors. I don't want them outing themselves and exposing them to the defense then striking them. And so I want to calm things down if I'm the prosecutor and say, okay, hold on, guys, come on, everybody shush, and then try to move away from it, because on the other side, the defense counsel is looking at each one of those people that is clapping, for instance, that is very vocal, and they're saying, okay, I have to find a way to get this person off the jury if I can find legal cause. And if not, they're number one on my list of, what are called peremptory strikes, your non-legal strikes that are for any reason that's not discriminatory. And so that's when you see prosecution.
Is this okay to watch, guys, or do you want to watch something else?
One, they don't risk losing their good jurors, and two, you want to under-promise and over-deliver. Whereas the defense is probably sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is fantastic! Look how angry everybody is. I want this to."
Is this okay to watch until the trial, or do you want to watch something else? Does anyone have anything that they would like to share, a video that they liked?
Jury was selected yesterday. It is 7 women and 5 men. We are awaiting opening statements, which are slated to start around 9:30. We are also expecting that there's supposed to be some pre-trial hearings this morning. As you can see, the live look at the courtroom right now that we can see is of an eagle in the courtroom. So we are waiting to see what's happening. We did get a brief glimpse of Adrian Gonzales in the courtroom, and as my legal analyst who's with me, Mike Howard, will tell you, court moves at court speed, and until then, we will be just waiting to see what happens. Mike, let's talk about the composition of this jury. What do you make of that? Is it better to have more women, more men?
I think most people would say that in general, a diverse jury is good. You want a diverse set of viewpoints. The more diverse a jury is probably better for the defense. And so, if you have 12 white men or 12 women, those people are going to tend to be a little bit more unified in the way they think. Generally, obviously, everybody's different. 12 women are not all the same person, obviously. But when you don't know these people, you have to kind of think in generalities, and you have to think, okay, generally women are like this, and generally men are like this, and young and old, etc. So having a near even split, 5 men, 7 women.
Okay, so I just looked it up, and he is in jail. He's in federal jail.
Note about those people, are they more kind of leaders or followers, A leader would be somebody who's in a supervisory role in their job, somebody who's a principal at a school, a corporate CEO or something like that. A follower would be somebody who tends to go a little bit more with the flow, and it's going to very much depend on the composition, not just men and women.
They need some Hispanics in there, to make it even, because he is Hispanic.
Walk us through that jury questionnaire and how important it would have been in selecting jurors.
It was really interesting because the jury questionnaire was largely focused on the pretrial publicity and and connection to police officers. I'm not surprised that it went into those areas, but I was kind of surprised it didn't go into more areas.
Okay, we're gonna go to the courtroom. You can see Adrian Gonzales, and let's take a listen to what's happening in the courtroom.
Oh. I hope these people don't strike me.
I think we're waiting to hear what's happening. We're expecting opening statements here at 9:30 this morning. Let's talk about opening statements. Preview in your mind what you would think, and what we'll do is as soon as we hear the judge talking, we will stop talking. So we're just gonna continue to tap dance here while we wait for things to get started. But let's talk about opening statements. What do you think? If I'm the prosecution, what am I going to say?
Okay. If I'm the prosecution, I want to stand.
Shout out to WFA.
The most.
And then I can make
okay, let's take a listen.
So, it's your motion, so you want to go ahead and proceed after you've reviewed what they've tendered to you?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I could honestly, I could start now.
Okay.
And my co-counsel can review. I could start now because we are not, the substance of our motion is not that that some would be okay, but others not. The substance of our motion is that none are okay. And so, if you'd like me to start,
yeah, please.
So, as the court knows, and the law has been pretty well settled for a long time. Rule 403. Our argument.
I am. There you go. There you go. Got it.
Adrian Gonzales did not shoot any child, did not kill any child. Now, what he's charged with is endangering. The endangering does not actually, it does not actually require, and in the elements, does not require them to prove that there was ever a death, right? Or to prove that there was ever any injury. Because as far as an endangering goes, it's not an element of proof that they have to make. Now, we agree, and we will stipulate that all of the children that are in the indictment were either killed or injured as listed in the indictment. It's not any matter of disputed facts. And one of the cases that we talked about in the motion in limine is Erazo versus State. And Erazo is particular. The language of Erazo is that an autopsy photograph they're not admissible solely to show that a person died. And so their language is, in other words, the relevance value of a photograph is to show appearance. The appearance of the dead fetus in this case was irrelevant. A crime scene photograph or an autopsy photograph is not admissible simply to show the death of the individual. Our position is that's all that these are. That's all they have relevance, is to show the death of. So now we're asking the court to do a 403 balancing test. The probative value in light of a stipulation is low, is extremely low. All they need is to show something that is not in dispute in the first place. But the prejudicial danger, as the court has viewed these photographs, the prejudicial danger is extremely high. This was a tragedy. And when we talk about prejudicial danger, does the court have some concern that it could affect a juror irrationally, to where the juror is not rationally basing a verdict on the actions of the defendant and whether or not the defendant committed a crime, but basing their verdict on the horrors of the photo. Again, we go back to the fact that Adrian Gonzales did not take a firearm, did not shoot any one of these children. We know who did cause these injuries and the deaths of these children. And so we're asking that the state not be allowed to do that. Now, I also know that in the law there is, it is typically that the state does not have to accept a stipulation from the defense. However, there are some exceptions to that. One of the exceptions is found in Temez, which is kind of a classic case, and that was a DWI case where the person had 9 prior DWIs. The defense was willing to stipulate that, hey, he's been previously convicted twice before to get to the felony jurisdictional aspect. And the court said, the prosecution at the time said, we don't have to accept that stipulation. They went ahead and put on 9 DWIs. And the court came back and reversed and said, look, there is no probative value in light of a stipulation that's going to establish the issue that you want to establish in the first place. There's only prejudicial danger after that. There's also a federal case, Old Chief, which dealt with the felon in possession of a firearm. Felon in possession of a firearm, the defendant in that case had been convicted of a sex offense against a child. The defense was willing to stipulate that he had been convicted of a felony for the purposes of felon in possession of a firearm. The state said, we don't have to accept the stipulation, and went ahead and presented the fact to the jury that he had been convicted of sexually assaulting a child. And the court came back again and said, at some point, if the prejudicial danger is so high and the probative value is so low, we do have to accept a stipulation in that sense. This is not an issue in contention or dispute. No one is disputing that Salvador Ramos went into this classroom and killed 19 children and injured 10 others, as well as killed 2 adults, which is not charged conduct here. No one's disputing that he did all of those things. So since there is no dispute, showing gruesome, horrible, heartbreaking photographs to the jury, simply and merely to prove that the individual died or was injured, is kind of a foundational, fundamental 403 balancing test. I can think of, and I don't know if the court's seen any, but I can think of nothing that I've ever seen more prejudicial than these photographs, ever. And the probative value that the state is proffering can only be, because he didn't do those things to those children, it can only be to show that the children have died or were injured. And that probative value is incredibly low in light of the fact that that is not an issue that's ever been in dispute. As the court pointed out, we tried to address in voir dire, but the way we addressed it is they will hear injury and hear about it. We agree that the state can elicit testimony. So they don't even have to accept our stipulation. They can elicit testimony. They're obviously free to do that from any of the witnesses and the medical examiner and everybody else that the children suffered injuries. And even they can detail the nature of those injuries. That will establish as well their element. But as far as these photographs, they are so prejudicial, and the danger of that unfair prejudice affecting the fundamental constitutional right of the defendant to due process and to have a fair trial is great. And so on that issue, we are asking the court to exclude any photographs of any child who has died as a result of these injuries or has been injured as a result of this, and limit the state merely or only to the stipulation by the defense or in addition to the stipulation, because we are stipulating and will stipulate from the beginning. But in addition to that, testimony from the relevant people as to the injuries, if the court believes that that's what's needed to prove the element of placing the child in danger of death. So I guess on that issue, there are some other issues in the motion, but on that issue, I will pass to my opposing counsel.
Have you reviewed the photographs?
Yeah, we have this.
Could you tender them?
Oh, yes.
Approach.
I'm sorry. I thought the court had seen them.
Oh, Judge, why do you want to see those photos?
Yes, sir.
And,
Now you're going to have a bad day.
I know they don't trust me with sharp objects, but could I get a paperclip? Thank you very much. Okay, so for the record, these are all autopsy photographs, not scene photographs.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So what do you guys think? Do you think the judge is gonna rule out the autopsy photos? I mean, in my opinion, yeah, they should be used. But in my opinion, he's not, he wasn't He's not on trial for the kids he's unaliving. He's on trial because he abandoned them. That led to their demise. But what do you guys think? Sandy, you want to come up or what? Here, I'll put the link, and if anyone wants to come up, they can. Right after I find the link. I don't know where it's at. Oh, I found it. Anyone that wants to come up, come on up. Okay, that's fine. I know you probably don't feel good. I'm just happy you're here. I'm happy everyone's here. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're in the replay, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, okay? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the judge is going to do. I mean, Kathy says that he's a pretty fair judge. And if he was a fair judge, he wouldn't allow him. And I wouldn't even want to look at him, to be honest. Heck no. I think it's part of the case. What happened is a result of his neglect. However, I can see how it would inflame a jury. It's a balancing act for sure. I agree. I mean, I personally think that, my opinion only, that maybe the pictures shouldn't be brought in. Because in all reality, he's not charged with what happened to them. He's charged because he didn't protect them. I guess it's hard to explain it,
Judge, there was one more issue when you're ready for me that I had forgot to address that I'd like to before opposing counsel address.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's just that since the court has now seen the photographs where these children were shot, were not decisions made by Adrian Gonzales how the children were shot. Some of those photographs are particularly gruesome, especially some of the injuries, but all of them are horrifying. Will be horrifying to a jury. And there's one more issue that I addressed in voir dire, that the state in their indictment charged Adrian with conduct of endangering, but stopped that conduct at the point when the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112. All of these photographs and everything else are from things that happened after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112. So they have limited, what they have done is they have limited the conduct for which Adrian Gonzales can be criminally responsible to up to the point that the shooter enters the room. And they've done that in their indictment. So if their argument becomes, well, these are somehow necessary for our proof, as we've said, they can discuss the fact that these children were killed and caused a manner of death. But in their indictment itself, it stops Adrian, whatever they're alleging he was doing criminally, which means that after the shooter entered 111 and 112, Adrian's not being charged with any of that, with endangering or any of that criminal conduct or anything else. So as I said, he's not being charged with shooting these children. He's being charged with an omission that puts them in danger of being shot. But the indictment clearly does say that it does clearly stop at the point before the shooter goes into the room. That's important because, and I think the state will agree, that these children were all killed or injured after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112. And with that,
All right. Who's going? Ms. Mitchell? Okay. I assume you have these cases. I'd like for you to specifically address what's been highlighted in these two cases. In his offer to stipulate and ultimately his argument about the limitations on the indictment. But those cases seem to be fairly on point about, I think everybody can agree, these are horrific photographs. I've seen a lot of autopsy photographs. These are horrendous, not so much by the nature of the injuries, but by virtue of the ages of the victims and the innocence of the victims. So certainly there's no doubt they're prejudicial. My question is, can you address the probative value outweighing the prejudicial value, their offer to stipulate specifically in light of those cases, and the limitation in your indictment that Mr. Gauss has argued? So, Mr. Turner, you may proceed.
And if I could, I would start with exactly where he ended, and that is that the indictment ends with the gunman entering 111 and 112. The indictment includes, after the gunman entered rooms 111 and 112 and shot at a child or children in room 111 and 112. And so we have a fundamental disagreement about what the state has accused this defendant of doing. We've accused this defendant of being aware that children are in imminent danger and failing to act in the face of that imminence. And it's the state's position that we're not talking about one shot put the defendant on notice, not two shots put the defendant on notice, but the repeated shots at children at a Robb Elementary school over a number of minutes is what caused this. Our cases that support that proposition are when kids, other child endangerment cases, when one child is injured, evidence that that child is injured is admissible to prove that the next child is in danger also. These are
Case law.
Excuse me?
Did you say case law?
Case law. In the interest of EW, I believe. Interest of EV. And I have excerpts of that I'll provide for the court.
All right.
But in that case, it was one child was injured. They introduced evidence of that child's injury because they said that was proof that the other child was in danger of being injured. So as each child is injured, another is also. I want to talk about the concept of adults and children for just a second. And we can all agree, I think it's human nature. I think the nature of child endangerment is that we give special attention because we understand that children are fragile tender years, and for them to be hurt is disturbing to all of us. But are we to now rule that adults can be murdered and the results of that can go to a jury? Children don't get that same protection by a court in Texas. A child gets injured, but because it's so horrible, the very nature of what makes the defendant responsible for a horrible crime, we're not going to allow the jury to see the results of that. And that's exactly.
Okay, I really don't like to stop very often, but I do have to stop every so often. Kathy says they had plenty of officers. Yes, I agree. They had all those officers that could have done something. Why this one individual officer? They all should be charged, in my opinion. Only my opinion. And no, the autopsy photos, I don't think they need. Now, they want to use crime scene photos. Okay. Use those. Okay, we'll go back. Sorry, I didn't want to stop.
Exactly what the cases on photographs of autopsies and crime scenes is about. A defendant is responsible for the conduct that he causes. And in this case, it's the state's position that he was compelled to act upon hearing 60 shots into children. And it was the compelling nature of that and his failure to do that that makes this such a significant crime. We're not talking about one shot and one person. We're talking about 29 kids, 19 of which died. Many of the others are injured. Each one of those children have the right to have their injuries depicted in the absence of Adrian Gonzales acting in the face of that information.
Okay, do you want to address the relative probative value versus the prejudicial?
The probative value is, number one, we have alleged that the gunman entered room 111 and 112 and shot at one or more children in room 111 and 112.
But what's the distinction between discussing it and describing it versus showing the actual photographs?
Case law says if you can discuss it, you can show a photograph of it.
Oh.
Well, true, but you still have to consider the prejudicial versus the probative. So what do these photographs lend to the jury in determining any disputed issue of fact that could not be done equally by description and discussion?
I suppose the same would be with any injury case, Your Honor. Case law has said, though, that is relevant. It is indeed relevant. So what we're saying is simply because it's children, because certainly people are killed with high-powered rifles in the state of Texas on a routine basis. So the fact is, what they are arguing makes it so horrible is just that the body is a younger person. And the younger person doesn't get the same protection that the adult does.
All right, I'm not sure, are those microphones hot on the council table? Maybe pull that one over toward you a little bit, if you don't mind. Whoever's going to be speaking, maybe get a little closer. Might want to test it on, I assume.
It works good. So from the very beginning, we
Bill, you
said,
got to turn it on. You push that little button. There you go.
Should be a green light.
Yeah.
from the very beginning, we've tried to explain that the whole case of child endangerment puts people in a different situation. Adults are required to act differently when children are in danger. And it's because of the compelling nature of what bothers us about children. It's the whole reason we have child endangerment statutes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Final rebuttal, anything? Mr. Goss?
Yeah, Judge, it's just to, to point out that even Mr. Turner said that, in this, are we going to say in the state that adults could be murdered and we show their pictures, but children can't be murdered? If Salvador Ramos had not been shot in the eye and killed, shot by police officers at the time, and he was sitting in that chair, 100% all those pictures would come in because that is his conduct and that is what he did. This is not a murder case, and that's not what they're trying. Their indictment has limited it, and because we're asking you to take those things into account, because a person who has actually done the things and made the choices of where to shoot the children, where to aim the gun, of what kind of gruesome injuries to inflict upon those child, that regardless of what the state is alleging, they cannot say that Mr. Gonzales was like that he made those choices, because nobody else made those choices but the shooter. And then, as the court's saying, we are willing to stipulate, but additionally, every person who testifies will be able to testify as to the injuries, the death. That's the only probative value that it has, and the only other thing that it can do. Only other thing that it can do is inflame the passions of the jury, and as we said, it would. And as the court has seen in the evidence, it's one of the most gruesome and horrific things. And not only just if you just took each child, but in total, like all the children, the 19, especially in the autopsies, if you take and then multiple pictures of all the children, that adds up as well. And so, of course, what the state would say that is, I'm sure, is that, well, we can't leave a child out, so we need 3 pictures for 19 children, which then becomes this cascade of horror. And are we able to be sure that his due process rights won't be violated? Are we able to be sure that in that cascade of horror that that's not going to irrationally affect the jurors' minds and make them so angry at the defendant that they don't make the decision based on the law and the facts?
All right, for the purposes of the opening statement, I'm going to deny the motion in limine. I'm going to find that my review of the photographs, that the probative does outweigh the prejudicial. However, I am not admitting the photographs at this time. Having gone through them, there are several that I may sustain an objection to, and they will not go to the jury. But for purposes of the opening statement, I am denying the motion in limine. But I'm reserving my right to exclude many of these photographs at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir. May I approach with your cases?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And take your pictures back too.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many do we have on jurors? We have more? Okay, we have the.
It wasn't the sole thing of our motion, but I know that the court would like to get started. We believe that the state's going to offer testimony of how this emotionally, mentally affected. We just asked the court to grant it now, and the state just be asked to approach before putting victim impact statement testimony as far as emotional, like the emotional or the mental effect that this has had on the parents or on the children who survived or anything like that, which I think is pretty typical. This would be victim impact testimony. We're asking that be limited. That would be the other issue.
Mr. Turner.
Well, first of all, child endangerment is both physical impairment and mental impairment, and we do intend to bring experts to say how the children were mentally impaired, the survivors were mentally impaired. As to the impact on the parents, we don't intend to bring any of that in. It's not about impact. It's about were the children endangered. Mental impairment is one of the ways children are endangered, and that's the only reason for bringing it in, is to show the PTSD, the mental impairment from the event.
Your Honor, I'll just, in brief rebuttal, I have not seen, and we've looked, I've not seen any case law where mental impairment has been defined like that. Mental impairment is talking about, like actual impairment of their mental faculties and processes, and being able to, it would be like an injury that caused it, not a psychological impairment, which definitely is terrible, but that has not ever been interpreted that I have seen, and I don't know any case law from the state that they can put on victim impact testimony and evidence about psychological and emotional impairment in order to make it fall under mental impairment in the endangerment statute.
All right, for purposes of, as we all know, a motion in limine does not preserve any error, but I'm going to grant that motion in limine, and I'll ask the state to approach and proffer any of that testimony so we can have a hearing outside the presence of the jury as to its admissibility.
Oh.
Anybody have any other matters before we bring the jury in for instruction?
We have a few minutes just go to the restroom.
And I do have one more issue that was part of the motion. And this is something that we typically talk about. It's a motion we typically do in that victims are, the word victim, these children are clearly victims. And of course, everybody at this table and everybody on the defense knows that every child who was hurt, every child, the children who were not hurt, the children who were in different rooms are all victims. Every teacher there, every adult there, victims. However, what the nature of this case is to determine if they are Adrian Gonzales's victims. And so we would ask that the state be limited to calling them the complainants or the victims of Salvador Ramos, unless and until at such time as he is convicted. But as I said, there is no dispute that they are, and I'm not trying to dispute it, but we are disputing that they are victims of my client and our client. We are saying that they are definitely victims, but of somebody else. And so we have done that. We have put those in and put those types of motions in before because we do believe that it could have a tendency to affect the jury by them being referred to in that way before he's been convicted or before it's been established that they are his victims. If that makes sense to the court.
All right, Mr. Turner.
Your Honor, Sire versus State, CYR, is the proposition that two people can be responsible for a child being victimized, the person who does the injury and the person that has the duty to prevent the injury. Both can be responsible for victimizing the child. So his whole concept that these victims are not victims of Adrian Gonzales is completely contrary to what the law is.
Well, no, the law is he's presumed innocent unless he's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to all the elements. All I'm saying is that and that has not been established, obviously. So, and I agree that you can have two people can cause an injury, but they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Adrian Gonzales's omissions are responsible for any of the injuries of the children. And so I want to make clear, I am not disrespecting them, that I agree that they are victims, but they are victims of Salvador Ramos. That's been 100% clearly established at this point.
How? There's no evidence on that either, Your Honor.
Well, I think they'll stipulate to it. I think they'll stipulate that they are victims of Salvador Ramos. I don't think the state is going to contest that at all, and we're obviously not contesting that either. But I think ultimately is that their whole point is what they want to do is say that they are victims of Adrian Gonzales before they prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury that is true and that is a fact. And so with that distinction, I would ask that the state refer to them as the complainants until and unless they are able to secure a conviction. And then, of course, if we went to a punishment phase to the court, they can, of course, that's just kind of how that works. As far as them proving it, I know the court knows that. We're just trying to prevent any danger of unfair prejudice or the jury being influenced improperly to believe that before they've proven it that these children are victims of Adrian Gonzales.
Okay, well, I'm going to sustain the motion in limine to this effect. They can be referred to as victims because they clearly are victims, but they cannot be referred to as victims of the defendant until and if that is final argument where you have established that beyond a reasonable doubt and you wish to argue that to the jury. But they can be referred to as victims, just not specifically as his victims until that is proven, if it is. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goss, I hesitate to ask, what else?
That was it. I mean, we had a kind of a boilerplate prior convictions, prior bad acts. I don't believe there are any. They haven't given us any 404B of any of that. And so it's just of course, if they believe that there's some prior bad act of our client, we just ask they approach first, and I think they would appreciate.
Well, that'll be granted approach if that arises.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before the jury comes in, ladies and gentlemen, spectators, media, I know the media has agreed to some fairly strict rules, and we have a written decorum for the media. I've had several hearings in Uvalde, and I've had spectators, family members, victims in the courtroom, and they have behaved very well. But because of the nature, now that we have a jury impaneled and sworn, I will tell you under the Nueces County local rules, if there is an outburst or some sort of a problem in the courtroom, there's not going to be warnings. It will be removal for the remainder of the case. So please be cognizant of that and honor that, because we have to maintain order, and that is what their local rules demand. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll get the jury in.
Yes, sir. And just while we're on that break.
Well, what's everyone thinking? How's everyone feeling about this? Yes, I knew that they were going to take a break right now because Son didn't call today. Son, big trouble. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So what are we thinking, everybody? What are we thinking? I think I'm going to make chicken strips tonight. Does anyone have a recipe for I got that Planko's, I got the Italian and the original flavor. I was thinking about mixing them together, and then I have an air fryer, but I do like to have fried chicken strips. In the fryer, they taste really good, but we're gonna put them in the oil because my arteries aren't clogged up enough, I guess. I think the last stress test I had, they were like 78%, something like that. I know. I'm hungry. I'm hungry now. But I've been drinking protein shakes, like 1 or 2 a day. And then I drink my sodium and my chloride every day. Or my sodium gets really low, and it'll make my heart beat really weird if it gets too low. I don't like it. I know. I'll have to go back and look. Hold on. Because they said my heart was fine, but it was like I can look it up. Apparently they got my results for my CAT scan, but I don't know why I can't read how to read it. Okay. It says well, why can't I read it now? Now I can't read it. Well, I know I didn't do any running. I'm not trying to have any surgeries. I've had enough. But they said that my heart, they put that medicine and they made my heart start beating really, really fast. And I kept telling them, oh my God, my legs. I feel like I'm running. And they're like, it's okay. And a lady stood next to me in case medicine, in case it didn't stop working. Then she has this stuff that she injects you and it counteracts the medicine, kind of like Narcan with narcotics. And I don't know, I was able to see it before and they said it was like 78% or something like that. My cholesterol is good. My cholesterol was 156 in November. My vitamin D is no good. I wonder why I can't read it now. I was able to read it before because I sent it to Amy. Oh, wait. Sorry, we're just waiting for... Well, who's knocking? Come on in. Let me mute. You know, now y'all got me scared. Now I'm going to talk to my doctor about it next time I go. Because now Ronnie's going to have to get her arteries fixed. Maybe I shouldn't have that fried chicken tonight. Oh, I'm scared.
Very much, sir. You may be seated in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We appreciate you being here on time. As discussed in voir dire yesterday, there are matters that the law requires us to take up outside your presence, and some of them occur during the trial. Some of them occur pre-trial, and they sometimes take longer than anticipated, but do not hold that against either side. It's mandated by law, and we have to comply with the law. Now, yesterday I gave you a condensed form of instructions because it was rather late in the day. So I gave you the highlights, but I'm going to read to you at this time the general instructions in a criminal case that you will be governed by throughout the trial. You can take them home with you. They make excellent bedtime reading if you have some insomnia, but they're yours to keep, but you need to follow them throughout the course of the trial. Number one, do not mingle with nor talk to the attorneys, the witnesses, the parties, or any other person who might be connected with or interested in the case except for casual greetings. They, as I told you, have to follow these same instructions, and you will understand it when they do. Number two, do not accept from nor give to any of the persons any favors, however slight, such as rides, food, or refreshments. Three, do not discuss anything about the case, including with each other, or even mention it to anyone whomsoever, including your wife or husband, nor permit anyone to mention it in your hearing until you are discharged as jurors or excused from this case. If anybody attempts to discuss the case with you, report it to me or one of the officers immediately. Do not even discuss the case amongst yourselves, as I told you, until all of the evidence is closed. You have heard the charge of the court, the attorney's arguments, and you have been sent to the jury room solely at that time to deliberate on the verdict. Do not make any independent investigations about the facts of the case. To privately seek out information about the case on trial is improper. All evidence must be presented in open court so that each side may question the witnesses and make proper objections. This avoids a trial based upon secret evidence. These rules apply to jurors the same as they apply to the parties and to myself. If you know of or learn anything about the case except from the evidence admitted during the course of the trial, you must tell me about it at once. You have just taken an oath that you will render a verdict on the evidence submitted to you under the charge and under my rulings and nothing else. Do not make personal investigations, inspections, observations, or experiments, nor personally attempt to view premises, things, or articles not produced and admitted in court. Do not let any third party or anyone else do these things for you. Do not tell other jurors about your own personal experiences or those of other persons, nor relate any special information. A juror may have special knowledge of matters such as business, technical, professional, scientific, or he or she may have expert knowledge or opinions, or he or she may know what happened in this or some other lawsuit. To tell other jurors any of this information is a violation of these instructions. Do not seek information contained in law books, dictionaries, public or private records, or elsewhere which is not admitted into evidence. I am further instructing you specifically that you are not to secure or attempt to secure any information of any type relating to this case from the internet, social media, or any other vehicle. Please turn off cell phones and other electronic devices while in the courtroom and while deliberating. Other than taking care of personal business, do not communicate with anyone through an electronic device such as a phone, text, email, chat, blog, tweet, Facebook, etc. Do not post any information about the case on the internet before these court proceedings end and you are released from jury duty. Do not record or photograph any part of these court proceedings. At the conclusion of all of the evidence, I will submit to you a written charge. Since you will need to consider all of the evidence admitted by me, it is important you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented. The Texas law does permit proof of any violation of the rules of proper jury conduct. By this, I mean that jurors and others may be called upon to testify in open court about acts of jury misconduct. I instruct you, therefore, to follow carefully all of these instructions which I have given you, as well as any others that come up during the course of the trial, which you may later receive. You may keep these instructions and review them as you wish. A violation of these instructions should be reported to me immediately. Respectfully submitted, Sid Harrell, presiding judge. With that, ladies and gentlemen, you were impaneled and sworn yesterday. At this time, both sides have an opportunity to make what is known as an opening statement. What the lawyers say in the opening statement is not to be construed as evidence in the case, but they do have the right to summarize what they believe the evidence will show in the case. The state has the opportunity to go first. The defense may either immediately follow them or reserve their opening statement to the opening of their own case. So I'll ask the state to address you at this time. Did y'all have the indictment already? Yeah. Okay, Ryan, do you have it? The amendment? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read the indictment, but with certain qualifications that I was going to address with you, and then we'll do the opening statements. There's 29 counts, as we discussed yesterday when we did the voir dire. Both sides have agreed to not read the entire indictment. They are going to read the indictment, selected counts. They are identical. They'll describe that to you. And then at the conclusion of the reading of the indictment, I will have the defendant enter his plea as to the entire indictment, each and every count therein. But once again, they're not going to read each and every one to you at this time. So you may proceed. Would you stand, please, for the reading of the indictment?
I'm going to read the first two counts of the indictment. The state of Texas versus Adrian Gonzales in the District Court of the 38th Judicial District of Uvalde County, count one. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Uvalde, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such at the January term of 2024 of the Judicial District Court for said county and said state, upon their oaths, present in to said court at said term that Adrian Gonzales, hereinafter styled the defendant, on or about the 24th day of May, 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District by omission, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence, placed Jose Manuel Flores Jr., a child younger than 15 years of age, in imminent danger of bodily injury, death, physical impairment, or mental impairment by engaging in one or more than one of the following omissions. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one, and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more than one child or children in rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School. And the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty under the provisions of Article 6.06 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater. And under the provisions of Article 6.05 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty, after being informed in any manner that a threat had been made by one person to do some injury to another person, to prevent the threatened injury if within his power. And the defendant, as a police officer of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, had a duty under Section 37.081 of the Texas Education Code to protect the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. And the said defendant did not voluntarily deliver the child named above to a designated emergency infant care provider under Section 262.302 of the Texas Family Code. Count two. And it is further presented that Adrian Gonzales, hereinafter styled the defendant, on or about the 24th day of May, 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, by omission, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence, placed Uzziah Sergio Garcia, a child younger than 15 years of age, in imminent danger of bodily death, physical impairment, or mental impairment by engaging in one or more of the following omissions. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one, and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112
of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more than one child or children in rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School. And the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty under the provisions of Article 6.06 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater. And under the provisions of Article 6.05 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty, after being informed in any manner that a threat had been made by one person, to do some injury to another person to prevent the threatened injury if within his power. And the defendant, as a police officer of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, had a duty under Section 37.081 of the Texas Education Code to protect the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. And the said defendant did not voluntarily deliver the child named above to a designated emergency care provider under Section 262.302. Count 3 is for the child of Javier Lopez. Count 4 is for the child Jace Carmela Luevano. Count 5 is for the child Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. Count 6 is for the child Alexandria Anaya Rubio. Count 7 is for the child Layla Marie Salazar. Count 8 is for the child Eliana Torres. Count 9 is for the child Rogelio Fernandez Torres. Count 10 is for the child Nevaeh Alyssa Bravo. Count 10 is for the child Jacqueline Jalen Bassilos. Count 11. Count 12 is for the child McKenna Lee Elrod. Count 13 is for the child Ileana Garcia. Count 14 is for the child Tess Marie Mata. Count 15 is for the child Miranda Gail Mathis. Count 16 is for the child Alethea Haven Ramirez. Count 17 is for the child Maeta Yelena Rodriguez. Count 17 is for the child Jayla Nicole Seguero. Count 19 is for the child Amarie Jo Garza. Count 20 is for the child Noah Oscar Arona. Count 21 is for the child Chloe Merlinda Torres. Count 22 is for the child Jordan Demetrio Olivares. Count 23 is for the child Jaden Gonzales. Count 24 is for the child Samuel Salinas. Count 25 is for the child Kate Kendall Faith Olivares. Count 26 is for the child Mia Seville. Count 27 is for the child Gilberto Mata. Count 28 is for the child AJ Martinez. And count 29 is for the child Maya Zamora.
All right. Once again, both sides have agreed to allow the defendant to enter the plea as to all 29 counts, but not read all 29 counts. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all 29 counts will be set out and will be in the final charge of the jury. But at this time, in regard to the entire indictment, sir, how would you like to plead, guilty or not guilty? All right. Thank you. You can be seated. The court will receive your plea in the causes. And again, typically, ladies and gentlemen, I read the indictment immediately after you're impaneled and sworn, but because of the lateness of the hour last evening, we deferred it to today. So at this time, I'd ask the state to approach, and you may make your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
was awards day at Robb Elementary. The fourth graders lined up throughout the morning and gathered at the cafeteria with their parents. To receive certificates of achievement. It was a day of celebration. After the celebration, they returned to their homes and to their classes. They turned off the lights and they watched movies because it was a day, it was a light day. Some of the kids got to go to recess. Just down the road was Hillcrest Funeral Home. And a man named Gilbert Lamons was working at the funeral home. It was about 11:30 when a truck crashed through a rail and into a ditch. So he did what any of us would do. He went to check on the driver to see if he was okay. He and Cody Brasino left the funeral home, walked across the street, got close to the ditch when they were met with a man who exited the truck and got out with a rifle, a high-powered rifle. So as you might expect, they turned and ran. Shots were fired. So they called the police. They called the police for help. The gunman jumped over the fence, the deliberate pace across the schoolyard to the southwest corner building, and opened fire. Stephanie Hale was in the playground on the south end of the school. She heard the fire, and it didn't make her incapable of action. She protected the kids.
I'm back, but I wanted to tell you that I watched a video about the teacher that left the door open. They realized that that was not true. She did not leave the door open. I don't know if you guys heard the same thing.
She got them to safety. They went into the classrooms. They did as they'd been trained. They hid in the dark and waited for help, for the police. The teachers and the kids armed themselves with scissors to confront a gunman. To confront a gunman. Melody Forrest was also out there that day. She heard the shots fired. She had a concern for the kids. She was capable of action. She ran to where the gunfire was sounding. And there were kids at the south end that were about to go to recess that were told, get back in, get back in, get back in. And she doesn't leave her post until they get back in the west wing. But she stays in there so long that when that happens and the last kid enters, she's face to face with the gunman. And he fires on her and she turns to run. And when she turns to run, she trips and she falls. And when she gets up, Adrian Gonzales, the police officer, is there. And she says, he's over there. She urges him to go get him. Adrian Gonzales says, where? Over there. He's wearing black. He's in the teacher's parking lot. As shots are ringing out. This is not confusion. He gets on the radio and says, shots are fired. He's wearing black. He's in the parking lot. He knows where he is. But Adrian Gonzales remains at the south side of the school. The gunman makes his way up the west side of the west building where the fourth graders are. He fires shots into a classroom full of children at 102. Adrian Gonzales remains. He moves down to classroom 104, fires shots into the classroom of 104. Adrian Gonzales remains. He moved halfway down the wing, fires more shots, this time not into the building because there's no defect in the building. It's not going into the windows, it's not going into the bricks. It's also at the same time when forces are coming, other police officers are starting to arrive. He then hurries to the west door and enters. It's been a minute. And there's a break in the shooting, and Adrian Gonzales remains. That gunman then walks down the hallway, gets to room 111 and 112, the entryway, and fires in the neighborhood of 20 shots in the hallway. And Adrian Gonzales remains. The children in 111 and 112 are done as they're trained. In the dark, lights off, be quiet, hide, and wait for Adrian Gonzales. And the gunshots get near, and the slaughter begins. One of the shots penetrates the window going out of room 111. Melanie Flores is still urging Adrian Gonzales to go in. She sees the shot come through the window. Adrian Gonzales tells the police he sees the shot go through the window. Adrian Gonzales gets on the radio and says, "Guys, I think he's made it in the building." This isn't confusion. Adrian Gonzales remains. For the next minute and a half, about 60 shots go into children. And Adrian Gonzales remains. 3.5 minutes into this ordeal, while Adrian Gonzales is still standing out there, his boss shows up. Pete Arredondo, along with Sergeant Coronado. They're running up adjacent to another building, get about the same distance Adrian Gonzales is from the gunshots, and they hear the shots going off. And Coronado yells what you would expect a police officer to yell. "Shots fired, get in the building." 3.5 minutes later. So Adrian Gonzales joins the other two officers and Donald Page, who's just arrived, and they go into the building. He enters the building 3 minutes and 45 seconds after he got there, and after the damage is done. So we ask ourselves, was this his first day on the job? Was he a rookie? Adrian Gonzales was a veteran of 10 years. He'd been at the Uvalde Police Department for 10 years. He'd been to the school district for a year. He had thousands of hours of training. He went to compel training, which was active shooter training, which is pretty straightforward. When you hear gunshots, you go to the gunfire. But it wasn't just active shooter training. They didn't just sit in a classroom, they practiced. They practiced what do you do if it's in an open area, like this open area. And they trained Adrian Gonzales how to do his job safely. And that is, you look for concealment and cover. Concealment means the gunman can't see you. It may not protect you if he shoots, but he can't see you. Cover means you're protected. The corner of a building means you're protected. We're not asking Adrian Gonzales to commit suicide. He has been trained to go to the corner of a building and distract, delay, and impede the gunman while help is arriving. But Adrian Gonzales does nothing more than mic his microphone and tell other officers what's going on. So why are we here? When a child is in danger and calls 911, we have the right to expect a response.
May I proceed, Judge? Please. If I may have a moment to rewrite so well, I got a piece on the map here.
All right.
May I please support? Both the council. Members of the jury. The monster who hurt those children is dead. And I mean, it's emotional. I could understand why Bill, when he talked to you, I could understand why he had emotion. I can't talk to you without it either. I think you heard me say it yesterday, this is one of the worst things ever happened in our country. There's only been a few like this many, this young, innocent. It's awful. But Adrian Gonzales did the best he could with what he knew at the time. Adrian Gonzales, the prosecution got up here in the opening statement, and you're going to see, and Nico, my partner, he's going to come up here and he's going to go through the times after I talk to you. But you're going to see that the prosecutor has tried to condense time at some points and then tried to stretch it out. But one of the things that you didn't hear in his opening was any preciseness of the times. We heard about a minute. That's not what we're going to do in this trial. We're going to talk about what Adrian knew, what was happening second by second, so that you can understand that we're right. We know that Adrian never was able to confront the gunman. But the prosecution's going to agree, and the evidence is going to prove throughout the trial, Adrian never saw it. The prosecution says knowing the general location. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the things that you heard the prosecution say, you heard him say that Adrian said he's over there in the parking lot. He's over there in the teacher's parking lot on the west side of the building. What he didn't tell you is that when Adrian said that, and Nick was going to talk about it, when he said that, this is the parking lot on the west side of the building. When Adrian calls that out, he's over here, all the way on the other side of this building. And as far as being here, calling it out, the shooter had already entered the building at the time that Adrian says he's on the west side of the building in the teacher's parking lot. He does not know. Adrian does not know where he is. But I want to talk about it using this map so that you can get an idea of what happened. First, the issue was that, The issue was that.
I'm sorry, my assistant's trying to get in touch with me.
Yeah, it's fine. Where we start, and just so that everybody can understand, and oftentimes in these kind of cases we don't use the names of these monsters because that's a lot of times why they do this, right? He's a monster. What he did to these children, what you're going to see that he did to these children is horrifying. It's disgusting. It's terrible. But he didn't start with the kids. The first thing he did before he got to Robb Elementary was he shot his grandmother in the face at his home. So she gets shot in the face. He gets in a vehicle. Her house is probably a couple of blocks. So if you can imagine the map extending out here, he gets in a car. He doesn't know how to drive. He gets in a car with that firearm. He comes up Grove Street here, and you're going to see that this right here it's like a concrete culvert. It's got a railing here, and obviously somebody normally would make that turn. This dead ends into this culvert. After shooting his grandmother in the face, he comes down here, blows through this railing, and his car ends up in the concrete culvert. Now, this is going to be important because if you listen to the prosecution, what the prosecution is wanting, I suppose, and expecting and trying to show you or argue in this trial is that everybody has to.
Okay, I just have to stop for a couple minutes. I understand what the opening statements of the other guy, but who wakes up in the morning thinking, okay, there's going to be a school shooting today and 29 students are going to die? I mean, you could be trained over and over and over and over, but that doesn't mean that you're going to get it exactly right. I understand that he, said that he was going to protect the children at the school. I understand that. But what I don't understand is, I guess it's controversial. I mean, it really is. It's just all controversial on what really on what you think is right and what he thought what he was doing right. He did wrong. I agree on that. Okay, well, let's just continue. I had to stop for a minute. Sorry.
A perfect understanding of what's happening. But you're going to see that this is the first thing that contributes to confusion. You're going to hear that there has never been a school shooting in the United States of America that begins with somebody wrecking into a culvert like that. Now, what does this tell a police officer? And you'll hear what the evidence is going to show. This tells a police officer somebody has maybe shot an adult, right? Maybe committed some other crime, maybe committed a robbery, maybe trying to get away, or maybe is drunk, right? And doesn't navigate the turn, or maybe was texting. Some other thing is happening. This is not how a school shooting starts. It just happens to be next to a school, and this is important. So the shooter wrecks, and as the prosecution says, there's a fence right here. He climbs the fence. This is the funeral home he was talking about. People come out of this funeral home because they see this wreck, and he fires shots. Now, where's Adrian at this time? And just so you understand, this is Robb Elementary. These are all the buildings in Robb Elementary. Robb Elementary does not have an officer that's there all the time. So he is not the officer for Robb Elementary. He's not the police officer that's there. He is not at that school. He is actually at a park because he typically works at the high school in Uvalde. And he's at the park with a bunch of the students who they're having there's a different kind of celebration. As the prosecutor said, this is towards the end of the year. So students are, it's not, as we all remember in elementary and even high school, once you get to the end of May, you're not doing a whole lot except award ceremonies, talking to parents, all those other things, watching movies in the classroom, things like that. Adrian is away from here at this park, but he hears the call. He's not the officer actually assigned to even take this call. The call comes out as an accident. A car has crashed into this culvert. He's not the officer assigned. There's a different officer, you'll see, that actually comes up here later on, and the person assigned to the call doesn't ever do any of the things that you're going to see that Adrian did. But he gets a call to crash, and he says, okay, I'll go out and see what's up. see what's going on. You'll hear a particular thing about Uvalde. Uvalde has a population of people who are undocumented. You will hear that 50 times in a 2-month period is typical for there to be some sort of accident or bailout involving people who are undocumented. It's one of those things that's particular to Uvalde, and particular to the region. It's one of those things that officers deal with all the time, and it's one of the things schools deal with all the time. And this is important because when that crash happens, the school does not go into lockdown. Why doesn't the school go into lockdown? Because nobody is expecting that this is a school shooting. They're expecting that this is a drunk. This is somebody getting away from something else. Now, why is that important? Even when he's advancing or leaving his car, what they can see and what they can tell at the time is not telling anybody that he is trying to get into this school to hurt any children in this school. He is trying to get away from the scene of this crash. And that's one of the themes that throughout is that what's happening with this particular situation is confusing the police about what actually the intentions are of this person. They start setting up perimeters that you'll see later because they're thinking he's trying to just get away from them. Nobody's thinking, we know now, they know now, everybody knows now that he was messaging people that he's about to go shoot up the school. Everybody knows now that he was disturbed, that he was a monster, that he was trying to do this. He was speeding towards the school to do it and just happened to have not negotiated the turn and went into this culvert. But at the moment, that's not what it looks like. That's not what it looks like to him. It's not what it looks like to anybody. It's not what it looks like to anybody, any of the officers that come up. But then there is gunfire. And that's important. So he shoots here towards the funeral home. At the same time and around, Adrian is starting his response. And Adrian also comes up Grove Street. And this is important. They'll talk to you about the fact that there was Melody Flores. As Ramos is walking this way, and he does walk. He starts walk, shoots here, starts walking this way. You'll hear that people from the funeral home, the homes up here, can see that he hide behind cars, and they call that in. But that's not something communicated over the radio to the police. But they do call it in that he is here in the parking lot. By the time Adrian is getting here to the property, he understands. He starts to understand because now the people are calling 911. As Bill talked about, and now they're saying that shots are fired. So Adrian here, as he's coming down here, he starts to hear shots are fired. This is a gate that gets onto that school property. It should be closed. It wasn't. And Adrian drives right through here. So he is responding, and you're seeing shots fired, hearing shots fired, understanding, okay, this is not just an accident anymore. And then you'll hear that Melody Flores, the teacher that the prosecution talked to you about, the teacher that the prosecutor said, well, she acted. Right, and we agree. She did see kids, and she told them. When we talk about the west part of the building, south part of the building, west part of the building, south part of the building. She told them, "Get back inside. Get back inside." As she's over here telling them this, and he's here firing rounds, and you're going to know that that's where he's around this area firing rounds. Adrian is coming here. Once Ramos is behind these cars in the parking lot, Adrian doesn't see him at all. Never does. The prosecutor's never ever saw, not in his life, ever saw this gunman. Gunman's here. Flores is here. Adrian sees Flores from that distance and thinks that she may be the gunman, or that she may have, or somebody. He doesn't know if it's a man or a woman. You'll see the distances. It's too far to tell. But he thinks that he's hearing that there's a person. Hearing that he knows there's shots fired. He believes that this person is either grappling with a gunman or is the gunman themselves. The reason he thinks that they might have grappled is because, as Bill said, she trips and she falls in, and this is all dirt. So there's like this cloud of dust, and it looks like from that distance. What does Adrian do? He acts. You will watch him, and there's a camera from this funeral home that will show this. He comes in, and he spots her. He zeroes in on her, doesn't know it's a her, doesn't know it's a coach, doesn't know it's a teacher, thinks that that's what he's there to respond to, thinks that that's potentially the danger that he's there for. And he drives straight to her. He goes straight at her until he gets here. And this is where Adrian ends up parking his car, and you'll see that. Adrian parks here. She falls down here in the dirt. Remember, this is the south side of the building. 5 seconds after he gets out of the car and realizes this isn't a gunman and there's nobody else here but her, and he's trying to ask what's happening. 5 seconds after that, the shooter starts shooting into the side of this school. And he does. You can see by the shell casings, they'll line here, and you'll hear that shell casings, when a gun is fired, will go back, slightly back and to the right, slightly back to the right. And you can use the shell casings. There's never any over here, so he wasn't over here firing at Melanie Flores. They're here, and they go right up the building here. So it gets in here. So what they're talking about is the gunman is moving up this school. And these distances, when you go and you see it in person, or you see it in some of these videos, you see the pictures, it doesn't do it justice. This and this, there's nobody that can see or understand here what's going on over here. There's not. She is telling him, but she's going to testify to you that when he got out, she told him he's in the building. And she was 100% wrong. He was standing right here, shooting here. And that's okay that she's wrong. We're not requiring her to be right. This is the most tragic day of Melanie Flores' life. It's the most stressful thing that she's ever been through. But as the prosecutor says, Adrian says, well, she's telling me that he's over there and that he's wearing black. And what did Bill say? He said, well, what did he do? He didn't do nothing but call the radio for other people to come. That's what police officers are supposed to do. Whenever you hear information, you have to call it out to everybody else for everybody else's safety. So you'll hear that at that time now, 3 officers.
All right, time to stop again. Hey, does anyone know, did he unalive his grandma? I was just curious. It's just something for me to stop and ask. So I'm getting them for fair use. So, yeah, did he shoot his grandma?
Arrived right here. One of them has a rifle. They see him about to go in the building. One of them asked for permission to shoot. Permission, there's not even a chance for a response. Because by the time that they turn around, he's gotten inside. Adrian doesn't know any of this. Didn't see any of this. They see it because they're on a direct line of sight to that door, to that west entrance. Adrian is dealing with a woman who is going to tell you and going to testify to you that she's telling Adrian that he's in the building. But it's clear that these gunshots, as he's moving up this building, it's clear that those gunshots are coming from outside. What Mr. Turner said was that he was supposed to make it to the corner of this building here. That's what he's talking about. Make it to the corner and distract delay. The distance from this point to this corner, there's nothing in between. And you'll hear that Adrian is doing as he's supposed to do. Once these gunshots happen, once he starts shooting into this side of the building, Adrian thinks they're taking fire. He does. He gets to the front of his car and he's trying to use the car as cover. There's a car. He has his car. This corner of the building is about 45 seconds away, walking from where his car is. Maybe 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, depending on how fast you walk or run. But you have to run through open. But his car is right there, so he doesn't do nothing. He gets behind his car to try to figure out where the gunfire is coming from. You're going to hear that these officers here, as the shooter is shooting into the building all the way up, these officers here, they think that the gunfire is coming at them. Because of the nature of gunfire, and we're going to talk about it. Once you have a rifle fire, it's going to bounce, and it bounces off of these structures, and it echoes, and it comes back to the people, and it causes confusion. So they think that the shots are coming at them. The shots aren't, but it's understandable they think so. He thinks they're coming at him. She's going to tell you that she's telling him that he's in the building when he knows that he's not in the building. But when he calls out that he's on the west side, you'll know when he understands and knows. When Adrian finally figures out where he is, their indictment says, knowing the general location of the shooter. He does call out on the radio the general location of the shooter. 1 second after the shooter's already entered the building. When Adrian is saying that he's by the cars in this lot, he's not there. He's inside. These guys saw him go in. These guys here saw what happened. Adrian is here and cannot see that. Now, other things begin to happen. So at a certain time, and even you're going to hear these guys, they still don't know what his intent is. They think that they're setting up here. They're trying to figure out. They know he's wrecked and he shot at these people. They're assuming that he's trying to get away from them. Nobody still is assuming this is what ultimately happens, is tragedy. Once something like this happens, right? This was the only and the first time ever that a school shooting starts with a wreck and a culprit. Now, part of the training. Don't get confused. Don't get confused by the fact that there may be other things going on. Just like if there was a robbery at this funeral home and somebody's running out of the funeral home, it's not the first assumption back then for a police officer to say, oh, he's robbing the funeral home, then he's going to run over here and he's going to go into the classrooms and shoot the children. It's not the first assumption. Now, of course, that doesn't excuse it. It's just
Who would rob a funeral home?
It contributes to the confusion. So as we get here, you'll see that, I think Bill said, his boss arrives. What happens is that some of the officers, as he's going in this way, some of the officers bring the car around to try to figure out, is he trying to get around here? You'll see that Coronado and you'll see that Chief Arredondo come this way and this way to where Adrian is. By the time that they talk to Adrian, you have Sergeant Page that's pulled in and arrived. So what's happening is that Adrian's trying to call it out. He sees other people. He then hears and understands eventually when Sergeant Page gets there, as he's trying to brief him about what's happening, he hears that he's in the building. And Adrian is one of the first 3 people to go in. This is not a man that does nothing. This is not a man that is sitting and doing nothing. It's a man who is confused. It's a man who's talking, who has made assumptions that are understandable that turned out to be wrong. But he was trying. He was going towards that danger. And this is a man who, when it was time and they are standing here and it's time, because you'll hear that Coronado did say, he's in the building, we got to go. But Sergeant Page never said any of that. Sergeant Page said, we're standing there. We hear the gunshots from inside the building. We made the decision. Everybody's kind of making that decision at the same time. The first 3 people to go in. When Adrian goes in there, when he goes into the building, Sergeant Page is in front of him and he goes in behind him in the building. The gunman comes out of the classroom and takes shots at other officers coming in from the other side. Adrian Gonzales did not fail to act. The gunman turns that way instead of that way. He's right in the line of fire. And he was willing to be there in a hallway with a rifle with no real protection from a rifle. They had nothing that would protect them from a rifle. That wasn't going to stop the rifle. If he turned around and shot him right in the chest, right past the Kevlar, that bullet kills him. And he did. He went in. He's one of the first in the building. But they get backed off because the shooter does not come out of the classroom. But you'll see him in videos. Does not come out. But the gun comes out, shoots at other officers that are trying to come from the other way. They back off. You're also going to hear that Adrian has a radio. None of the officers' radios in Uvalde ISD, none of them, you'll hear what they say break. That just means none of them work. They cannot communicate inside the building. His chief tells him to go out of the building and call SWAT. Adrian does. You'll also hear that as people start arriving, right, because eventually there'll be 374 officers that arrive. They, in any of the indictment they read, they are not charging Adrian with the conduct of any officer in that hallway. Anybody that was standing there, anybody that was getting hand sanitizer or anything that you might have seen. He is not being charged with any of that conduct. He is not being charged, in fact, with any other conduct of his. The only thing where they stop is they stop after the shooter enters 111 and 112 and shoots at or in the direction of the children. That's where it stops. So what the state tried to make you believe was this insane amount of time that he had to do all of these things from the time that he's here, from the time he first contacts Melody Flores to the time the shooter goes in the building on the side is about 1 minute. That's what we're talking about. It's about 1 minute. So he's trying to get this information, understand it, communicate it, figure it out, and it's about what, and also protect himself and the teacher. I mean, he's trying to make sure that both of them are not being shot at because they don't know. That's 1 minute of time. This isn't a man waiting around. This isn't a man failing to act. They're not going to prove that. But what they are going to do, I'll tell you, we'll talk about it too. What they are going to do is they're going to show you the worst things that you've ever seen. You will not come out of this trial the same person in your heart.
Oh God, don't tell them that.
They're not. They're not. They're not. It's traumatic. They're not. Nobody will ever be the same. And we're not comparing what we've seen, but you can't imagine the pain. And what the prosecution wants you to do is see that, see those horrible things. You get so mad at Adrian that you convict him. So mad at Adrian that you say, convict him because of this horrible thing that's happened. And I can't even describe it, what they're going to do. They're going to try to play on your emotions. They're going to try to do that. The monster who did this to these kids, the monster who hurt these children is dead. He is dead. He doesn't get this justice. Hopefully he's got it different. But he doesn't have this justice. There's not going to be this trial for him because he was shot and killed as he should have been by police officers on the scene. So now we're looking for somebody to put in that chair, put you in these chairs. But showing you those pictures, like they're going to, I want you to be prepared for it. And I want you to know that it's going to hurt you. And I want to know you to know that it hurts us too. Thinking about anything these kids went through, it's terrible. I told y'all yesterday, I got a 4-year-old, 1-year-old. It's the hardest thing in the world. But what the judge will tell you is that the law and the evidence are the only things that can guide you here. The only things you can use to come to your verdict. And I'd ask Mr. Cook to address you.
Please, court judge. Counsel. I mean, Jason laid it out for you. I'm going to go over some specifics. We're gonna talk about those photos in a second, and I think Jason appropriately talked about them. And he's right. I mean, there's an animal involved in this situation, a monster, and he's no longer here. And that monster can't sit in that chair. And so what we have to do is we have to deal with what the government is doing and trying to have you focus on, because the monster's not here. And there's a phrase that you're going to hear throughout this trial that law enforcement talk about a lot. It's called totality of the circumstances. And I'm going to ask you to keep that in your mind. We're going to ask you as we go over some of the specifics that Jason talked to you about, because this is dynamic. There wasn't a call initially for school shooting. You're going to hear something called a 1050. It's an accident. As Jason said, there was an accident. There was an accident, and Adrian was doing his duty at the high school. You're going to learn at the school, and you're going to hear about a lot of the school. And I'm not here to protect the school. I really don't care, because the school has a lot of blame. And you're going to hear other agencies gave the school a lot of blame. And one of the things that they should be blamed for is they didn't have a full-time officer. Adrian's full-time at the high school. Adrian said, well, there's an accident. I'm going to help. It's a small community. The agencies help each other, DPS, Uvalde PD, Independent School District. I mean, they all help each other, and they share radio transmission. And by the way, we're going to ask you to focus on the radio transmission. It's very important what was transmitted and what officers knew or didn't know during this very fluid and dynamic situation. So this is just we're going to go over this briefly, okay? So this is what we're talking about. Not the scale up, it's school. You're going to hear about Want me to do it?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, guys. Yep, thank you very much. Sorry, guys. Okay. So you're going to hear at 11:28, at some point, we don't know for sure, but maybe around 11:20, this monster shoots his own grandma. And so this monster gets in a car and he thinks he's running away from a murder of his grandma. And so he's coming down, and you will hear that he tells people online, I'm going to shoot up the school. There's times in there, and that's why we don't know exactly when he shoots his grandma, because he did that before and after, not to law enforcement, not to 911, to online people. But 11:28:23, he wrecks in that culvert. He doesn't manipulate the corner properly, and he crashes. You're going to hear Gilbert Limones, as Bill said, call 911. You're going to hear the 911 video from Gilbert, and it's going to be emotional because Gilbert's walking out there. You can hear it saying there's an accident. He's walking out there. Oh God, they're shooting. He's shooting at me. Because as they were going to the culvert to help, this monster is shooting up at them from the culvert. He runs back. He lets the dispatch know he's walking to the school. He's walking to the school, and you will hear Gilbert, and I assume he's going to testify and say, in the name of Jesus, Lord, please protect those children. Oh God, please protect those children. Please hurry. Yes, sir, we're on their way. But what I want you to focus on is, how was that dispatched? Incident involving a gun, not shooting at a school. Again, bailouts. Jason talked to you about what you're going to hear about bailouts and how many they have. This community deals with those type of bailouts. And so he deals with that. Between 11:30 roughly, 05, and 11:31:34, he's going to walk very deliberately, as Bill said, towards the school. At some point, he starts shooting at the school from the parking lot. You will also hear not just Gilbert, the funeral owner, say that she saw him hiding between cars. It's important. So at some point, Adrian realizes it, because it's very unclear on the dispatch. You'll hear him yourself, that there's a gun involved. Not towards children. There's just a gun involved walking towards the school. So Adrian knows in his mind instantaneously that this is not just a crash. It's not a 1050, something with the school. And so he's driving. And at 11:31:41, here's Melody. And she's helped. To Bill's point, she's yelling at kids to stay in the building. Okay, so she's out here. You're going to see Adrian drive all the way into the complex and drive back here. It's important. This is the east side of the building. This is going to be considered the west side, and you will see the south side, and this is the west side. Excuse me. He makes contact with Melanie. Now, there's some other times that are important. This is at 11:31:55, roughly. Okay, times are going to matter on this because they're trying to hold Adrian accountable for what he did or didn't do and what he knew and didn't know, and that's important. So at 11:31:55, he's parked and he gets out of his vehicle and makes contact with Melody. Now, at 11:32:09, it's not on here, but 11:32:09, he dispatches and he says, shots fired, shots fired. So now he's taking cover. What's important, though, is here is that 11:32:23, Officer Mendoza shows up at the corner on the west side of the building. Pay attention to these times. He's already shooting. He's shooting at the side of the building. He shows up. He says shots fired. No one is going to testify that Adrian could see anything. And you'll see some pictures. Look, he's way over here. Way over here in his car. You'll see the picture. And then the shooter, that monster, is walking up, taking shots. But he has no line of sight. Line of sight is important in this trial. 11:32:29, Officer Saucedo shows up on the west side of the building. Remember where Adrian's at? He's with Melody on the south side, but way where you can see the east side. 11:32, Sergeant Coronado shows up. Remember when Bill said his boss? His boss showed up a lot sooner than one running over here. There at this point, you will hear that Officer Mendoza believed he was under fire. Now, this is important because you're going to hear about echoes and vibrations and when people are shooting near buildings and how it sounds. Melody thinks she's being shot at. All I can tell you is, do we believe that she's being sincere? We do. I mean, she has no reason to lie about that. what you're going to find interesting, I think, we think it's interesting, but is that she comes in to talk to law enforcement 7 days later. They don't go to her. She's not interviewed the next day. 7 days after this incident, she comes in and says, I have something to say. She's listened to the media. She's watched all reports, and she comes in. And I'm going to say this respectfully because we're not going to try to beat her up. We're just going to talk to her. She's wrong about almost everything. She describes Adrian as Officer Page, completely describes him differently. She says that the shooter, that monster, didn't have a rifle. For sure, he had a handgun. She thought that he shot at her, and all we can say, and the government will have to admit to this, but there's no evidence going to show that there is any. That you're going to hear something called defects. It's kind of damage from any type of gunfire. There's no evidence, objective evidence, that there was any shooting this way. No shells or rounds over here. No holes through the buildings. These are just metal buildings. So an AR-15 would have gone straight through that. No evidence of that. So she's wrong about a lot of things. And then she's also wrong and she tells the ranger of what door and how this animal got into the building. She's wrong about all that. Okay, and we think it's very sincere, by the way, but this is 7 days later. So these gentlemen are here. These officers are here, Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado, at these times. Now, these times are important. Okay, these times are very important. We talked about 3209, Adrian radio, shots fired. So Ramos is walking up this side of the building, and he gets into the school. And that's important. Because we're going to talk about, and you're going to hear about agencies evaluating, different agencies, and I'll tell you about who they are in a second, evaluating this incident. And every one of them wonders why this school door is unlocked. This school door is unlocked. This school door is supposed to be locked. I get passionate because that school door should have been locked. And you're going to hear evidence that if there's anything that could have changed this incident, if that school door was locked, and it should have been. So he gets into the school at some point. This monster enters the school at 11:32:58. These gentlemen have been at this scene, these officers, long before that. On the west side, not the south side, with a long rifle, not a handgun, with cover because their car's there in a formation. So you're going to hear Saucedo shows up at the time he does, literally seconds after Mendoza. Mendoza thinks he's taking fire, but there's no evidence that Ramos shot that way. Zero evidence. They're not even going to try to assess that. Claim that. But still, Mendoza thinks, and he talks about, he describes it. He's getting behind the car. He's trying to get behind the engine block. Saucedo drives up and blocks him so he can cover his cover officer, which I understand that if it was really happening. Saucedo gets out with a rifle. Coronado shows up. Sarge, can I shoot? No response. Turns back, and they acknowledge he went into the building. There's an acknowledgement from these officers that he went into the building. But they didn't go to the building. And we're not trying to say blame them also. I'm just saying this is fluid. They think because of all these bailouts. Can I just tell you, we think the evidence is going to show, we know it's going to show, because the officers were thinking this. This is not Adrian, this is them right now. Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado. They couldn't even wrap their head around the fact that this potential could be a school shooting. They thought that this person with a gun was trying to get away from officers and was going to cross through the school to go out the east side of the building. That's what they thought. That's what you're going to hear them say. Let me tell you what's super important, because Bill told you, the government told you, that Adrian is assessing the situation. You're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about observing, orienting yourself to the situation, deciding, then acting. It's called OODA loop, okay? You're going to hear about evidence like that. This is objective evidence, not anybody's opinion, because you're going to hear it yourself.
Hello?
At 11:32:59. 1 second after this monster got into the building, Adrian calls out, he should be on the west side, supposed to be wearing black. Why? Because Melody's with him, telling him information, and he's collecting data. He's heard shots. He doesn't know where that's coming from. Everybody thinks they're being shot at, including Melody, including these officers. And he does what his training tells him to do, relay information. He's relaying information. He's not seeing anything. Nothing's been done in his presence. When they read out the indictment, nothing was done in his presence. He relays it. These times are critical, and we're going to humbly ask you to stay focused on these times. He's reporting as he's receiving information. Note what's going on, where he believes he should be, near the teacher parking lot. He's already in the building. And then 22 seconds later, he is shooting into those classrooms. And then seconds later, he's in the classroom. Opportunity and ability.
Oh, no,
This is what it's going to play out to. I know when you speak in generalities, it's easy to make an accusation until you have to peel the onion back. Until you have to come into specifics. And we've asked you guys, we asked you for your permission in jury selection if we could ask tough questions. And it's always tough to ask tough questions about a tough case and sensitive situations. That's why we ask you those specific questions. But we're going to do it because we have to. But this is what the evidence is going to show. And the government's going to have to stand up when this is all over and after you've heard all the evidence. And they're going to have to say, we want you to hold the man responsible that as he walks into this fluid situation, drives into this fluid, goes to the danger, drives into the storm, because he thinks that he's going to this person, this suspect, with a gun. He doesn't stick back and create a perimeter, with all respect to these officers. He goes in. He thinks and then he realizes it's the coach. At the time, he didn't know that. And you'll see the funeral video like this. And they're going to have to say that when he radios, because that's when he knows, Melody's with him. She's not going to know what times. A second after, he's already in the building. How can he delay, distract, or deter someone when he doesn't see him? He's completely on the opposite side of a building. And by the time he finds out the situation, observes and orients, and then communicates, he's already in the building. Then seconds later, this animal is stealing children from the Uvalde community.
But it's not very strong. I can get incoming.
So what the government will say and do is they'll want you to focus on Coronado's video. Remember Coronado, the one that was here initially and was asked to shoot, and then and he'll talk to you about, and then goes to this side, and you see him running up from the other side. You'll see his body cam video running up this way. One thing that we want you to focus on though is his body cam video and Mendoza's body cam video. They have body cam videos. They both interestingly start at 11:35:10. Write it down. 11:35:10.
Okay.
At the same time, because someone from the government's investigation synced all these videos together. And I shouldn't say all of these, there's not that many, but synced all these videos together.
I'm so sorry.
And they both started 11:35:10. You saw what time they showed up.
Well, if they weren't garnished,
There's got to be body cam from when they were here talking, perceiving things.
Right?
They both, and that's what you're going to see. And so as Coronado is running at 11:35:10, he's already come all the way around, and he meets Chief Arredondo, and then they start running up. And then they finally run into Mel, because she leaves Adrian's point and goes to the school. She leaves, and Adrian stays there in cover, and he communicated information. And you're going to hear that a Lieutenant Vargas shows up, and then eventually a Sergeant Page shows up, who Melody describes as Adrian, and she was mistaken about that. And then as Coronado and Arredondo are walking up and running up, there's shots fired. Now you will see, and we anticipate that the government will focus on this. On Coronado's body cam, it's moving, that you see Adrian and Paige standing there. Now they're not standing there eating something, or they're standing there talking. Adrian had head cover. Paige drives up. There's a realization that he didn't take any fire, so they get out. Sergeant Page gets out, and it's really a moment. You're walking there like this. You're going to see them walking towards the school. Then they hear shots fired. We can hear Sergeant Coronado say, "Get in the school." And he said, "Oh shit, get in the school." And he's yelling and he's out of breath.
You too.
But there's no evidence that neither one of them heard him. They were so far from him. God bless you. They didn't hear him. And they immediately run into the school. They're one of the first ones, if not the first one, Paige and Adrian in the school. And then there's some.
I thought I was on mute.
And as you said, they take fire. That's what this is going to boil down to. But we anticipate.
I thought I was on mute, y'all. I'm so sorry. My car, the people that I got the loan from, Sandy knows all about it. I really didn't want to go get a loan for a car, but because they were garnishing son's paychecks, it's been a mess. But anyways, sorry. I did not mean for you guys to have to hear that. I apologize. I thought it was muted. My bad. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, that was easy. I hope I'm giving enough time, because I don't want to get struck, but I don't like to stop because I want to be able to hear the whole thing at one time. So I'm not very good at this, but I try. All right, let's listen.
They're going to want you to focus on literally that moment, that second that you see Adrian and Sergeant Page standing there and then walking towards the school, and then they sprint into the school, and you see Adrian's gun drawn, and he's in the hallway. It goes in again. We also think they're going to focus on time to enter because Bill talked about that in opening. This 3 minutes and whatever seconds. There's a lot going on in these 3 minutes. We're going to focus and break it down. It's not about just saying there's 3 minutes because their indictment doesn't cover all 3 minutes. Their indictment covers what they decided to prosecute on is when he made it all the way, that animal made it into the building and then started shooting into the school. Remember? At 11:33:22. That's what it specifically covers because that's when the assaults begin. Not the 3 minutes and whatever seconds after, as many officers are on the scene at that time and surrounding the school. Well, we'll talk about that and we'll cross-examine on that and you'll hear evidence about that. And then they're going to focus on Melody Flores. And I kind of gave you a heads up about Melody Flores. She's just wrong about a lot of things. And it's traumatic. It's stressful. As Jason said, and I'm not saying this to scare you but we talked about this in jury selection. None of us, you will not leave this trial the same. You just won't. And thank you for taking on this role, but it's we're going to talk about the photos in a second. But Melody's wrong about a lot of things. Her times, she's with Adrian, not sure how long. So Adrian's dealing with her at the time, and she's with him. There's shots being fired. She sees bullets or glass breaking. Officers are coming, they're around. You're going to hear radio dispatch. Again, that's going to be really important about what's being communicated to the officers by the dispatcher and then by other officers. This is not in the comfort of a courtroom as one of the Rangers during their investigation would hear say with 20/20 hindsight and playing Monday morning quarterback. That's from a Texas Ranger, not from us. Okay, because you're going to hear about interviews, and they're going to really want you to focus on these photos. And I wish they wouldn't, not because it hurts us, because that's what they want those photos to do. It's because it hurts those precious people over there. That's why. I shared with you in Bordeaux what my family's been through, and so I get it. And so we're going to ask you to really, well, if you have to get emotional, you get emotional. You may. I anticipate you will, depending on what you see. This is emotional. This is an emotional trial. People are going to get emotional. Bill's a good man. He got emotional. But we're going to ask you not to make a decision off emotion. Because that doesn't bring justice to anybody. But I do want you to focus on this. There were multiple agency investigations. Multiple. The DOJ did an investigation. Looked at all the evidence that the government's going to show you. There's not some secret evidence, with all due respect to them, that they're going to show you that the DOJ didn't see. Texas House of Representatives did an investigation. They had a committee. There's not new evidence going to be presented to you that they didn't see. This report has a lot of criticism to go around to the school. It really has to do with that door and other things, by the way. Radios that can't work inside, officer not assigned to the school, lockdown procedures that weren't followed, a lot of things, way to communicate, individual locks. The actual classroom, 111, wasn't locked. 111 wasn't locked. You'll hear some evidence of could it even be locked? And did they know about it? And what should have happened? You're also going to hear evidence of the Uvalde police policy from 2015, whether it's ever been replaced about how officers are supposed to respond. Should they wait for backup cover? Should they communicate? Should they observe? And training is going to matter in this case. And so we're going to ask you to stay focused. You're going to hear a lot of training. But again, totality of the circumstances of what Adrian
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him talking about evidence. I mean, he's supposed to be doing an opening statement, outlining the evidence that are going to present. Right now, he's talking about third-party investigations. Those agencies did not have the full investigation of the Uvalde grand jury, and I think that unless he says that the evidence will show you that they're going to present about these third-party investigations, I think this isn't doing nothing but misleading the jury as to the evidence that they're going to hear in this case.
I think that's right for cross-examination, Judge.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in opening statement is not to be construed as evidence. They're summarizing what they believe the evidence will show. If the evidence doesn't show that, you can recall that.
Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Department of Homeland Security reviewed evidence. City of Uvalde hired Mr. Prado, reviewed evidence. And what you'll see, Adrian fully cooperated every time. He wasn't in a corner hiding. He didn't hold information. He cooperated. He talked. He talked to investigators. He talked to the Rangers. He talked to whoever wanted to talk to him because he wanted to help. We're going to ask you to focus on what the evidence will show Adrian did. He took the call. He took the call to go to a school that he wasn't assigned to. He drove to the suspect into the storm, thinking that it was the person that had this gun walking towards the school. He gathered information the way his training told him to do. That's what you're going to see. You're supposed to gather information so you can let other officers know what's going on. He went into a building. After relaying that information, one of the first to go in, as we talked about. He called SWAT because he was asked to call SWAT because those radios couldn't work in the building. Like Jason said, break. I can't break, meaning I can't dispatch, I can't communicate. So he goes outside to do that. Many officers are on the scene at that time. He stood perimeter because they didn't know if you're watching the east side, he's on the south side, there's a west side, other officers are inside by this time. And so he stood perimeter at the school. He tried to find out if class was even in session. He didn't even know if class was in session. They needed to find out. You're going to hear that the officers are there kids in the school? They didn't even know. There wasn't certainty that even kids were in the school. Remember, he's coming from a high school, they call it Mexican Park, right? That's the way they call it in Uvalde. And where many of the high schoolers were there. So are these kids even in the school? It's not his school. This is not where he patrols on a regular basis. And you're going to hear evidence he evacuated children. You're going to see it on Coronado's. They're breaking windows and they're getting kids out as now they're waiting for, you're going to hear Vortec. These are people that have rated shields that can take a high-powered rifle because they were under-resourced. That community was under-resourced. They didn't have a shield, a rated shield for a high-powered. You're going to hear that there's shields for handguns and then there's shields for high-powered rifles. And they were waiting for that. So he's evacuating children from other classrooms on the other side. And he's checking on Ruiz. You're going to hear about an officer, Ruben Ruiz, who he communicated with. It was tragic part of this. He's talking to his wife, and she's been injured. She passed. And Ruiz wanted to go inside. And so, and I love my wife. Who wouldn't want to just go in there, you know? And they took his gun away from Officer Ruiz. And Adrian kept going back and checking on him twice. He's doing all these things at the same time. Got the building plans because they were asking for it because people didn't understand the layout of this building. He got that for them. And he ultimately secured the master key because they needed the master key. And then you're going to hear some tactics about how you breach an outward swinging door versus an inward swinging door and what is needed and whether they had the equipment to do that, which the evidence will show they didn't. This is what Adrian did. I mean, the government wants to make it seem like he just sat there, you know. He didn't just sit there. He did what he could with what he knew at the time, and this was fluid and it was a dynamic situation. And we're going to ask you, and I don't know how you do it, and we all have to do it a different way, is to stay focused on this because this is going to be emotional. And because we want justice, right? We talked about that. We talked about that our system works off of you and Lady Justice with a blindfold. And that's what we're going to ask you to do. Because evil is not rectified with injustice. Pure evil visited that precious community. It did. But it's not rectified with injustice. And so at the end of this trial, we're going to come back to you and humbly ask you to consider the law and the facts and properly apply them. And we're going to be requesting and asking for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Is anybody booking the rules?
Yes, sir.
All right, you know who your witnesses are. The rule has been invoked, so please instruct them and don't let them come into the courtroom, please, while the testimony is going on.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see some of you are taking notes, which is great. I'll instruct you at this time. If that assists you in concentrating on the evidence, please do it. But I will tell you when you go back to deliberate, the bailiff's going to hold your notes because if there's a conflict as to evidence, we rely on the official court record. But if it helps you in concentrating, please continue to do it. Can I see yours up here real quick on an unrelated matter?
All right. I wonder who the first witness is going to be. Sorry, Kathy. I didn't mean to interrupt the opening statements. I really didn't want to, but I'll remember that next time. I was trying to keep myself busy. I thought I was on mute, made a whole freaking phone call. But that's okay. We all know Ronnie's poor. I try. And I think the people I have my car loan with, I think they know I try too.
Good morning, sir. Would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Who's this guy?
Testimony to give in this call, so be the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust that microphone if you need to. And speak up so everybody can hear you. Please.
Oh my God, he looks like my dad.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Gilbert Limones.
And Mr. Limones, what do you do for a living?
I'm a full-time pastor, and then I work part-time at the funeral home.
You're a full-time pastor and also work at the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
Which funeral home is that?
Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
And what community is that in?
That's in Uvalde, Texas.
What's his name?
At the Hillcrest Funeral Home in Uvalde, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And is the funeral home located near a school?
It's right across the street, sir.
From what school?
From Robb.
Robb Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on May 24, 2022 at the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing there?
Actually, at the time,
Yes.
I was actually just coming out of the embalming room, and we were walking out the door down the hallway until when we heard that there was an accident.
Okay. You actually heard an accident?
I didn't hear it myself. The office manager at the time was the one that said there was an accident outside, so we ran outside without question.
And why would you run outside when you hear there's an accident?
Just because we wanted to see where it's at or what happened. And until we walked out, and that's when we saw the dust right across the street.
And what did you do when you saw the dust?
Immediately ran to help, or to help out the person. And at that time, as I was walking, I was calling 911 to inform them that there was an accident.
Okay. Were you by yourself?
No, sir. I was
you with?
with my coworker, Cody Briceño.
Okay. And did you get to the scene of the accident?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what you saw.
Well, I just remember as I was crossing the street, I had to look to my left to see if there's no end of the vehicles coming. And as soon as I crossed over, I saw a truck that was in the gutter area where the water trolley's at. And then I didn't see him come out of the vehicle, but I just, all I heard is I got very close to him. I heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped and I'm like, "What gun?" I couldn't see a gun at the time.
Okay. So what did you do?
I paused and I just yelled out to the guy. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he just stared at me. And all I saw was just this black post, what to me looked like a black post, like a fence post, coming up out of
I don't
from
know
the truck where he was on the other
I'm
side.
not doing that.
And he just kept looking at me. And then as soon as he went like this, it's when I knew that he had a gun, and he started firing, and I just turned around and started running back to the funeral home.
Did he fire before you turned to run or after you turned to run?
I think it was after I turned. Yes, sir.
So you saw the black post, you heard somebody yell, "There's a gun," and you turned to run.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had already been on the phone?
I was in the phone with 911 to tell him that, hey, there was an accident at the time.
And that was was when you were on your way over there, or when
Correct.
did you call 911?
As I was walking across the street is when I was with 911 to let them know that there was an accident there. And then, of course, as soon as I ran back to back to the Hillcrest, I immediately called 911 and to let them know that he started shooting at us. And then I was watching him through the window, the scene unfold through the window of the side of the building, or the front office, should I say.
So you did get safely back to the funeral home,
Yes, sir.
but then you continued watching?
I continued watching and then calling 911 because we were shot at. And I didn't expect to be shot at.
And why would you call 911 if you were shot at?
Well, because I didn't wanted to let them know that, hey, there's a guy out here that has a gun that's been shooting at us. I didn't understand why. It's like, what was his motive? I didn't know.
Okay. Did you have any expectations when you called 911?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you expect the police to show up?
Well, that's the first thing that one would think, that the police department would show up.
So that's why you called them as opposed to somebody else?
Correct.
Now, but you stay watching this man after you get back in the funeral home, and you're in a position where you can see him?
Yes, sir.
Tell us describe what he looked like, if you could tell.
I just remember him seeing a tall, skinny guy, Hispanic, and he was wearing all black. And as he started shooting at us, when I was looking through the window, he kept pointing the gun towards the funeral home. And then that's when I saw him throw a duffel bag across the fence. And when he threw the duffel bag across the fence, he then jumped the fence. He didn't run towards the school. He basically walked completely, very nonchalantly, like no rush, no nothing. And as soon as he was walking that direction, I just remember the parking lot with the teacher's part. He just pulled his hat up and he just shook his hair like he was waving it, put the cap back on.
Yeah, I like his tie too.
And at that moment, I saw a white car that went right through the parking lot. It went so fast, but he was standing right over here with us, where the school teacher's parking lot was at. And he just...
So you saw a white car arrive, and this is after you called 911.
Yes, sir.
And you see the man with black hair, and where is he standing?
And the parking lot where the teacher's parking, he was in between two vehicles.
In the teacher's parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see next?
And then I just, like I said, I just saw the car driving by, and then I just saw him walking towards the end of the school. And then I saw some children were at the playground, the pavilion. And I just remember him shooting at the children. And then from that point, he went.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I understand the time. So you see him shooting at the children?
Yes, sir. The ones that were at the playground.
And that was after you saw the white car enter the school grounds?
No, not after. It was before.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yes, sir.
So you see him shooting at children, and how much later did you see the white car?
I think it was just moments later.
And then what happened?
And then I just remember him going through the classrooms, and he started shooting in window by window until he got to the door where he walked in through.
So you could see all of that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see other police officers pull up?
There was nobody there at the time.
Okay. So just that one white car is all you had seen?
Yes, sir. And then by the time he entered, I heard the shooting inside the classroom. At that point, I just, was begging 911 to please get officers out there. And then I saw a police officer arrive, and I was telling him he entered through that door. That's the door that he entered through. And I just remember me walking towards that, and I hung up with 911, and I called my mom, and I said, "Mom, please get into prayer. It's just that someone's shooting at the children here at the school."
And that was based on your observations in the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
that they're shooting the children,
Yes, sir.
and you called 911
Yes, sir.
in Benton.
Yes, I just did say, please get officers out here.
So you made 2 calls.
The first one, the 911 call that I made was because of the accident. And then the second one I made was because he started shooting at us and telling them and I was with the operator or the 911 operator with him on the line while the shooting was going on.
Okay. May I have just a second to set up your own?
Yes, sir.
And do you want to use your board for the descriptions?
Well, I can you're free to use whatever we have. So, yeah. You want to get it?
Have you marked it or do you want to just mark it?
Yeah, we can just mark as defense line.
Well,
That's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Well, my numbers.
Mess up your system.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the only thing we ask is, I think that there's some additional writing on there that we haven't seen yet. So we just have to see what that is before we get this.
Okay. Okay, we good to go with that demonstrative exhibit?
Judge, now are you okay?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd offer Stacy to do that one for demonstrative purposes.
All right, no objection, it's admitted. Yes, you may move.
And may Mr. Lamone's approach the executive, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind getting up and help us with this a little bit? And we've got jurors spread all the way across. So I'm going to ask you to stand here and kind of keep an eye on this juror so you don't get in their way, and I'm going to get on this side and try to do the same. Okay? Would you start by showing us where your funeral home is?
Our funeral home is right here.
That's the funeral home.
That's the funeral.
And would you also show us where the wreck happened?
The wreck happened right here, sir.
Where the red X is?
Yes, sir.
And does this red line, is that an accurate depiction of the way you saw the gunman walk?
Yes, sir.
Would you trace that so the jury is kind of faint?
Right here.
Okay, so first you see him walk to the south end?
Yes, sir.
And then walk back all the way up to the north end.
And then walk all the way up.
And so you got out of the funeral home, where were you and where did you go?
I was right here in the hallway, and I was walking when I was told that there was an accident. So we walked out and we started walking this way. When we saw the dust here, we began to run. I stopped here to look this direction to see if there's any vehicles were coming. And then I crossed over and I walked right about this area right here. And I saw the gunman, and that's when I called out to him and said, "Hey, sir, are you okay?" He didn't say anything at all. He just kept looking at me. And that's when I heard someone yell. I didn't know who it was. I just heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped and I'm like, "What gun?" And that's when I saw him, pull the gun out.
With the black post.
With the back, that looked like a black post. And now afterwards, I realized it was the weapon.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. And I'm correct that you called 911, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You called 911,
Yes, sir.
and you're aware that they record your phone calls.
Yes, sir.
When you called 911, were you in an excited state?
I was really overwhelmed.
Judge, I'm sorry, sir. We'll stick links in 911 call, Judge.
You better see.
Okay. Have you listened to the two 911 calls that you made before appearing before the jury?
No, sir.
But I believe there are stipulated that they're fair and accurate representations. As you listen to these phone calls, I'm going to ask you if that is your voice and if that's a fair and accurate representation of the calls.
Yes,
Fair
sir.
enough?
Fair enough.
They would play, is it Station?
Yeah, I have it.
We'd mark an offer station to get the 21-yard.
No objection, Judge.
Submitted.
And maybe it displayed to the jury.
Yes.
Uvalde County 911. Yes, ma'am. Somebody just had an accident over here. I know you're just. You mean, I didn't really? Oh my God! Oh my God! Somebody kill me, God! Kill me, God! Oh my God! They just shot at us. They shot at you? Yeah. Listen, the guy is about the school because I've been sitting in the back. He's got a TNT at the school. Hurry! Hurry, please! He's in the bed! Oh my God! Oh my God! He's jumping into the schoolyard! He's jumping into the schoolyard, man! Are you in the schoolyard? Yes, he just jumped up on the fence. He's running towards the school. Oh my God. He's wearing black. He's up against me. Okay, we do have multiple officers saying out that way. You think he's wearing black? No, yes, he's walking. He's walking across to the Robb here right to the funeral home. We're calling at the funeral home. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's one officers that are heading out that way. What do you mean? There's kids out there. There's kids out there, please. Oh, he's shooting at a truck and going by. Hurry! Yes, sir. We have multiple units heading out that way. Oh my God, these kids. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Father, please, in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Lord, please protect me. Father God, in the name of Jesus. Father, I'm asking you to please. He's going to the school. They got to hurry. Is there any on the thing? Oh my God, there's a chicken about to shoot. Oh my God, Jesus, he's shooting at people. Maybe Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Hallelujah. Oh, there's a name of Jesus. I just ask like, I can't believe it. Oh, there's a name of Jesus. I was like, oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness, he shot at us. Oh my God. The Uvalde school is out there. Okay, so the dive officers there, I'm going to go to disconnect with you, okay? Sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I wonder who's crying.
And I believe we had a stipulation that phone call started 11/29/14.
Correct, sir.
All right. And Mr. Lamonis, I believe you described in your testimony that you were called upon to make a second call to 911. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What caused you to make a second call?
The actual shooting that was happening, there were the kids, when the guy had walked into the school. When he began, to start shooting at the children.
And you could hear those shots from where you are.
Yes, sir.
So there's a second sense of urgency. And did you make that call then? I believe you had a stipulation 11:33:18. Some 4 minutes later.
Yes.
So stipulated. You may proceed.
And we'd asked the officer to exhibit 22, the second 911 call.
I think
Submitted.
they're on the same
Oh,
kids.
they're on the same.
Yeah, so we still exhibit number 21.
21A and B then, Your Honor, with A being the first one called and B being the second.
All right, no objection. They're both admitted.
And then we play it for the jury.
You gotta get indicted trial! Get indicted trial! Okay, then we do have to get into the building! Oh, God, in the name of Jesus, he's inside the school shooting at the kids! He's right Oh my God, you want to go to school? Yeah, we have multiple units inside of the school. They have locations. Go to school! Oh my God!
Are those two both accurate depictions of the 911 calls that you made?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lamonas, other than talking to the 911 dispatcher, does that phone call indicate you were talking to other people? Who else were you talking to?
I was talking to I think it was the first officer that responded. There was a Uvalde police officer.
The police officers that responded?
The first one.
Okay. And, yeah, what's the rest?
Yes, sir.
You can just sit right there for, I just need to show one time. Just show the jury where the police officers were.
The first police officer that responded, that he parked right about right here. That was the one that I was telling him that he walked in through this door.
Okay.
And it was a Uvalde PD.
Did you ever see any officers at this intersection?
No, sir.
You did not talk to them?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the white car that you saw, would you show the direction you saw it and where it went?
Yes, sir. There's an entrance right here.
Yes.
And the car just came through this direction.
So the car drove in the same direction, at least ended up in the same place where the shooter was?
Up in this area, but the shooter was already inside the building when this, I'm sorry, I take that back. When the gunman was right here, if I recall correctly, it's when I saw a vehicle also pull by here, but they would not be able to see, if whatever came through here, they wouldn't be able to see them because of he was between two vehicles.
So the parking lot was full of vehicles?
This car that came through here, I don't know who it was, but the car that came through here went fast.
It went fast?
It was real fast
And the gunman was between two vehicles at the time?
at that time, yes, sir.
Okay.
Was the parking lot full of vehicles?
Yes, sir. This whole parking lot was full of a lot of vehicles.
Because it was a school day?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lamonis, let me also ask you, the funeral home, does it have video cameras on the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
And do those video cameras accurately depict the scenes both on the side of the funeral home as well as on the front of the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
We stipulate to those. No objection.
So we'll just kind of describe them for a second. Have you had a chance to look at those videos?
Some of them.
Yes. And do they accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And so is it all correct? We'd offer at this time, Mark, an offer, State's Exhibit 22, which is all three funeral home.
No
cameras.
objection. So all three of them, no objection.
They're big.
And they will
For the publisher.
And if you'll just kind of swing around, we're going to play those funeral homes on that video behind you. If you pull it up. Stop it. Mr. Lamont, do you see the numbers in the top hand corner that are rolling continuously?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the correct and accurate time as to when you saw these events?
Unfold. Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what angle we're looking at this point.
You're looking at the side parking lot of the vehicle as it's facing Robb School. It's on the entrance where the accident really happened.
And where is the ditch where you saw the vehicle wreck?
May I approach the?
Yes.
It's right here. Okay. This is the side, the front of the office is on this side. You'll see us walking through here to go across.
Okay. And so what we're about to see then is that vehicle wreck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it also depict you coming out to check on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Nelson, I think what we're about to do is about to get to that point. I just wanted to point that out to you. We're just about 10 seconds from what the original were at.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So was that the wreck?
That was the right. Yes, sir. That was right.
And the next thing we'll see then is you and your cohort going over to check on this.
Correct.
Thank you. positive. Okay, we have 11:29:05 on the counter. Do you see yourself on that video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you point that out for the jury?
That would be the first person on the right-hand side.
You'd be the person on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so did that fairly and accurately depict that when you turned and ran and came back in as the shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
How many shots were fired?
To us, I couldn't tell you, but to be honest with you, there's quite a bit. I just remember bullets grazing us.
So it was more than that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. Could you just tell us what is this gunman doing at this point?
Yes, sir. At that point, I'm already inside the building, and I'm at the far right-hand office right here at the corner.
Okay.
And I'm watching him, and I'm calling 911 and telling them that I saw him where he jumped up. He threw first a duffel bag across. And as soon when he threw the duffel bag, then he jumped the fence himself, and then he started walking towards the school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll watch now until we get to 11:31:36 and ask you what you see there. Stop. Stop. And so around 11:31:36, is that when we saw the white car?
Yes, sir.
And is that the white car that you saw drive to the south?
Yes, sir.
End of the building?
Yes, sir.
And the next camera angle will show better where that car went, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, do we see other police cars arriving at this time?
Yes, sir. I see them arriving over here at this sign.
At that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Where the wreck happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the time on the counter?
11:32:25.
Thank you. Get this stopped here. And we have it at about 11:33:35, and I'll ask you to describe what you see happen as we start it back up.
And honestly, I didn't know that the police officers were in that corner. I guess that's when I was with 911 calling, looking at towards the school.
You were looking at the other direction.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Because that vehicle, because I was like trying to figure out, okay, where all I remember is a UPD officer showing up, and I didn't know they were stopped right there.
You didn't actually see it, but do you have any reason to believe this wasn't accurately depicting the events as they occurred?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Start it back. Okay, just stop it here. Mr. Ramones, do you see another white car there at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that the second car that you saw heading the same direction that the first white car?
No, I've never seen no other vehicles other than just a white one. And this is the first time I've ever seen this.
Okay, we'll look at the next section then.
Okay.
Okay. Well, would you note the time is 11:34:57? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think now we're going to move to a front angle, which may be a lot more closely aligned with what you actually saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And this may help you describe for us those two white police cars that came up.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough? So as we start, could you tell us what we're looking at?
You're looking at the front end of the funeral home,
And where is the Robb School?
directly across the street in front of the funeral home.
And on the screen, is it on the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen?
What is the Robb School? It's on the left side of the screen,
And where does the wreck occur?
on the right-hand side of the screen.
Thank you. Stop it. Can you see the man who had the wreck and pulled the gun on you at this point?
Yes, sir.
And would you point that out? You might have to stand up and point that out for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And what's he doing as we've stopped the camera right there at 11:30.16?
He was jumping the fence at that point.
He's jumping the fence?
Yes, sir.
And now we're going to see him walk toward the Robb School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you might just point it out one more time as he starts walking, just so make sure we see him. It's kind of small from here. Yes, if you will.
This is where he's walking right now. And then he does out of you for a little bit because there's some push there. And he starts walking this direction. And that's where he's at.
Okay. And now look, you see, it's just a very dark blur, but walking across the school ground.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, y'all. I'm here. Son came home for lunch. And I figured you guys would want to watch this. I still have it playing, so you can still look at it. You just can't hear it. So, what are we thinking? Everybody okay? I know I'm kind of boring. I'm a boring person, but I'm just trying to make it so you guys don't miss out on anything. So, because I want you all to keep coming back. All right, here we go.
As you can tell, he's walking in between the two vehicles at that point.
He's walking between the vehicles at 11:31, around 21 or 22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now we're going to move ahead about 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you what you see there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I made it. Misjudged the time. Stop. So it's 11:31:42. Can you tell us what we saw there?
Yes, sir. That's a white vehicle that I saw approaching into the schoolyard.
So about 20 seconds after the gunman reaches the parking lot, then you see a
Yes, sir.
white car, and it's headed toward that same direction. Is that
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start that down. And you can stop it there. So around 11:31:50, he's out of sight, but he's close to that south side of that last.
Yes, sir. At that when what I remember seeing is that the gentleman was between the two vehicles towards the front end of the vehicles, and that's when I saw the white vehicle that was going really fast that went right by him.
So the gunman was still at the southwest side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's move forward then to 11:33:25. You stop it. Around 11:33, did you see a police car then leaving and driving that direction?
That direction, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, because it's quiet, y'all didn't pick up sound, is that correct?
Correct.
But during this whole period of time, from when you saw the first white police car at 11:31 with 42, until the police car left at 11:33:25, what was going on at the school?
That time there was that's when the shooting was happening outside. That's when he began to shoot the children at the pavilion first. That's what I was watching.
Okay. So you were watching the gun was shooting children at the pavilion,
Yes, sir.
and then did you see what the shooter did after that?
After he was treating the children, I just saw the children, kind of all ran away from the school. And then I saw him walking towards the south end of the building and then started at every window and just randomly would just get the gun and shoot inside the windows.
And when he was shooting, that was after the white car had already got to the south end of the building.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear one or more than one shot?
He was shooting at every window as he was walking down. So there was a lot more. I don't know how many windows there was there, but he was shooting at every window up until he got to the entry door.
And did that give you concern?
Absolutely.
And what were you concerned for?
Or just for the children, the safety of the children, and the police officers would. I'm sorry.
You couldn't see the children.
No, sir.
Well, then why would you be concerned for the children?
Well, because I didn't know whether they were in classrooms or not in classroom.
Sure. That's normal. Right?
Yes, sir. They're innocent children, so it's like.
Right, innocent children. And that's why we hear that energy in your voice when you call 911.
Correct. Yes,
You're
sir.
concerned for the kids.
Yes, sir.
And now we'll move to 11:34:59. That's a full minute and a half later. And is the second, would you stop at 11:34:59? Is that second white vehicle coming into view now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it goes back to the same place that the first vehicle went, the first white vehicle?
I can't tell you, sir, because I don't remember ever seeing another vehicle other than just the first white one.
Okay, very good. We'll run it ahead. Will you describe what you see this second white vehicle do?
Yes,
Will
sir.
you describe it as you watch it? And would you stop it there at 11:35:07?
And he passed the parking lot right where the shooter was originally from the beginning.
Did he say take the same path that that first vehicle took?
From the left side, yes, sir.
And that was at 11:35:08, some 3.5 minutes later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
It's good work, lunch. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, It's a little afternoon. What I'd like to ask the folks in the courtroom to do is we're going to excuse the jury and they're going to go with the bailiff to catch the elevators to have lunch so we can get them back by 1:15. So if you'll stay in the courtroom until the bailiff opens the door over there, we'll get them out first. Please remember my instructions, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise for the jury. All right, you can be seated. We're in recess. Thank you.
Oh, good. This will remind me to start an hour later tomorrow, so I don't have to try to figure out what I'm going to do for the next hour. So what's everyone thinking about the trial? Yeah, that's good. Uh-huh. Sounds good to me. Well, let's find the documentary that I wanted to watch on this. We have an hour. While it plays, I think I'm going to get my dishes done.
Time. Today, a former police. After just one day of questions and
the news, the first criminal trial.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we are in Corpus Christi following the case of a former.
Team coverage continues.
Movements are underway.
Myself? Talking to myself.
the trial starts to.
Yep. Trying to find that video I watched.
Okay, so
yeah, I don't know if I can watch that.
We continue this half hour on First Edition with another look outside.
That's right, outside at the Nueces County Courthouse, where we find our Alexis Green keeping track of.
When he went in the classroom, he said, "You're all gonna die," and he just started shooting.
This morning,
Oh, it's so
this
sad.
time, I'd ask the state to approach, and you may make your opening statement.
Well, watch this while I try to find.
Tonight, for the first time, we are seeing video from inside Robb Elementary School. It sheds light on the police response to that mass shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. Our sister station, KVUE in Austin, originally obtained the video, and many people in Texas and across the country wanted these videos out as they call for accountability and seek answers. People have been desperate to learn what happened inside that school. KVUE and our sister station in San Antonio have been in contact with some of the victims' families. All but one said that they are in support of this video being released. Now, this video, it is hard to watch. You will see a gunman walk down the hallway. You will hear gunfire. You will also see a small army of law enforcement officers wait in that hallway for more than an hour before finally making it into that classroom. There are also some things that we are choosing not to show. You will not see anyone being shot. You will not hear the screams of the victims. You will not see any blood or gore. And parts of this video have been blurred out of sensitivity for the victims and their families. And we know this is going to be very difficult for some people to watch. So we do want to warn you that this video may be disturbing. In this video, you can see the shooter turns the corner in the hallway, goes to the classroom, and starts shooting. A young boy almost walks down the hallway, but stops and runs back when the shooting starts. The video shows the gunman start shooting toward the classroom before walking in. Now, the next video we're going to look at is when the first officers arrive on scene about 3 minutes after the gunman. Officers arrive and try to confront the shooter. They scatter when met with gunfire and retreat back to the end of the hallway. They'll stay there for the next 45 minutes. Now, this is a time lapse, meaning we've sped it up because not a lot happens for the next period of time. You can see at the corner of this video from 11:37 to 12:22 real time, officers gathered at the end of the hallway. No shots are fired during this time. More and more manpower and equipment arrives, including more rifles, more ballistic shields, and gas canisters. At this point, officers have been outside for about 45 minutes. Then there's another short burst of gunfire coming from the classroom, and that seems to escalate things. So they hear a new round of gunfire, the first time in about 45 minutes. They advance down the hall. It looks like they're getting close to some kind of action. However, they would stall there for another 30 minutes. This is another time lapse from the time after they reposition. More heavily armored and armored personnel come in along with more equipment. And once they finally go in, it's over pretty quickly. Officers finally move into the classroom and take out the shooter. It took more than 70 minutes for officers to get inside that classroom. And there have been calls for all parts of government and law enforcement to release this audio and video to the public. Just yesterday, Governor Greg Abbott spoke with our sister station KVUE and called for its release. The Texas Department of Public Safety and the head of the Texas House Committee are looking into the shooting, and families of the victims have also been marching in the streets calling for more transparency. And just remember, at the end of the day, all of this comes back to the victims and those families.
Right now, let's talk about Georgia, where the deadly.
It looks like the perfect.
We're very, very. We're very, very concerned. This is very out of. We can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing. I can hear. We're very, very concerned. This is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell.
What's changed since the last person I talked to? There's a body. There's a body.
I've been talking to myself this whole time.
Caught on camera, the chilling clue in the mysterious murders of an Ohio dentist and his wife. We'll show you the new surveillance footage that could be key to finding the killer. Plus, we're going inside the mind of a murderer. The couple's 2 children were spared, but why? We have a criminology expert on the show to weigh in. Plus, she won a new trial after being convicted of killing her mother. But will the Ohio Supreme Court agree? 2 lawyers representing Sidney Powell will join us live. And defendant Robb Elementary was acquitted of a murder. Remember that? Well, he's going to be back in court this morning. We'll talk about what we can expect to happen in Connecticut. It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statements.
I just want to hear about the...
Good Tuesday morning to you. Welcome to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. Are you ready for some coffee and some court? It's that time of the morning where we get you all warmed up and ready to go for the big day ahead on Court TV Live. So we'll start it off as we always do by having you grab that cup of coffee right now. It's time for my opening statement. She was free. That's what's so heartbreaking. When 9-year-old Rebecca Baptiste jumped out of a window and ran to a gas station for help, she was free. How sad that she felt safer with complete strangers than she did in her own home. She told police that her stepmother and her father were hurting her. The parents, though, denied. What?
I'm looking for my history. It's different on your phone. Then yeah, it's different on your phone than it is on the computer. I found it. Right here. There we go. Found it.
I want a happy couple. Everyone that has spoken about them talked about their personalities, bigger than life, and a couple starting a family in Columbus, Ohio. He's a dentist. She's a stay-at-home mom with the 2 little ones, and they've got what seems from the outside to be this amazing life, this journey that they're beginning, right? And it's the holiday season. And then the tragic scene inside of their home. Mom dead. Dad dead. Both shot and killed. And when you hear that headline, you're going to think, oh, was there something we didn't know about this couple? Was there some murder-suicide thing that happened here? No. There's no weapon left behind. Somebody did this.
Mm-hmm.
And think about what they did, because the children survived.
Something was going on.
The children were in the house at the time that their mother and father are killed by someone, and they're just left in the dark crying. Who knows for how long? Who knows what they saw, what they understood, what they'll remember about this. But their parents were stolen from them.
They didn't hear.
Their lives have been drastically changed, and 2 young lives, this young couple, taken by a killer. But the question tonight is, what happened here? What happened to this family? Who is responsible? There was no sign of forced entry. There's no talk of things being taken from the home. Wasn't a home invasion. What happened here? Tonight, new developments, and I got to show you this. Video released from the police over in Columbus, Ohio. Video of someone from an alleyway close to the home. Unfortunately, when you watch this video, what you're going to see is not 100% clear. A lot of times these surveillance videos aren't. As a matter of fact, it reminds me so much of the Delphi video to a certain extent. But let's take a look at this. This is a person of interest. Again, it's dark, it's cold, hands in pockets, hood on, hat, hunched over.
I wonder who that is.
But is that purposeful? Is the head down purposeful, knowing that there's cameras everywhere that you don't want to be seen? Well, this person has now been seen, and I'm wondering if anyone would recognize the person with that type of a walk, those type of clothes, who might be in that area.
It seems like a pretty
They
normal
need to come
walk
forward.
to me.
This is a person of interest, needs to be spoken to. Maybe 100% innocent, maybe 100% guilty, or may have some information that could help investigators. Speaking of investigators, let me bring in a special guest, former homicide detective, more than 20 years working homicides and high-profile cases. Phil Waters is with us. Phil, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Let's talk about this video first. This is the latest thing that's been released. What can investigators take away from this video? You get this. What do you do with it? Obviously, you've put it out on social media, the local television, court TV, everyone's put it out there for the world to see now. Are detectives taking anything else away from this video?
Well, I think the video, to me, indicates that this person has got a vehicle somewhere off the other block someplace, away from, if this is in fact our suspect, away from the scene. So, and just the way he's acting, it would appear to me that this is purposeful. The head down, making sure the hood is pulled forward. So there's a lot of things going on here that this looks like this is the best suspect going at the moment.
So let's take that to the next level, right? A lot of people are wondering, is this someone that they knew perhaps? Because there's no sign of forced entry. Now, obviously a door could have been unlocked, but it seems like it's someone who showed up purposely that night, may actually know them, but as you're pointing out, didn't park in front of the house. So this is something that seems to be planned then.
Oh, I think so. I think just the fact that we have, it is what we know about the scene. That the husband the father is shot multiple times.
But the
she
wife's
is
only
shot once
once.
in the chest, at least if that's what's been reported. So it's obvious, I think, to anybody that he is the target. Now, what we don't know is what caused him to be the target. This appears to be something.
Maybe he was, with someone's wife. Maybe their marriage wasn't as good as everyone thinks it was. In my opinion, only.
I would be shocked if it's not something very, very personal.
Exactly.
I think it goes beyond the, this dentist performed a bad root canal. I mean, this is something that, and then they leave the children. They know the children are there.
Maybe
and yet
money.
they commit the murders,
a bad deal.
leave the children unharmed, and the children appear to be, at least from the pictures that I've seen, appear to be old enough that they can be interviewed, do a forensic interview with them, and see if they can give them any more information. Did they know this person? Is this person a relative? Is this person an associate of some kind that they've seen in the home before? The fact that there's no forced entry. I mean, all of these factors point to a person that was known by this young couple.
Now, I want to give you some more information here. After discovering the bodies of Monique and Spencer Tepe inside their Wineland Park home, this is December 30th, Sergeant Joe Albert from Columbus Division of Police provided an update to the reporters from WBNS 10 TV.
At this time, we have no indication that this is a murder-suicide. So that's something that we're working through to determine if it's something like that or if it is truly a double homicide.
We've got a little more information here, too, from the Columbus Dispatch. Columbus police records said Spencer was shot multiple times, like you said. Shell casings were recovered at the scene. Columbus police said no gun was found and determined their deaths were not the result of murder-suicide. What kind of information can they get from those shell casings, Phil?
Well, they're going to run a knife and check on those shell casings to see if they're perhaps that firearm was used in a related incident at another time. If they don't get anything from that, I would imagine in a case like this, and in every homicide case, the bodies are evidence. And I would be interested to see what the autopsy reveals, if these are contact wounds or if there's stippling involved. It'll give you an idea of the proximity of the shooter when he fired the shots into each one of these individuals. So there's a lot of evidence that's going to be gleaned from the firearms. I think that they will do, I'm assuming they will do SEM kits as a matter of drill, and that's to determine if there's any gunpowder residue on their hands. Now, there's going to be some gunpowder residue there because obviously a firearm was fired in their presence, but it will be interesting to see if there is a very small amount of gunpowder residue on their hand or a large amount. So the firearms evidence is going to be a real way to start to establish kind of what happened in the moment. Now, whether it leads to a suspect, they'll run that. If they get a connection to a firearm, they'll run that through ATF to see if they can track the history of that firearm and so forth. So we'll just have to wait and see what that firearms evidence reveals to us.
Yeah, and I've got to think another place to look is on their cell phones, right? Text messages, emails, to see if there was any sort of a conflict at all somewhere in their lives, or if they were expecting guests that night. And if so, would they have that information already by tonight, or does it take time to get the cooperation from the phone companies, et cetera, to get that type of info?
Well, if they've got the phones at the scene, obviously, if they can get into the phones and cell bright those phones or use some other data piece of equipment that can pull the data off of the phones, the first thing I would be looking at is who are the last people that contacted these folks, who did they talk to, and then these are going to lead you to other avenues of the investigation. So you're going to be heading out to those people and find out, okay, you spoke to them at this point in time. What was that conversation about? Look at their text messages and so forth. So we're trying to establish a timeline here as who and when were these who made contact with them, and were the last people to have contact with them, and what time did that occur? So there's a lot of information that'll be gleaned from all the digital stuff, and I'm sure they're canvassing the neighborhood. Where we see this possible suspect walking from. We want to see if people notice something that was unusual about the setting that day. Did they see vehicles that are not normally seen there? Did they see this individual? Did somebody see this guy get out of a car on the other side and walk across? So I'm sure that the detectives are hitting that canvas pretty hard. You never know until you ask the question about what someone saw.
Absolutely. Phil Waters, great to have you aboard. Thanks so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Vinny. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, let's bring in our think tank. Joining me tonight, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Al Wunsch III, along with criminal defense attorney Darnell Crosland and family law attorney Jennifer Brandt. Great to see everyone. First show of the new year. All right, Al. To me, this is shocking, right? Because you hear this scenario, most people think immediately murder, suicide, behind a locked door, no sign of forced entry. But that's not the case here. So it seems like investigators are going to have to dive into the lives of the dentist, Spencer, and his wife, Monique, to see what was going on, if there was a conflict with someone out there.
Well, Vin, the scenario here is quite odd, but it looks to me like it's a professional hit, because the way the individual was walking and, keeping his head down and walking in a measured pace, not running, because that would be the first mistake, especially because it looks like it's slushy and snowy and icy out there. So that it'd be a situation where they could possibly trip or fall, or also they would, actually get attention if you see a guy running in that kind of an outfit at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. That would be something that would, somebody in the neighborhood would probably see and say something about. So it looks to me like it's a professional hit. Now, dentists carry a lot of drugs. Dentists have they have gold. They have a number of other things that they deal with. I mean, I know because I have a number of dentists that are clients that I've gotten weapon permits for, to carry permits, because of the fact that they have a extensive amount of drugs, and also gold for fillings and silver for fillings, things along those lines, which are precious, actually precious commodities. So it looks to me it's a professional hit. I'm also really curious as to how his office reacted the way they did, because he was a little late.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that.
My office. I'd have the police in my house every morning.
Yeah,
but I mean, he was a little late, and they were right on top of that, where they were sending people to his house to see where he is.
We'll get into that in just a moment. Darnell, let me ask you: no forced entry, zero forced entry here. I mean, someone rings the doorbell, someone knocks on the door, or maybe a door's left unlocked. How would the person know that door would be unlocked? I'm trying to understand how the killer gets inside.
Yeah. I know how they got inside. They used the key. They had a key. So
it's also got a punch code. It's got a code.
Yeah, they probably had the code too. So I don't know how professional they are. I don't see that they're looking to break in this house, shoot this guy in the chest, shoot his wife in the chest because they want gold or drugs, when there's no indication that drugs or gold was taken. They would have hit up the dentist lab or the job, the office. So I think that this was definitely personal, as the detective said. Somebody either had the code, the key, or something. And what you typically go to, either she was having an affair or he was having an affair.
Well, there's no indication of any of that, Darnell, of affairs. I mean, obviously they've got to dig into their lives, but there's been no indication from anyone associated with the family. I mean, the indications are like the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, well, you're obviously looking at what are the common motives, and what you see in these cases. We've done a lot of these on court TV. Somebody falls in love here. We don't have the proof yet. It's too early. But I don't think it's a crime of opportunity for any money or anything like that. It's something very personal, as the detective said. And what's more personal than affairs of the heart? We don't have proof of that. But I'm just saying, if I was a betting man, I would say this wasn't about money or any material. This is an affair of the heart or something like that.
Jennifer Brandt, two aspects. The other aspect, how they get in, and then the children are there. I mean, it's a beautiful home. We've been showing it, but it's not a huge home. Like it's an up and down. It's not a sprawling type of house. I mean, they are close by when all this happens.
Yeah, well, Vinny, we really don't know what happened at all. And I think everybody's just speculating at this point. It could be completely a mistaken, a house that someone was targeting, and they got in there and this couple was there and they panicked and shot them. I mean, we really don't know why it was this couple. It didn't seem like they had any enemies, or it didn't seem like anybody was having an affair. And, how did this person get in? Well, they could have known the code, or they could have hacked the code. They could have knocked at the door. Who knows? I mean, how they got in. But, this person walking, I do agree with Al, the person walking in the alley, whether that is a suspect or not, I mean, this person seems pretty cool and collected. Looks like he's walking pretty slowly and just taking his time, not really running or in a panic. So, could it have been a professional hit? Perhaps, but who would target this couple? And I think that's what the investigators are really going to get into now, is why and how and, why these people were targeted, if they even were, and what else was going on in the neighborhood. Was there someone else that, maybe they went to the wrong house? Anything is possible at this point in time.
Jennifer, that's really interesting. You talk about the wrong house, because we took a look at this neighborhood, and it's a beautiful home, but it's one of those newer developments where, and it's kind of like the neighborhood I live in, where the homes can be very confusing. It's the same builder building a bunch of homes that are somewhat similar. They're not exactly the same, but it could be easy to confuse one with another. But then you get to the fact of how do they get
100%.
in? How do they get in? There's two ways. There's the back door, right? And to get to the back door, you either have to climb over the fence or go through their garage. Otherwise, you can go in the front door. They have a Ring doorbell on the front, but it looks like it's one of the battery-operated ones, which generally don't record as much because the battery then runs out very quickly. But they're asking for more videos.
Knowing the devices, but Vinny, knowing the devices that were on the types of locks that might have been on all of these homes or whatever, you don't know. Someone might have had some information about how to get in or how to break into these homes or get into these keypads. There's a lot of possibilities of, and why they didn't hurt the children. Well, that's not, so questionable. I mean, these were two little children there. Not that this person had a heart, but he figures he sees these babies there basically, and they're not going to tell anybody. They're really young children. So maybe just left and, did what he did and just got out of there.
Yeah, there have been reports that the children are, we believe, 4 and 1 years old. Just before midnight on October 12, 2023, a Hialeah apartment became the center of a chilling allegation. Prosecutors say 13-year-old Derek Rosa stabbed his mother 46 times as she slept while his newborn sister lay unharmed nearby. What followed is even more disturbing. Rosa is accused of photographing his mother's body, taking a blood-soaked selfie, and sending the images to a friend, asking what they thought. Minutes later, he called police and allegedly confessed. Tonight, you'll hear that alleged confession. But first, silence wrapped the Columbus home where Spencer Tepe, a 37-year-old dentist, and his wife Monique should have been starting an ordinary Tuesday. Instead, worry spread. Spencer missed work. Monique didn't answer her phone. Neighbors heard crying from inside. Frantic calls went to 911. When police finally entered on December 30th, the house held answers no one was ready for. Spencer had been shot multiple times. Monique lay nearby, killed by a gunshot to the chest. Their 2 young children were inside, alive, unharmed, and crying in the dark. There was no sign of forced entry, no firearm found at the scene. Investigators ruled out murder-suicide almost immediately. Nearly a week later, the killer remains unknown. No suspect, no arrest, just a quiet house, grieving children, and a city waiting for the truth. Tonight, we take a look at the mystery surrounding the murders of Spencer and Monique Tepe. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you aboard. I hope your holiday season was wonderful. I hope your household was filled with warmth and joy and love. Because what we're going to talk about right now is the opposite of that. I want to talk about the Tepes. This was a happy couple. Everyone that has spoken about them talked about their personalities, bigger than life, and a couple starting a family in Columbus, Ohio. He's a dentist. She's a stay-at-home mom with the 2 little ones, and they've got what seems from the outside to be this amazing life, this journey that they're beginning, right? And it's the holiday season. And then the tragic scene inside of their home. Mom dead. Dad dead. Both shot and killed. And when you hear that headline, you're going to think, oh, was there something we didn't know about this couple? Was there some murder-suicide thing that happened here? No. There's no weapon left behind. Somebody did this. And think about what they did. Because the children survived. The children were in the house at the time that their mother and father are killed by someone, and they're just left in the dark crying. Who knows for how long? Who knows what they saw, what they understood, what they'll remember about this. But their parents were stolen from them. Their lives have been drastically changed in 2 young lives. This young couple taken by a killer. But the question tonight is, what happened here? What happened to this family? Who is responsible? There was no sign of forced entry. There's no talk of things being taken from the home. Wasn't a home invasion. What happened here? Tonight, new developments, and I got to show you this. Video released from the police over in Columbus, Ohio. Video of someone from an alleyway close to the home. Unfortunately, when you watch this video, what you're going to see is not 100% clear. A lot of times these surveillance videos aren't. As a matter of fact, it reminds me so much of the Delphi video to a certain extent. But let's take a look at this. This is a person of interest. Again, it's dark, it's cold, hands in pockets, hood on, hat, hunched over. But is that purposeful? Is the head down purposeful, knowing that there's cameras everywhere that you don't want to be seen? Well, this person has now been seen, and I'm wondering if anyone would recognize the person with that type of a walk, those type of clothes, who might be in that area. They need to come forward. This is a person of interest, needs to be spoken to. Maybe 100% innocent, maybe 100% guilty, or may have some information that could help investigators. Speaking of investigators, let me bring in a special guest, former homicide detective, more than 20 years working homicides and high-profile cases. Phil Waters is with us. Phil, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Let's talk about this video first. This is the latest thing that's been released. What can investigators take away from this video? You get this. What do you do with it? Obviously, you've put it out on social media. The local television, court TV, everyone's put it out there for the world to see now. Are detectives taking anything else away from this video?
Unalive them.
Well, I think the video, to me, indicates that this person has got a vehicle somewhere off the other block someplace, away from, if this is in fact our suspect, away from the scene. So, just the way he's acting, it would appear to me that this is purposeful. The head down, making sure the hood is pulled forward. So there's a lot of things going on here that this looks like this is the best suspect going at the moment.
So let's take that to the next level, right? Forced entry. Now, obviously, a door could have been unlocked, but it seems like it's someone who showed up purposely that night, may actually know them, but as you're pointing out, didn't park in front of the house. So this is something that seems to be planned then.
Oh, I think so. I think just the fact that we have, it is what we know about the scene, that the husband the father is shot multiple times. She is shot once in the chest, at least if that's what's been reported. So it's obvious, I think, to anybody that he is the target. Now, what we don't know is what caused him to be the target. This appears to be something, I would be shocked if it's not something very, very personal. I think it goes beyond this dentist performed a bad root canal. I mean, this is something that, and then they leave the children. They know the children are there, and yet they commit the murders, leave the children unharmed, and the children appear to be, at least from the pictures that I've seen, appear to be old enough that they can be interviewed, do a forensic interview with them, and see if they can give them any more information. Did they know this person?
Oh no. Oh, darn it. Hang on, I'll be quick. Of course. Oh, of course.
I want to give you some more information here. After discovering the bodies of Monique and Spencer Tepe inside their Wineland Park home, this is December 30th, Sergeant Joe Albert from Columbus Division of Police provided an update to the reporters from WBNS 10 TV.
At this time, we have no indication that this is a murder-suicide. So that's something that we're working through to determine if it's something like that or if it is truly a double homicide.
And we've got a little more information here, too, from the Columbus Dispatch. Columbus police record said Spencer was shot multiple times, like you said. Shell casings were recovered at the scene. Columbus police said no gun was found and determined their deaths were not the result of murder-suicide. What kind of information can they get from those shell casings, Phil?
Well, they're going to run a knife and check on those shell casings to see if they're perhaps that firearm was used in a related incident at another time.
10 more minutes.
If they don't get anything from that, I would imagine in a case like this, and in every homicide case, the bodies are evidence. And I would be interested to see what the autopsy reveals, if these are contact wounds or if there's stippling involved. It'll give you an idea of the proximity of the shooter when he fired the shots into each one of these individuals. So there's a lot of evidence that's going to be gleaned from the firearms. I think that they will do. I'm assuming they will do SEM kits as a matter of drill, and that's to determine if there's any gunpowder residue on their hands. Now, there's going to be some gunpowder residue there because obviously a firearm was fired in their presence, but it will be interesting to see if there is a very small amount of gunpowder residue on their hand or a large amount. So the firearms evidence is going to be a real way to start to establish kind of what happened in the moment. Now, whether it leads to a suspect, they'll run that if
I don't know why there's so many of me.
Did they somebody see this guy get out of a car on the other side and walk across? So I'm sure that these the detectives are hitting that canvas pretty hard. You never know until you ask the question.
Keeping his head down and walking in a measured pace, not running, because that would be the first mistake, especially because it looks like it's slushy and snowy and icy out there, so that it'd be a situation where they could possibly trip or fall, or also they would, actually get attention if you see a guy running in that kind of an outfit at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. That would be something that would, somebody in the neighborhood would probably see and say something about. So it looks to me like it's a professional hit. Now, dentists carry a lot of drugs. Dentists have they have gold. They have a number of other things that they deal with. I mean, I know because I have a number of dentists that are clients that I've gotten weapon permits for, to carry permits, because of the fact that they have a extensive amount of drugs, and also gold for fillings and silver for fillings, things along those lines, which are precious, obviously precious commodities. So it looks to me it's a professional hit. I'm also really curious as to how his office reacted the way they did, because he was a little late.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that.
My office. I'd have the police in my house every morning.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was a little late, and they were right on top of that, where they were sending people to his house to see where he is.
We'll get into that in just a moment. Darnell, let me ask you, no forced entry, zero forced entry here. I mean, someone rings the doorbell, someone knocks on the door, or maybe a door's left unlocked. How would the person know that door would be unlocked? I'm trying to understand how the killer gets inside.
Yeah, I know how they got inside. They used a key. They had a key. So
it's also got a punch code. It's got a code.
Yeah, they probably had the code too. So I don't know how professional they are. I don't see that they're looking to break in this house, shoot this guy in the chest, shoot his wife in the chest because they want gold or drugs, when there's no indication that drugs or gold was taken. They would hit up the dentist lab or the job, the office. So I think that this was definitely personal, as the detective said. Somebody either had the code, the key, or something. And what you typically go to, either she was having an affair or he was having an affair.
Oh, there's no indication of any of that, Darnell, of affairs. I mean, obviously they've got to dig into their lives, but there's been no indication from anyone associated with the family. I mean, the indications are like the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, well, you're obviously looking at what are the common motives, and what you see in these cases. We've done a lot of these on court TV. Somebody falls in love here. We don't have the proof yet. It's too early. but I don't think it's a crime of opportunity for any money or anything like that. It's something very personal, as the detective said, and what's more personal than affairs of the heart? We don't have proof of that, but I'm just saying, if I was a betting man, I would say this wasn't about money or any material. This is an affair of the heart or something like that.
Jennifer Brandt, two aspects. The other aspect, how they get in, and the children are there. I mean, it's a beautiful home. We've been showing it, but it's not a huge home. Like it's an up and down. It's not a sprawling type of house. I mean, they are close by when all this happens.
Yeah, well, Vinny, we really don't know what happened at all. And I think everybody's just speculating at this point. It could be completely a mistaken, a house that someone was targeting and they got in there and this couple was there and they panicked and shot them. I mean, we really don't know why it was this couple. It didn't seem like they had any enemies, or it didn't seem like anybody was having an affair. And, how did this person get in? Well, they could have known the code, or they could have hacked the code. They could have knocked at the door. Who knows? I mean, how they got in. But, this person walking, I do agree with Al, the person walking in the alley, whether that is a suspect or not, I mean, this person seems pretty cool and collected. Looks like he's walking pretty slowly and just taking his time, not really running or in a panic. So, could it have been a professional hit? Perhaps, but who would target this couple? And I think that's what the investigators are really going to get into now, is why and how and, why these people were targeted, if they even were, and what else was going on in the neighborhood. Was there someone else that, maybe they went to the wrong house? Anything is possible at this point in time.
Jennifer, that's really interesting. You talk about the wrong house, because we took a look at this neighborhood, and it's a beautiful home, but it's one of those newer developments where, and it's kind of like the neighborhood I live in, where the homes can be very confusing. It's the same builder building a bunch of homes that are somewhat similar. They're not exactly the same, but it could be easy to confuse one with another. But then you get to the fact of how do they get
100%.
in? How do they get in? There's two ways. There's the back door, right? And to get to the back door, you either have to climb over the fence or go through their garage. Otherwise, you can go in the front door. They have a Ring doorbell on the front, but it looks like it's one of the battery-operated ones, which generally don't record as much because the battery then runs out very quickly. But they're asking for more videos.
Knowing the devices, but Vinny, knowing the devices that were on the types of locks that might have been on all of these homes or whatever, you don't know. Someone might have had some information about how to get in or how to break into these homes or get into these keypads. There's a lot of possibilities of, and why they didn't hurt the children. Well, that's not, so questionable. I mean, these were two little children there. Not that this person had a heart, but he sees these babies there basically, and they're not going to tell anybody. They're really young children, so maybe just left and did what he did and just got out of there.
Yeah, there have been reports that the children are, we believe, 4 and 1 years old. All right, stay where you are. Al, Darnell, Jennifer, staying with us. When we come back, we got more on this story, including the series of 911 calls that Al was referring to. We'll get into that. Plus, coming up next hour. Diana Bittypolitan investigates. She wept online, posting grieving TikToks, and stood before mourners to say goodbye. But now that same Georgia teenager is accused of murdering the parents she claimed to love. Was her grief genuine, or was it all an act? Tonight, we investigate.
I'm going to ask you a lot of intensely personal questions.
From the crime scene to the courtroom, this is victim to verdict.
Everyone has this heightened sense of anticipation.
What a day here at Court TV.
Fireworks both inside and outside the courthouse.
Let the cameras roll.
Our boss did not report for work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We are on site and we can hear.
Okay, I just talked to somebody there.
Okay, I'm just making sure somebody called.
That is one of 4 911 calls that were made because the doctor, the dentist, Dr. Spencer Tepe, didn't show up to work. And people were concerned. I want you to take a listen to another call. This one is from the dental practice owner who's actually in Florida at the time. Take a listen.
Columbus Police, Tech 107.
Yes, I would like to ask for a wellness check on an individual at their home.
Where are you calling from?
Well, I'm currently in the state of Florida. I'm on vacation, but this individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. Does he have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
So
There's 2 kids in the home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
How old is Spencer?
Spencer is, I don't know, 36, I believe. 37.
What's his last name?
Tepe. Have you guys received anything else, like calls about him or like a car accident or anything like that?
No, sometimes people just don't show up to work. I mean, maybe he's sick, I don't know. But he's 36, his name's Spencer. What's he look like? Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white. He's probably 6'2", blonde hair. Probably 185 pounds.
So did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident, or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
He knew. Like, he knows Spencer. And you couldn't get in contact with Monique either. Something happened. Okay, so police do go to the house. They knock. No one answers. They leave. But the 911 calls continue because friends then show up at the house. Take a listen.
What's the emergency there, police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
moment. We had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll send them back out to you. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's
a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Get on the line.
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here, and he appears dead.
Okay.
There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, in his blood. I can't get closer to see more than that.
Okay, so you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything?
Yeah.
Is it does he look like...
It doesn't trouble. I can't look.
Okay, all right, understand. Okay, and then when was the last time somebody spoke to him?
Yesterday, I suppose.
Yesterday? Okay. How old is he?
37.
37, okay. Is he like a drug user or anything like that?
No.
Okay, all right, just that's a real young age.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, all right, we're on our way.
Al Weinstein on Crossland, Jennifer Brand still with us. Al, you had mentioned this. I want to go to you first on this. I mean, these calls, they know that something is wrong. This is one of those guys, and there's guys like this that are so responsible. You know they're going to be there on time, and if something isn't right, you know something has happened.
Well, then I checked out the neighborhood too. In Wyland Park, which is where the house is a transitioning neighborhood, which has known for gang activity at the park that's located, pretty close to where they live. So I can't, and there is actually a high amount of property crime in that area, higher than the national average. So I can't imagine that their door is unlocked by any stretch of the imagination. And as I said, that there's also known gang activity at the park nearby. What do gangs like to deal with? Drugs. What do
no further along than they were 30 days ago. And what we've seen is they're doing nothing. Their investigation lasted maybe a few days.
Good morning, Natalie Gomez. Natalie Gomez. Stephanie Rodriguez, thank you so much for coming. We'll get started here shortly. Good afternoon. I'm Natalie Gomez, spokesperson for the Gomez Law Firm. Thank you all for being here today. We stand here once again alongside Brianna Aguilera's family, continuing our pursuit of justice. This family has just faced their first holidays without Brianna, their first Christmas, their first New Year. We're days away of what would have been Brianna's 20th birthday. Something a family should never have to endure. Now, it is in honor of their resilience and their strength that we continue in our pursuit of justice. Led by my father, Joe A. Gomez, the Gomez Law Firm continues its commitment to advocating for families during their most difficult times and making sure their voices are heard. As we move forward, it is my privilege to reintroduce Tony Busby, lead attorney on this case, who has been at the forefront of this effort and will be providing an update and outlining our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Of course, I have with me Stephanie Rodriguez, Brianna's mother, who is here. And the reason that we continue to pursue this and trying to figure out what happened that night is really because of her refusal just to accept what people are telling her that really doesn't make a lot of sense. A lot has happened since the first press conference we had back on December 5th. It's been 30 days. And now, more than we were 30 days ago, we believe even more today that this was not a suicide as been suggested by the police. This was either an accident or something much more sinister. Although it's been 30 days, the police are no longer doing anything. They're certainly no further along than they were 30 days ago. And what we've seen is they're doing nothing. Their investigation lasted maybe a few days. They drew some hasty conclusions, and then they just quit. We've discovered, as you might imagine, since our last press conference, we've had a lot of people reach out to us. And the stories just keep coming over and over with the same refrain and the same theme, which is Austin Police Department, for whatever reason, does not thoroughly investigate deaths that occur in Austin. The investigation here lasted a few days, and then they did a hasty press conference and claimed that there was a suicide. This has become routine for the Austin Police Department, and it's extremely troubling when you can't count on law enforcement to thoroughly investigate. We expect more. This family expects more, and I think we all should expect more. I want to specifically note that there is a lot of misinformation on the internet and social media. I think you've probably seen it as well. The spread of this misinformation is hurtful and harms the legitimate investigation we are trying to conduct here. There are all kinds of nasty things floating around on Facebook and Instagram and otherwise. One of the refrains that I've seen here recently is that Brianna was an alcoholic, which is the most ridiculous thing that I think I've seen so far. This young woman rarely drank. She didn't engage in self-harm. She wasn't suicidal. She was active in the Texas A&M Pre-Law Society. She had plans to be a lawyer. She had recently registered for her next semester. She had declared her major. She wanted to study abroad. A review of her apartment and her effects of her apartment demonstrated very clearly that there was no suggestion whatsoever that this young woman contemplated hurting herself in any way. And frankly, there was no suggestion that she drank alcohol on a regular basis. So that kind of misinformation that's out there, it's very troubling. In most cases, it's page after page of artificial intelligence images and stories on Facebook and Instagram that churn out false headlines for views and clicks. I'm sure you've seen them as well. I'm not sure who's behind that foolishness, but it seems to happen every time there's something of note in the press, anytime there's something that's kind of a high-profile matter such as this. So I would caution everyone to be careful what you read and whether you believe it, because most of the stuff that you see on Facebook, Instagram, and the other social media sites is nothing but pure junk. It's been 30 days. In that time, we've expended substantial resources working to find the truth about what happened to Brianna Aguilera on the night of November 28th, 2025. We've engaged 2 different private investigation firms. The investigation firm of HRG Investigations even volunteered to take on this matter pro bono, and they've done a wonderful job of finding and interviewing witnesses and recovering data that we believe will be key to understanding what happened on that fateful night. Today we have with us Joel Gonzales and Donovan Harmon of both of these 2 different investigation firms. They, along with us, have expended more than 200 hours investigating this matter, talking to witnesses, running down video, etc. There's a lot more work to do, but I want to personally thank them on behalf of this family for this important work. Now, I'm going to do something that's a little unconventional. You may recall that the last time we were together, I told you that we had already found witnesses that, turn that around if you don't mind, Ryan. We'd already found witnesses that absolutely demonstrate that the timeline put together by the Austin Police Department is complete and utter junk. This is the timeline that the police department laid out in their hasty press conference that they did the day before I did my last one. And there's some key entries on this timeline. They claim that there was a call that took place at 12:43 to 12:44 a.m. with someone else's telephone because Brianna didn't have her phone. And then they say at 12:46, the officers responded to a 911 call. And then, of course, it wasn't until 12 the very next day until the individuals that were still in that apartment decided to call the authorities to report Brianna missing. That's the timeline that has been provided to us by this, what they call a thorough investigation, but what we know to be just a hasty, thrown together, abbreviated look at the facts. I'm going to introduce you to an individual who was in the apartment immediately across the hall. She was in the apartment with her mother and her father, and her rendition of what happened that night, which she has a clear memory of, is completely different than what the police have suggested. Recall, I put this in context because it's important to understand what the police have said. They said that the three individuals in the apartment didn't know where Brianna was. They hadn't seen her for hours. They didn't realize that she was missing until 12:14 and finally called the next day, the afternoon of the next day. That's what these witnesses who were in that apartment said, okay? So let's make sure that this is all in context, that they hadn't seen her for hours, and that they finally decided, because they couldn't find her, to finally call the police afternoon the very next day. I want you to compare that with what you're about to hear from Dana Rodriguez, who was in the apartment immediately across the hall with her mother and father. Her mother and father also consistently say the same thing that you're going to hear from Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez?
Hello, my name is Dana Veronica Rodriguez. I am providing this statement on behalf of myself and my parents in hopes that this information will assist with the investigation into the death of Brianna Aguilera. Till this date, the Austin Police Department has not interviewed me or requested a statement. The only thing I have received from the Austin Police Department is a generic email sent to all residents of the 21 Rio apartment complex. I hope they listen to this statement and understand I am willing to cooperate in this investigation. I live at 21 Rio apartment complex on the 17th floor. On November 28, 2025, my parents were visiting me at the time and staying at the apartment. I was neighbors with Natalie. She literally lived right across from me. This is my apartment door to that table. That's how close we were, and the walls are very thin, mind you. My parents were visiting me at the time and staying at my apartment. I was neighbors with Natalie, Brianna Aguilera's friend. My front door faced her door. I believe I was neighbors with her for around a year or so. I ate dinner with my parents around 6 p.m. That evening. We enjoyed a lazy night together. I don't really like football, but my parents had it on the TV. I went back to my room after eating dinner and watched some movies. I heard through text messages and social media that UT had won the game against UT and A&M. I figured Natalie would throw a after party after what had happened to previous home games. She would usually throw some parties, after parties, pre-games. It was usual, so I was like, oh, okay, there's going to be some noise. The walls in my apartment are very thin. My room is right next to my door and the apartment facing across from me. In the hallways, I can hear everything, and inside Natalie's apartment, so this isn't new to me. Before November 28, 2025, heard her having parties and other people over conversating inside that specific apartment. At approximately 11 p.m., I began hearing people entering Natalie's apartment. Loud music began playing like a party started. I know this occurred at 11 p.m. because I was FaceTiming my boyfriend, and he kind of made a comment saying, oh my gosh, it's so loud I can hear the party from next door. After speaking with my boyfriend, I visited with my mom and took my dog Bear outside to use the restroom, but she didn't want to go. She wasn't cooperating with me. This was around midnight at the time.
Wonder how come she's not talking.
Large group of people leave Natalie's apartment. The loud music then was turned off. I recall checking my phone, and this occurred around 12:30 a.m. I tried to go back to sleep. A few minutes later, I began hearing a girl arguing with other people. It sounded like it was multiple people in the apartment pacing back and forth, so it was hard to recall what was said in the arguments. I heard pacing back and forth throughout the apartment, like the arguing was coming closer to the door and heading to the backside of the apartment. My mother commented to me, "Oh my gosh, they keep arguing. I think I'm about to go over there and say something because it's really loud." And Bear, my dog, began barking a lot. She's, mind you, trained to let us know when a burglar comes or when someone's, making a lot of noise. And one thing my dog hates is arguing. So she was growling a lot towards my front door, like, towards the entrance of their apartment. Shortly afterwards, all of us heard loud screaming, the kind of screaming someone makes when you accidentally drop something. I was letting them know that it was like the type of scream when you drop like an heirloom that's really important and you're like, oh my gosh, like really bad, right? My mom commented that she thought maybe they dropped a drink inside, like a glass drink, and it made a mess everywhere and they broke something on accident. My dad said he thought the girls were arguing outside. He thought because he could hear the arguing from our own balcony, that's on the opposite side of their apartment, as if the voices were coming from outside. Anything that happens outside, we can hear everything because it just echoes. I recall my dad saying, "I hope they're not arguing on the balcony, God forbid." Eventually, the loud noises and arguments, screaming stopped. I could still hear conversations going on in Natalie's apartment. My understanding is Natalie immediately vacated her apartment after Brianna died. And over the Christmas break, my parents and I saw through the peek hole. That's how close her door is. Her parents were grabbing things from her apartment, vacating out of the apartment. I do not believe the police were ever in Natalie's apartment during this investigation. My parents would have notified me. I would have known. That's how much I can hear the footsteps and everything from my apartment. The walls are just so thin. I hope this statement brings light to the situation. My heart goes out to Brianna and her parents. Thank you for listening to me today.
We'll get it for you. We'll get it for you. Okay. So I want you to put that in context of what we've been told previously. Previously, we were told that the people inside the apartment had been asleep for several hours, didn't know where Brianna was, and didn't know that she was really even missing until 12 the next day. What we just heard there is that there was arguing and fighting going on at 12:30 up until 12:45, and there was a lot of things pacing back and forth and that sort of thing. Now, what does that mean? That's why we have police. That's why we do investigations, and that hasn't been done. Recall, the police say that witnesses claim Brianna had a brief conversation with her boyfriend 2 minutes before the 911 call came, where she was found below dead. Police say she made that brief phone call to her boyfriend on a friend's phone. They've never been able to explain how did she get into her friend's phone if her friend was asleep? How did she return the phone to her friend if her friend was asleep? And now we've discovered that if you ask the boyfriend, that the last time he actually spoke to Brianna was at 9:44 p.m., not, as they suggest, at 12:43. Their timeline is completely trash.
Wow.
The owner of that phone, the phone that there was some sort of call was made to the boyfriend at 12:43. The owner of that phone supposedly had that phone in her possession the next day because Brianna gave it to her. How is that possible? It's not possible. And some of this may be saying, well, Tony, what does all this mean? What is what do you conclude?
Starting.
Okay, y'all come in and have a seat when you reach your designated seat, and we'll get started. All right, please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed, members of the jury, we passed this witness for cross-examination, so I'll ask the defense to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Mr. Lemonis.
Hello, sir.
My name is Nico the Hood. I'm one of the 3 defense lawyers that's representing Adrian Gonzales.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
We've never spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
This is cross-examination, so I'm going to ask you some questions. And if there's any time that you don't understand my question or you need me to repeat it, or I'm talking too fast or whatever, just say, Nico, will you please, and you can call me Nico, by the way. You repeat your question. I don't understand, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said a lot, and I know it was emotional, and we can feel it, and it's very genuine and sincere, and I can tell. I'm going to ask you questions, and if you need me to stop at any time, just tell me and I'll pause, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we heard the 911 tapes. I think they speak for themselves. Is it fair to say that you were obviously in a very heightened state of stress?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we can hear that. And I want to talk to you about some of that stress and how it may or may not have affected some of your observations or what you knew was going on or not at the time, okay? But before we get there, the government took you through step by step that you thought this was an accident, right?
Yes, sir.
Initially. And being, I can tell the Christian man that you are, and I know you're a pastor, you went out there to see if you could help the person in the culvert. Is that
Correct.
a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And then when you got there, we can actually tell that you're on 911 thinking you're reporting an accident.
Correct.
But at some point, you realize it's not an accident because we can hear it on the 911 tape audio, and you testify to this jury that very quickly you knew that your life was in danger.
Correct.
But not just your life was in danger. At some point, you felt that whoever was at the school's life was in danger.
Correct.
And you reported it to the dispatcher.
Correct.
And you were very clear about it.
Yes, sir.
Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Is it also fair to say that you don't know how the dispatcher was reporting it to officers?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's between that. We'll talk about that with somebody else. But you were very clear, and you could hear the stress that you felt that this person with a gun was going towards the school. Right?
Yes, sir.
I also want to say this, and I have zero doubt that you were trying to be disingenuous, but you said you told this jury that he was nonchalantly walking. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you're actually correct, because you saw the video. He was kind of just walking at a regular pace.
He was grazing, yes, sir.
But do you remember on the 911 tape how you said that you thought he was running towards the school?
To be honest with you, I don't recall.
If, the government can maybe help me replay that if we need to, but, Jim, can you help me do that?
We agreed that he said that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bill. So the government has agreed with me that on the 911 tape, the jury heard that you told the dispatcher that he's running to the school, he's running to the school.
Okay. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, correct. Sorry.
And you weren't being dishonest, you were wrong at the time, right?
Right.
Nobody's trying to make you feel bad for that. You were under tremendous stress, right?
Yes, sir.
And stress can make people, including yourself, maybe not people, you, stress made you perceive the situation differently than what we saw on video that it actually was.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. You also said in the 911 video that you were perceiving that he was shooting at the kids near the pavilion.
Correct.
Would it surprise you to know that there is no evidence that he shot at the kids in the pavilion?
Yes, that would surprise me.
Okay, fair enough. But you were also seemed to be a little bit surprised that there were other officers at the scene. At the corner.
At the corner, correct.
I think you told this jury and you testified that this was the first time that you had actually seen that there were 3 other officers at the corner?
Correct.
So are you saying that at no time before you testified to this jury that you knew that, you will know their names, but these 3 officers, Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado, showed up at the corner that we saw them on video? You didn't know that until now?
No, sir, that's correct. I didn't know.
Have you met with the government before you testified today?
Yes, sir.
Who did you meet with?
With Mr. Garza and Mr. Gardner.
Okay. And you just, that's appropriate, by the way, for you to do that. But you discussed your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you get a chance to review these videos and listen to the 911 tape?
No, sir. Not entirely, no.
So you saw that there were 3 other officers that arrived at the corner where the accident was.
Today in the video, yes, sir.
And before I talk to you about what they did and didn't do, you said some things. You said that you saw the individual with the gun walking towards the school, and then we lose track of him in the parking lot. Correct?
Are you talking about with the palm trees in the middle?
I'm talking about where the teachers park.
Yes, okay, yes, sir.
Okay, and so he's walking towards the school, and at some point, we can't see him anymore on video.
That's correct.
And you even said at some point he goes into a parking lot that had a lot of cars in it.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. You have to say yes because she's taking the court reporter.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay, don't worry about it. If you're nervous, and we'll go slow. So you also testified that you saw him hiding or between 2 vehicles.
Correct. I wouldn't say hiding. I would say he was walking between 2 vehicles.
But you also testified that there was, I'm going to use your words, 'cause I want to make sure I get it right, no way that whoever, and I'm going to talk about this vehicle, whoever's in this white vehicle could have seen him driving when he was driving by.
Correct.
Okay.
From my perspective, because of what I saw and the speed of the vehicle that was going.
So whoever was in that vehicle driving by, that person, in your opinion, could not have seen the shooter?
To me, no.
Okay. And you also said that whoever was driving that white vehicle was driving, your words were, real fast towards the back of the school.
Correct.
Do you know that the government and us, we agree that that was Adrian Gonzales in that vehicle?
Okay, I didn't know who it was.
Did you know before you testified today?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, that was Adrian Gonzales in that vehicle.
Okay.
So Adrian Gonzales was driving really fast towards the school. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to direct your attention to those 3 officers that you just realized showed up to the scene. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now you got a chance to see the video. You saw that those 3 officers stopped on that corner.
Yes, sir.
You also know that you were on the phone telling 911 the severity of the circumstance, correct?
Correct.
And you were sharing that information on 911 before those 3 officers showed up to that corner.
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge why those officers stopped there.
No, sir, because again, I didn't see them. I guess my attention was facing the school so I can report it to 911.
Did you ever see those officers get out of their vehicle?
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask you how long they stayed there because you didn't see them until today, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw on the video that at some point in time, those 3 officers did not follow Adrian on the campus. They drove away.
Correct.
And you saw in the video that they showed up not long after Adrian drove really fast towards the school.
Correct.
I thought I heard you say on direct examination that you were telling somebody, I thought you said you were telling an officer that the shooter had entered the school. Did I hear that wrong?
Oh, you heard that correctly.
What officer did you tell that to?
I don't know the name of the officer. It was the officer that parked close to the entrance of the door where the shooter had entered through.
So I want to be clear. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to use State's Exhibit. Was this one, Bill? State's 1. Can you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you saying that are you saying there was an officer that parked, because this is the west side of the building where the shooter entered, right?
Yes, sir.
And is this the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea how far that is?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. It's a decent distance.
It's a distance, yes, sir.
I mean,
But I was not in the close to the door of the funeral home. I was closer towards the parking lot. I don't know if you saw in the video where I walked outside. So when I was doing a lot of the explaining, telling the officers where I was at, I was towards the middle of the parking lot.
Your parking lot or
the parking lot of the funeral home.
So right here.
Right about there. Yes,
So
sir.
this is for the jury. This is Geraldine Street, correct?
Correct.
And this Geraldine Street, it goes. If this is north, east, west, south, kind of towards the northwest of the school, all the way north.
Correct.
Okay. And so is it fair to say, or you tell me, where were you standing? Were you standing maybe here?
We're not there. A little bit further, more towards up the. Yeah, right about there. A little bit up.
And so you're saying that there was an officer that stopped here?
Not there. No, sir.
Where did the officer stop?
The officer.
May he approach, Judge?
Yes.
The first police officer that I saw that was Uvalde Police Department, he parked right here, and that's where I was at, because I was telling him that the shooter had gone to this door.
So you're standing this close. Yes, okay. So you're saying that the officer was here, you're standing here, correct?
Correct. I was actually right in this area when the officer parked right here, and I was yelling at him, telling him that the shooter had gone to that.
Is that when you were still on 911?
I think so.
Okay, so do you have any time of the time frame of when that was?
So unfortunately, I was not aware of any time.
Now, is it fair to say that officer, whoever that officer was, and do you have any idea, could it have been these officers here?
It could have been.
Now, do you have any idea, or let me say, you agree that this officer, whoever it was, did not run to the school?
Correct. I didn't.
So this officer, you told him very clearly.
I'm here. I just had used the potty, and I just wanted to let you know that I am here. I'm just listening, just trying to take it all in. I just don't like interrupting, but I know I have to. I don't even know if there's anyone in here watching it with me, so I'll just continue watching it. All right. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
That you saw, not the general location, that you saw exactly where the shooter entered, correct?
Correct. And I think if you hear the 911 call, you hear me telling them the officer, he went through that door.
Well, I did hear that. I think we all did, and that's why I'm asking you this question. But we just don't know which officer you're talking to, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so but you told an officer, because we can hear you in real time on 911, he went through this specific door.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say he's in this general location.
No.
You said, sir, he went through that, but we heard what you said.
Yes, sir.
And that officer did not make their way directly to that door.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that officer did not breach this door? Breach meaning go through the door?
Go through the door, no.
Did you get a chance to see where that officer went?
No, sir.
But by this time, and this is fairly quickly, this time there's a number of officers there.
That is correct.
And now that you know, once Adrian Gonzales drives into the campus, you never make eyes on him, correct?
No, sir.
You never see what he's
Where he
doing.
went, no, sir.
You never saw him come around to the west side of the door,
No,
the west side of the school.
no, sir.
You never saw a female come to the west side of the school.
No, sir.
But what you do know for sure is that you told an officer exactly what door the shooter went in, and that officer did not follow them in.
Correct.
And it wasn't the same officer, Adrian Gonzales, that drove behind the school towards the danger.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Limones. Pass the witness, Judge.
No other questions? Subject to recall, either side?
He's fine to be released, Judge.
He can be released. Okay, sir, you are released from the subpoena. The rule has been invoked, so I'd ask you not to talk to anybody about the case until you're aware the trial is over with. But you're free to go, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Jason Shea.
Yeah, it makes me mad because I really wanted to do the girl that unalived your mom and stepdad. This was the only one of it that was on, so I had to do something. Gosh, I just paid for the StreamYard again. And I pay for Canva too. I know I'm bored. I came to my room and I laid down on my bed. My pancreas is hurting.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust that microphone if you need to.
Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Jason Shea, and I'm with the Texas Rangers.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Since 1998, so about 27 years.
And would you briefly go through what your duties have been in law enforcement?
So in 1998, I graduated the DPS Training Academy, was assigned as to the Highway Patrol. I was in the Highway Patrol for about 8 years. Promoted and was a Highway Patrol Sergeant for about 7 years. And then in 2013, I promoted into the Texas Rangers. And about 3 years ago, I went into cold cases, and now I just promoted as a lieutenant, staff lieutenant with the Rangers in our cold case program.
And what is a cold case?
Definition of cold cases is there's not a set definition for it. So I was under a grant through the Department of Justice where we used advanced DNA testing to identify suspects in cases utilizing kinship testing and genealogy.
Okay. Have you also done training in crime scene investigations?
Yes.
And would you explain what your training is?
So initially it's through your basic DPS Texas Ranger crime scene investigation, from blood spatter to crime scene investigation photography.
And have you conducted crime scene investigations?
Yes.
Few or many?
Many.
Okay. As you work with law enforcement, have you likewise become familiar with guns?
Yes.
And tell us what your familiarity with that is.
Well, initially growing up, we all pretty much shot guns, but and then with the DPS, I'm a firearms instructor, qualify other law enforcement officers in firearms, and then every type of training that we do, and then shooter reconstruction also.
What does shooting reconstruction mean?
More of how a projectile reacts when it hits different surfaces, and trajectory of those projectiles.
Okay. So tell us in general terms, how does ammunition or weapons, how does that play into a crime scene?
If there is a firearm involved in a shooting involved with officer involved shooting, or a crime where somebody has been shot, you can do ballistics to try to track those type. The shell casings have the primer strikes. Also, the serial numbers on guns, you can track those at times.
So as a result of that, have you also had to learn just the basic mechanics of how a bullet is fired and what happens inside a bullet when it is fired?
Yes.
Let's see. Hey, I'll approach you on it.
Yes, sir.
Enter in Exhibit 2 to the defense. We'd offer Exhibit 2 for the demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, no.
It's admitted for that purpose.
And may the witness approach the
Yes, sir.
exhibit. Would you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 2, please? And make sure people on our side is okay. So if you need this to help you point things out, sure. Keep you in it.
So basically, this is your bullet with your casing and your projectile. The back of the bullet where the primer or the firing pin strikes, which then enacts and creates some type of explosion that would impact the black powder that's inside, and then it projects, and that expansion of gas projects the bullet or the
So when we hear a shot go off, what are we hearing?
You're hearing the expansion of the gas in there.
And that's from the gunpowder igniting?
Correct.
Okay. And then the primer, would you explain to us what the primer is?
That's just where the when it's placed inside the weapon, it strikes that, which causes fire that does the gunpowder. Excuse me.
Now, is there anything about what is on a bullet casing that helps you identify manufacturers or those kind of things?
Sure. Back here in this area right here, there is usually the manufacturer, what type of ammunition it is.
And is that sometimes helpful in a crime scene?
Sure.
To track down who originally manufactured that?
Yes.
And can you compare it if there's more than one person firing a shot?
Sure. And then you're going to look at the primer strikes and how that it is struck, and then how the casing goes through the barrel, or when it's put into the barrel, there's markings in the weapon. Each weapon is pretty much unique, and that's how they would be able to track that.
And as far as manufacturing, then where do they print that?
Back here, usually.
And by looking at that, then you can tell if empty casings then.
Sure, like this one says 9mm, so you would suspect that would be a 9mm.
Okay. Now, when a bullet is fired, could you just demonstrate what happens to the parts of the bullet? Where do they go and what happens?
Sure. This will stay inside the weapon itself until it's ejected from the weapon. Of course, the primer is part of that shell casing, and the part that comes out is this part right there. So the bullet or the projectile.
Bullet or projectile is what you call it. That goes out and that does the damage.
Correct.
And the casing, does it matter what kind of weapon is being used as to where the casing goes?
Yes. So a revolver that doesn't eject it would stay in there. And then a semi-automatic weapon would eject that.
And what is a semi-automatic weapon?
One that can shoot multiple rounds.
Okay. And so what happens when a semi-automatic weapon is fired?
It will, first of all, the bullet is in there. Once it's fired, it's ejected out to the side, usually.
The mechanisms of the rifle itself will eject.
Pulls it out, ejects it out, and then loads another one back in.
And so is that one of the things you're looking for when you're looking at a crime scene?
Sure, because if there's not any ejected shell casings, then it could be a revolver that's involved.
And if there are ejected shell casings, that can tell you
more likely that it's a semi-automatic or that person dumped that ammunition out.
And because the casing's there, can you also inspect it to see who manufactured it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Ranger, have you had experience of doing crime scene investigations in additional active shooter situations?
Not in an additional active shooter situation, no, sir.
You have not done crime scenes in active shooter?
No,
How about mass shootings?
no,
And did you work in Sutherland Springs?
no, sir.
Is this the first time you've been to an active shooter crime scene?
Yes.
And how did you arrive at the scene?
By vehicle. I was in Del Rio at the time when we got a call that there was a possible active shooter in Uvalde, and responded from Del Rio.
And how far is Del Rio from Uvalde?
A good distance. I was there on a deployment for the border operations, so I'm not familiar with that area. I actually followed some other individuals to that location.
How long does it take you to get from Del Rio to Uvalde?
I think it took us approximately about an hour to get there.
And when you got there, what did you do?
I had just finished a shift doing border operations, so I was actually in shorts and a t-shirt. I threw on my gear. I was parked down the street, and when I arrived, the street to get there to the school was blocked by vehicles. And the ambulance pulled up and said, "We've got to get these vehicles out of there." So I instructed Highway Patrol to start ramming vehicles off the road, patrol cars, so they could have an entrance to get there to the school. About that time, then other officers, knowing that their vehicles were going to get rammed off the road, came out and moved their vehicles so the ambulance could arrive.
Okay. And eventually did you go in before the breach occurred?
Yes.
And did the breach occur while you were in there?
Yes.
And do you know who was involved in the breach of the classrooms at Robb Elementary?
Multiple officers, the Border Patrol BORTAC team was the TL there was the lead over that stack.
And what does BORTAC mean?
It's a border operations tactical team for the Border Patrol.
Okay. They actually led the breach, is that
Yes.
correct? Were you given assignments then as far as the crime scene at Robb Elementary?
So being the first ranger or one of the rangers that was on the scene, we cleared the crime scene to make sure everybody was out and nothing was contaminated at that point. That was secured. And then I was asked to, at some point, to go photograph the vehicle that the suspect had been involved in with his accident before he made entry into the school.
And did you photograph?
Yes.
The crime scene. Had an opportunity to review photographs with me prior to coming here today.
Yes, sir.
And were those fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene of the truck that you participated in?
Yes.
State tenders exhibits 50 through 84 to the defense and asked all for into evidence.
What are the numbers?
50 to 84 is what I got. You're gonna have to discuss with the defense. I'd offer exhibits 50 through 75 with this witness.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, they'll be admitted.
And may we display those to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, Ranger, looking first. Exhibit 50. Could you explain to us what we're looking at this point?
Yes, sir. This is the vehicle that had crashed through the guard for that culvert and had crashed right there.
And that was its resting place?
Yes, sir.
And exhibit 51.
It's same photograph, just from a different angle.
Okay, and what is in the background there?
That's going to be the funeral home, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Funeral home back over in this area right here, and there was another street that came straight here. And then the school was over here to your right.
Thank you. Exhibit 52.
Just a different perspective of that same vehicle with the school in the background.
Okay. And this was taken on the same day of the offense, May 24, 2022? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 53.
Close-up photograph of that same vehicle.
And the condition of the windows in exhibit 53.
I believe the ones that passenger side had been were shattered.
On the passenger side,
yes,
front window
yes,
was shattered. And exhibit 54.
Just some of the barriers, and then some projectiles or shell casings or bullets, however you want to call it, there by the fence.
And would you point those out because they're kind of small there?
Yes. Yeah.
And had those bullets been fired?
No, sir.
So they were still live rounds?
Correct.
And when you say a barrier, is that another name for a fence?
Yeah, so you had your fence over here, but you had the barriers from, I believe, from where he had struck that barrier when he entered in that culvert.
Oh, the way the culvert comes down?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 55.
So just another photograph of that vehicle.
Does that give us a better shot of the front right?
The front of the vehicle where you can see where it had crashed through that barrier and then vaulted into that culvert.
Does that also show the front right window, its condition?
Yes.
And its condition was what?
Broken. You can see the glass right here. So it had been rolled up at the time when it was when it broke.
Very good. State's Exhibit 56.
Same photograph from the rear of the vehicle. You can tell the direction the vehicle was coming from with its marks from the tire.
And on the right side of the vehicle, could you describe what we see there?
Yes, sir. There's a black bag here.
And did it have evidentiary value?
Yes, there was a long rifle or a rifle inside of it.
A long rifle or a rifle?
A rifle.
State's Exhibit 57.
It's a close-up photograph of the rifle in the bag.
Was that then the condition it was in when you saw it?
Yes.
Exhibit 58.
There you go. So just another photograph of that weapon. And then you also see magazines with live rounds up here in the right. You can also see where that glass was on top of the bag from that window.
Okay. This may be the first time we've heard the word magazine with your testimony. Explain to us what a magazine is.
A magazine is inserted into the weapon from the bottom of this area right here, and it's usually loaded with other live ammunition. And so when the gun is fired, the semi-automatic, it ejects the shell casing that had been fired, and it automatically loads up another bullet from the magazine.
Exhibit 59.
So once we opened up that bag, we laid out all the magazines that were there and photographed that.
And how many cartridges does one of those magazines hold?
Usually anywhere 28 to 30.
20 to 30 rounds. So 20 or 30 rounds can be fired without the gun being reloaded.
Correct. It loads itself. Yes, sir.
And then what does it take to reload the weapon?
You have to eject a magazine and insert another magazine.
And about how long does that take?
Depends on how proficient somebody is. It can take seconds.
Just seconds, a matter of seconds?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And number 60.
Just a photograph of those magazines with live cartridges in there.
So does that indicate the magazines were full?
Or had been loaded? Yes, sir.
And how many magazines are depicted there?
6.
Thank you. Exhibit 61.
Open the door of that passenger side and photograph the inside of the vehicle.
And on the passenger seat, is there a magazine there also?
Yes, sir. Right. That had rounds inside of it.
And it had rounds in it also?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 62.
Another magazine with live rounds inside of it. That was in the floorboard.
Front floorboard?
Yes, sir, of the passenger side.
Thank you. 63.
Looks like it's the same photograph. So we had emptied out or looked for identification to see who had insurance on the vehicle or if the vehicle was registered to someone. And so we placed those out by that cell phone that's located right here. And that same magazine that with the live rounds just to see who the owner of the vehicle was or potential.
And did you activate that magazine to aid you and assist you as to whose telephone that was?
Can you repeat that question?
Did you activate the phone or did the phone activate?
Yeah, when we picked up the phone, the front screen popped up.
And is that what a photograph of Exhibit 64 is?
Yes.
And are you able to read from that phone, from this photograph?
Yes, I am.
And could you repeat what you read on the top
It's an
line?
Instagram post from an individual, Ella Packer 69. Yeah, they killed them, and he killed his grandma. He shot her 24 times. He's going to hell.
Okay.
Then there was just another Instagram. Somebody's following you. A TikTok. Somebody liked the video. Somebody took a screenshot. Apple News, and then somebody appeared to try to call this individual.
Thank you. Did you see the gunman that day, or did you ever see a photograph of him?
No.
Okay, so you can't tell us whether or not this was the gunman?
No.
You can just say this was the car in which there was an automatic weapon found just outside it?
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 65.
So the back passenger view photograph inside, there's a little blood right here on the seat. Appeared there might have been some blood on the center console, and then another magazine with live ammunition inside of it. Also you can see that the airbags had deployed on the driver's steering column.
And what causes an airbag to deploy?
An impact to the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
Which is consistent with what we saw.
Fair enough. 66.
Couple more magazines. So I'd already pointed out one of them. There's 3 more there. A tire iron and a couple other items.
So we had 6 outside, and these are additional magazines?
So six outside, 2 in the front that we saw, and then there's another 4, and then I think there's another one in the back seat. So it's 12, 13 at this time.
Holding a capacity of 20 or 30 rounds or somewhere in between?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 67.
Same photograph. It looked like, I don't know what that is, something with the vehicle, but then there's another magazine and a spent shell casing there and a live round there.
And is there both a live round and a fired casing there?
Correct, a live round and a fired round.
And how can you tell the distinction?
You can see that projectile, that bullet right there, and on this one, there's not one. So we know that that had been fired or appeared to be fired.
So that indicates that a bullet had been fired somewhere around or near that vehicle.
Don't know, just that there was a shell casing there that bullet had been potentially
And would
fired.
it be consistent with the weapon that you saw outside the vehicle for a casing to be ejected from that weapon upon it being fired?
Yes.
In other words, it wasn't a revolver.
It wasn't a revolver, it was a semi-automatic rifle.
So you would expect the casing to be ejected.
Correct.
And Exhibit 68.
So a zoomed in photograph, next photograph.
I'm sorry, this thing's
No, no.
not always working. There you go.
Yeah, you can see where it appears to be burnt kind of on the end from the expansion of the gas, or the burning of the gas. And it appeared that primer had been struck, which initiates the firing of it.
Indicating again it had been fired.
Yes.
And Exhibit 69.
A live shell casing, you can see that the bullet is still there.
The bullet on the end indicates it has not been fired.
Correct.
Exhibit 70.
I looked at that seat and you could see where there was a jack there from the vehicle.
And in the door facing of the back seat, is there any evidentiary value there?
Yes, there's a spent shell casing right there.
And you say spent, once again, that means it was fired?
Excuse me.
And Exhibit 71.
A zoomed in photograph of that one.
And 72.
I believe that's going to be the front driver's seat, a magazine that had been loaded with cartridges inside of it.
Okay, so this is still an additional casing? I mean, a magazine?
Yes, sir.
And once again, fully
I think
loaded?
we're around 14, I believe.
Thank you. And 73.
The driver's seat, we know that's because of the airbag right there, and then 2 live bullets there in the driver's seat.
74.
A zoomed in photograph of both of those.
And finally, 75 down, I guess, toward the middle of the screen.
Same magazine that we had noted earlier, and then 2 more shell casings or cartridges right there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
When we talk about weapons and ammunition, what does the word caliber mean to you?
It's the that ammunition, a caliber goes with that type of gun. So if you had a .308 caliber rifle, it would shoot .308 ammunition. A 9mm would shoot a 9mm. It's the size of the weapon.
And so what caliber was this ammunition?
.223.
And is a .223, can it be fired in a 9mm weapon?
No.
And vice versa?
No.
And so if you find .223 casings, the indication is it was fired from a 223 weapon.
Correct.
And by the same token, if as you find a 9mm casing, it indicates that it was fired by a 9mm weapon.
If it was spent or had been fired, then yes, it would have been shot from a 9mm.
And once again, that would be if it was a semi-automatic that ejected the casing as opposed to a revolver.
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Stacy's Exhibit 12, she'll just take a quick look at that.
Yeah.
Yes. You testified that you found 2 live casings in the truck that you did the search on. Does that appear to be the same?
2 live?
Fired casings?
Yes.
Thank you for correcting that.
Yes, sir. These would be fired casings.
The state offers Exhibit 12. No, Judge. Thank you. Exhibit 12, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And on Exhibit 12, the 2 casings, on the end of those casings, is there a head stamp indicating what manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what it is?
Not without my glasses.
Okay. And you didn't bring them?
No, sir, I did not.
We'll save that for another witness then. I couldn't either, that's why I asked you.
Is he just cheaters or what?
Yes.
You want to try to give us
Hey, if it'll work, it'll work.
Try that.
I know some cheaters.
Don't break them, man. It wasn't good. We'll give it one more try.
All right.
We got younger people coming with better eyes.
I thought my sight was bad. No, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Not a problem.
I appreciate it.
Right by your booth. Thank you.
Well, let's try these. Of course, they're pink.
Hey, pink will work. I think that'll work.
Really?
Says LC 22.
Bill, if you want to read it, we'll agree.
Is it LC 223?
Yes, sir.
Would that be consistent with what's fired from a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And LC stands for the manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
223 is the count.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Please. Good afternoon, Ranger.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I wasn't expecting that accent.
No, I know. I'm sorry about that. So, so my name's Gary Hill. We've not met before.
No, sir, we have not.
And so you understand, you've done this a lot before, right?
Yes, sir.
So you understand I'm one of the attorneys representing Adrian,
Yes, sir.
right? And
Yes, sir.
You know I've got to ask you some questions.
Sure.
And you've testified loads of times.
A couple of times. Yes, sir.
A couple of times. So I'm not going to ask you anything you haven't been asked before. So if I tend to speak too fast, so if I do, you just tell me to slow down, and if you need me to repeat something, say Gary, go again.
Sounds good. Thanks, sir.
And so I wanted to, let's go back to the beginning of your testimony. So do I address you as Ranger or Lieutenant? Just to start off with.
Whatever's good with you or Jason. That's just fine.
So if I just call you Ranger, is that good enough? Is that respectful enough?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so Ranger, I want to talk to you a bit about your training experience, because you've been, did you say you've been in law enforcement since 1998?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. So that's a lot of experience.
A little bit, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, so you and look, I mean, I wrote some of it down. You've done a lot of things. You've been you're a crime scene investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been a firearms instructor. Are you still a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been doing that?
Since probably 2002.
So you've been doing that
A little bit of time, yes, sir.
That's 23 years, 24 years now, right?
Yes, sir.
Nearly a quarter of a century. So you've got a lot of experience in the world of firearms and instruction in firearms.
Yes, sir.
But of course, I guess you said that you worked for were you a DPS trooper at the start?
Yes, sir.
And so at some point you have to go through some kind of academy.
Yes, sir.
Right. And they teach you basic police tactics or ranger tactics, right?
Basic police tactics, yes, sir.
And because if you hadn't had any police experience before or law enforcement experience before, that's where they teach you the basic stuff.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so when we talk about basic stuff, we're talking about report writing.
Yes, sir.
Some knowledge of the penal code.
Yes, sir.
Stuff like that. Driving.
Yes, sir.
Right. Weapon handling.
Yes, sir.
And some tactics that go around basic policing.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you like I said, one of the basic things he's doing is report writing, right?
Yes.
Because reports are important.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because you try and make them fair, I would imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you try to include details in them.
Yes, sir.
Because on like an occasion like today, this incident was 3 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Right. So did you prepare a report about this incident?
We prepared many reports about this incident.
Okay. And have you reviewed any today?
No, sir, I have not today.
Have you reviewed any in preparation for your testimony?
More of the photographs is what I reviewed, a statement, and then many of the interviews that I had done.
So let's talk about, so when you say a statement.
Yes, sir.
You said a statement. Is that a statement that you made or?
No, it was based off of an interview that I had done.
So because you also did interviews in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. We'll talk about that in a little while. But do you recall how many reports you authored in this case?
No, most of the reports that I authored were based off the interviews that I had conducted.
So, okay, well, let me go a different way then. So your investigation of this scene, we've established that you went to the scene, and we'll talk about that. I'm talking about the photographs that Ms. Turner's got here from May Bill. Can I borrow those for a second? Is that the right ones?
they're right here.
They're the wrong ones. Can I borrow them for a second? So you're on my approach, witness. So your investigation of this incident is kind of documented in these photographs. Is that
Yes,
fair
sir.
to say? So you didn't do a written report? Or
No.
I guess type now, right?
No, correct. Yes, sir. Most of mine was documented by the photographs.
So I guess traditionally you'd have done, back when you started, it was probably a handwritten report, right?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and now it would be a typed report.
Correct.
So your testimony here today is you didn't do that. You just documented your work through photographs.
Other individuals documented it. Mine were through the photographs.
Yeah, your work. So
Yes.
your work was done through these photographs.
Correct.
All right, okay, cool. So I want to make sure that make sure we're not missing anything with,
No,
with
sir.
reports or anything like that. Okay. So let's talk about your job as because it sounds like you were a firearms instructor before you were a crime scene investigator.
So, and I say crime scene investigator, I'm a ranger. We usually process most of our crime scenes. So not a crime scene investigator, but more as a ranger. That's one of our duties.
So like dual purpose, you get to, you're multitasking, it would be fair to say that you are investigating, but you're also processing the scene yourself.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Whereas I guess sort of what would happen sometimes, a local PD will come and patrol officers or detective will come to a scene and they will call in crime scene folks and they will process the scene.
Correct. As a ranger, we usually do our own.
You can't do both. So when did you specialize in the firearms, before or after you started doing more of the crime scene stuff? Or was it
Before.
Before. So let's talk about that for a second. So I wanted to, and Judge, may I approach the demonstrative?
Yes.
Can I talk about some of the things we discussed earlier with the prosecutor? Yes. And this demonstrative that we used earlier, can you see that there? Can you see that, Evan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, cool. So this round here, on this demonstrative, I think it's stage 2, right? This, I'm on the left here, I'm indicating on the left. We'll move it to the corner so you can see it. That's what we're talking about. So this would indicate, this is a hugely magnified diagram.
Yes, sir.
This isn't a real projectile or round of ammunition, is it?
No.
It's a diagram.
Yes,
right? But on the bottom here, the end of the round, the cap, if you call it right, it says 9mm.
Correct.
Right, and that would indicate a round or a projectile that gets fired from a smaller weapon, a handheld weapon.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir.
Because I don't want you to show me, but you're probably armed today.
Yes, sir.
Right. And what kind of sidearm do you carry?
357.
357, and that is
it's a little bit larger than what this would be.
So that's what I was going. It's a self-loading pistol.
Yes, sir.
Right. But that is you wear it up on your hip.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's probably the only weapon you're wearing right now.
Correct.
But if you address tactically, that would be your secondary.
Correct.
Right. So that would be your backup weapon.
Correct.
Right. And your primary weapon would be a long arm.
If I had a long arm at that time, yes, sir.
If you were doing any kind of tactical work, and the idea of that is you can shoot longer with that.
Correct.
Right. And it's more accurate.
Yes.
And if that fails, you ditch it and you go for your secondary.
Correct.
Which is your pistol on the hip.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's the kind of round that we're talking about here on your diagram.
Correct.
Right. So not the kind of rounds that Mr. Turner showed you. Where are they? In States Exhibit 2012.
Correct.
Yeah.
The concept is the same.
Yeah.
Just a different type of
and
weapon.
So the jury can see that these are a different caliber. Right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
223 can't be fired through a handgun, but the principle is exactly the same.
Yes, sir.
Right. Although this, because it would have these, see that in 12, this has more powder.
Correct.
So, because you said earlier, and we'll go back to the diagram here. Can you see? Oh, you can't see it. I'm trying to get these out without handling them. I feel very. Oh, yeah. You mind if I touch them? I don't mind. So Nico's going to show the jury the rounds there. So you'd agree, I guess, these are longer than a normal 9mm round, which is what's portrayed here.
Correct.
So
Yes, sir.
that round is fired out of a longer barreled weapon.
Yes, sir.
Right, I say round, a round of ammunition.
Correct.
Because that right now is a cartridge. So this is a round of ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Right. This thing here is the projectile.
Yes, sir.
Like the bit on the end. That gets, this primer gets struck by the firing pin.
Yes, sir.
Right. You pull the trigger. The spring squeezes. Eventually, the firing pin goes forward, and it strikes this pin.
Correct.
And you quite rightly said people think it creates an explosion,
Yes.
and it's really like a very fast burn.
Yes.
Right.
Correct. And that's what ignites the gunpowder.
Ignites the gunpowder in this cartridge and forces the projectile out of the barrel.
Correct.
Right. And so this cartridge is the thing that carries the charge or the powder.
Correct.
The longer the charge or the cartridge, the faster it travels.
Should be.
And
Yes.
if you add that to a barrel, which makes it spin, it's even more deadly, right? That projectile
Correct.
is
More
even
accurate.
deadly.
Yes, sir.
More accurate. It can travel faster, and it can travel further distances.
Yes, sir.
So that round there is now potentially in the right weapon is much more dangerous than a round fired out of like a 9mm weapon.
It's going to be more powerful.
More
Yes, sir.
powerful, so therefore more dangerous. More power equals more velocity.
Correct.
More velocity equals more speed.
Yes.
More speed means more danger.
Potentially. Yes, sir.
Right, potentially. So, and then what happens with these is that the round gets fired and the projectile gets thrown out the end of the barrel, right? Gets pushed, spirals down the barrel, and then goes towards its target.
Correct.
Okay. And then the weapon recycles.
Yes, sir.
Earlier. So the weapon will cycle, the receiver or some reaction will go forward, then come backwards on itself.
Correct.
And that's what throws the ejected cartridge out.
Correct.
I just want to clear that up. So it throws, and depending on the ejector that's inside the weapon itself, that depends where that cartridge goes, right?
A lot of things depend on where that cartridge goes, but yes, it grabs that basically and throws it out.
Because some weapons have slightly different individual characteristics.
Correct.
They have like general characteristics, but that's how you can tell. Because sometimes there will be markings on the rounds and on the cases that you can say this has been fired by this weapon.
Correct.
And sometimes that is the ejector. Right?
Yes.
Because the weapon fires, recycles, and as it's coming back, it hits the ejector pin or whatever you want to call it, and it fires the round out.
Correct.
And generally, most of these weapons are they're recycled to the right.
Yes.
Because I guess
most of the ones that I've been involved with, yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming maybe you tell us it's probably because most people are right-handed, right?
Correct.
Because it fires away from the firer's face.
Correct.
But so generally, rounds when they're fired from a long-barreled weapon or a handgun go to the right.
That's the intention.
That's
yes,
the
sir.
intention. Because it keeps away from the firer's face.
Correct.
That'd be no good for military or law enforcement.
Exactly.
It goes away to the right, but sometimes it'll go backwards.
Correct.
So there's no real science, there's no real way of accurately saying, does it go backwards or just sideways?
Correct.
But what we can agree with is that round is more dangerous than one of these.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so therefore that weapon is.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And so, because you must do some tactical stuff as well, by the sounds of it.
Yes.
And so when you deploy tactically, what equipment do you have?
A pistol and a rifle.
So your pistol was your secondary? Or your
Correct.
backup? What kind of rifle would you carry?
A 223.
Okay, and so what range is that accurate over generally?
It could go from long distance, but I would say anywhere from 50 yards to 100, 200, 250 yards.
And I guess it depends on how good your training is, right? But
Correct.
What other equipment would you have on you?
A bulletproof vest. Potential you might have a helmet on.
Yeah. And so let's talk about your vest. So I mean, the deputies in the room now are wearing vests, right?
Yes.
And vests come in different types.
Correct.
Right. So there's a general bulletproof vest, which is generally made of Kevlar, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess they are mostly rated against probably stab proof and smaller rounds.
I don't know about the stab proof, but the smaller rounds, yes, sir.
Yeah. Generally speaking, they're probably not going to stop something like that.
Generally, no.
Right. And that's kind of, I guess you might agree with me that that's general police issue is a Kevlar vest, probably what the deputies are wearing here today, that will stop a smaller round, which is one we were looking at there.
Yes, sir.
It'll stop one of those. It won't stop one of those.
Usually not, depending on that vest, but yes, sir.
Probably not, right? You wouldn't trust it.
No.
No. And so in order to do that, you need to put something inside the vest, right?
Yes.
It's normally a Kevlar plate.
A plate.
So you'd probably take your body armor off. Sometimes they've got spaces for you to put the plates in them.
Yes, sir.
Right, so you'd have to take your armor off, open it up, put the plate in it, right?
At some point, but they usually stay with it most of the time.
Unless you stay with it. But if you're doing a dual purpose thing, you've got your normal vest on, right?
Yes,
you
sir.
could have your plates in your bag, in a go bag in your vehicle, right?
It depends on that individual, yes, sir.
But you probably have plates in yours.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise, you wouldn't want to risk your life with that, right? Otherwise,
Correct.
Yeah, of course. And that's is that the stuff you had on you that day when you were in Del Rio and you got this call?
Once I didn't have a helmet on.
You didn't have it. Well, you didn't have it on, but you said you just finished the deployment or something. You had short.
Correct.
But you have your equipment available to you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Right, and that's the equipment you had with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you testified that you were I think you said you were in Del Rio.
Yes.
At the time this came in.
Yes, sir.
Or you became aware, right? Because you became aware that there was an incident developing.
Correct.
I'm assuming. So, and that's either through radio or telephone communication.
I was at the office and somebody had walked up to me and said, "Hey, we've heard that there's an active shooter there at Uvalde. Are you going?" And of course, yes.
And so, because you're a law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
Right? And and you were aware that there's this. Well, you're aware now. At the time, did you say you was an active shooter? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you know that you hadn't seen that with your own eyes,
Correct.
but you know what an active shooter means.
Yes.
And if that, in fact, as we know, as much as you could. And we're not talking about the communications piece, that's for later on. But you received more and more information, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
As you traveled from your base to the scene.
Yes.
So you're aware of the gravity of this situation.
Yes.
Now it's developing.
Yes.
But being aware of it doesn't mean you can do anything.
Correct, because I wasn't there at the time.
Because otherwise, because that would make no sense at all, right?
Because I was in Del Rio and received the information, but I had to do something then.
Yeah, just because you're aware. Someone's made you aware because you're a law enforcement officer, whether you're off or on duty, really, right?
Yes, sir.
And so just because you're aware of this incident, you can't do anything about it.
Not at that time, no,
that
sir.
Can't be the standard, right? Being aware of it.
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Well, just because you're aware of this situation is going on, you can't do anything to act because you know about it.
Correct, until I can get there.
Until you can see it.
Yes.
Right. And that might sound like a silly question, but
No, I understand.
And so I think that you said that when you got to the scene, it was, would you agree it was chaotic?
That's the word I was fixing to use. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a polite way to put it, right? Did you review any other reports or anything describing the scene?
No.
Because when I'm thinking about a word you might be thinking about using, but it was chaotic.
Very chaotic, yes, sir.
And which is not unusual in this kind of incident, right?
Well, it was the first one that I had responded to, but I mean, it's just very chaotic would be the precise word that I would use for it.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second, because you've got all that experience, right? And this is and lots and lots of training.
Yes, sir.
Right? And this is the first one you've ever been.
Yes, sir.
I mean, pray that no one ever has to go to another one ever again.
Oh, 100%.
But even with your training and not making light of it, you've got nearly a quarter of a century of firearms training.
Yes, sir.
Most of that as an instructor.
Yes, sir.
Right? Where you train, right?
Yes.
Or where you get initial training.
Yes.
Right? In basic stuff. You get basic tactical training, basic weapons.
Yes, sir.
Then you've built on that. You've got more advanced training.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And you trained on that.
Yes.
And you practice it.
Yes.
And you practice it.
Yes, sir.
To become efficient.
Yes, sir.
And to become proficient.
Yes, sir.
So that when you're called to use these skills, they're second nature.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because finish my sentence for me, if you would. If you don't use it, you
lose it.
If you don't use it, you lose it. That's right. So you have to train these skills and hone them and practice them for them to be second nature. So when something happens, you don't have to pause and think memory files. What's going on? What am I supposed to do now? Right?
Correct.
Because what I'm going on to is you said that while you're at the scene, the BORTAC team breached the classroom.
Correct.
Right. Now, tell me if you know, that's the Border Patrol tactical team.
Correct.
Right, and I don't know, they're a very well-trained bunch.
Yes.
Right, and they're very proficient at what they do.
Yes, sir.
And they're very well equipped.
Yes.
And again, if you know, we could probably assume that they practice a lot.
Yes.
They train a lot.
I would suspect so.
So when they operate, they almost don't need to communicate with each other.
Correct.
Some extent.
Yes, sir.
But they're so well rehearsed, they get faced with a situation, they know what to do.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that is what indeed happened here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Eventually, when the BORTAC team arrived, they were the ones who breached and ended this situation. Right.
Correct.
But you'd agree the difference, the qualities of the BORTAC folks are that all that training, lots and lots of training, lots and lots of practice in order to be able to do that.
Correct.
And they're properly equipped, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you'd agree that in order to do some sort of breach like the one that you're talking about, someone has got to be properly equipped.
Well, you would love for that to happen.
Ideally, that's how you would train. Right?
Ideally, yes, sir.
Training says doing things properly equipped.
Correct.
Because we live in the world of health and safety and stuff like that now, right? So
Sure. So you're going to respond without the helmet and the vest and stuff like that.
Yeah, but so the BORTAC team, they were armed with long weapons.
I believe so.
Yeah, and when I mean long weapons, you know, I move around the world. Anyway, like a long arm.
Yes.
Like the one you found in, you find it in there, and a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Properly rated vests.
Yes.
And a shield. So they're the ones got there and you've that. Right. And so that's what happened there. So, and I'm assuming that this has all gone on, and once that's happened and been cleared, that's when you can move over to your duties of collecting evidence and documenting the scene and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't do this while that was going on.
No, sir.
So after that happened, this is when you got deployed to do this.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right. But that wasn't the only thing you did in this case. You said you did some interviews, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about these photographs first. Just give me 1 second. I want to. And you're on that approach witness?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I just want to talk to you about a couple of them. So we mentioned, I'll go get my notes, that you took a photograph. There was some evidence inside the vehicle that indicated an ownership, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's 63.
Or who had insurance of the vehicle?
Yeah, well, maybe possession of the vehicle, right? And let's
Yes,
find
sir.
the 63. Did you confirm that was?
Through the photographs.
What's a 63? Oh, there you go. State 63. I can't read that. Can you read that? You probably can't read one of these.
No, I can't read it.
Okay, but you tried to ascertain whose vehicle it was, right?
Yes, sir. Because through the photographs, we could always zoom in if we needed to see who that individual is.
We now know who's driving that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, who's that?
I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
No, sir.
Yeah. And there's 64 state. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And then 64 is a cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose cell phone that was?
I don't know his name.
You know now, right?
No, I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
No, sir.
You'd agree it's the guy responsible for this shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna. Might be able to publish some of them on the screen. That would make it easier than me standing there, right? I mean, so this individual that you, I mean, generally speaking, this, from what you found, did you know how many rounds of ammunition you found in that vehicle, in that bag?
No, sir.
Approximately.
No, sir, because we didn't unload those magazines, so I don't know. A bunch.
Yeah, a bunch,
Hundreds.
like a lot. So hundreds. That's where I was going. I mean,
Yes, sir.
There was this person, whoever was driving this vehicle, had another, fairly high-powered semi-automatic rifle with hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Potential, yes, sir.
Right. And it looks possibly from looking at this evidence that person may have been firing that weapon inside the vehicle.
Or around the vehicle.
Because there are spent casings inside it.
Yes.
And so you took those photographs, and that's where your part of this investigation ended there at the scene with the truck, right?
Correct.
But I think that you also said, because we spoke earlier about your reports, right? And you said that you did some interviews.
Yes.
Of school people.
Yes.
School employees.
Correct.
And that wasn't that day, right?
No, sir. This is for the weeks, or for a week probably, every day for the next week or so.
So how long after this incident do you think you did these What I'm getting at is, what was the time span? Was it the next day? Was it a week later?
So the next day I was dealing with returning property back to agencies who had just left their equipment. So I dealt with that. And then after that, it was more of dealing with, I had to go to the hospital the day of, right after this, not for myself, but as part of the investigation. And then it was more a list of individuals who were employed at the school, officers that responded. So we broke that up and started conducting interviews. So those are the interviews that I had done.
And so you spoke to a lot of school district employees. I'm not talking about Adrian, I'm talking about staff at the school district, right?
Correct.
And you spoke to all kinds of people, right?
Correct.
From coaches, I guess.
I don't believe it was more of staff, principal, secretaries, and then officers that responded.
And Ranger, I guess you would agree with me that your investigation showed a practice or a pattern of staff defeating the locks at the school, right?
Correct.
What I mean by that is there was a policy in place in the school district for the doors to be locked, the exterior doors to be locked.
Correct.
And for the interior doors of classrooms to be locked.
Correct.
Right. And they were fitted, I guess you would agree with me, with what has been called a lot of these doors, through your investigation, they're called Columbine doors, right?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. But they were fitted with doors that can only be locked from the outside.
Correct.
And there's a purpose for that, right?
From the individuals that I spoke to, the purpose for that was so a student couldn't lock a teacher outside the door.
Okay, right, and that's a valid purpose, right? But what you know through your law, because you've been a firearms instructor for 24 years, right? You were around just after Columbine in 1999, and you've done lots of training in active shooters.
Yes, sir.
Scenarios, right? And one of the reasons that those doors are supposed to lock is so that people like the person who committed this unspeakable act can't gain access to the building.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's locked, presumably they don't have access to the keys.
It'd be harder to get into the school. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if it's locked, you can't get in through a locked door without breaching it.
Correct.
Right, because these doors are pretty substantial.
Yes, sir.
They're metal.
Yes, sir.
You've got metal frames.
Yes, sir.
So if you were to go and you would need, and your team would need special equipment to get into that.
Correct.
So the reason they're locked is so that a kid can't play a prank on their teachers, right?
Sure.
But also for more sinister reasons to prevent things like this happening.
Correct.
Right. And that's just the external doors.
Yes, sir. I was speaking about the ones inside the classroom.
But external and internal, right?
Yes.
But your investigation showed a pattern of staff defeating these locks.
Based on the interviews I had done, yes, sir. There were staff that wouldn't always lock the inside doors.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But your investigation showed that the school had magnets that they could place on the doors to defeat the locks.
Correct.
And they would give them out to staff.
Now that I don't know.
But
I know there were some teachers that utilized those. Now, do I know if the school gave those out? I don't know anything about that.
You don't recall being told that these magnets were given to substitute teachers because they wouldn't be able to get in and out with passes?
Very true. Yes, sir. But your normal staff, no. But substitute teachers, so because they weren't given a key to the classroom, they would be given those.
And I know you're probably aware there was a policy that was against the school policy.
I would suspect so.
Yeah. Thank you, Roger. So just to confirm that your investigation revealed that there was a pattern of leaving these doors unlocked.
Yes.
There was a pattern of defeating the door locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
Right. And on this day when you were there, you now know that these doors were in fact all unlocked.
At the time, I was under the same impression as everybody else that the door was locked, and come to find out that I've been told, based off of that crime scene investigation, that that door was unlocked.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second. So we'll deal with the end of it first, right? So now through your investigation, I appreciate you can arrange it. We now know that those doors were all unlocked.
I know that one door was unlocked.
The one on the west, right?
Yes.
Is that one you referred to?
The door, I don't know what classroom door that is.
My approach to this. Yes. Just very briefly, just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm going to show you what's this one. And this is the demonstrative of the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the school.
Correct.
And this is the new building or the west building, it's called, right? And you'd agree this is the south door.
Correct.
When you say we know that the door, you said the door was unlocked, we're talking about this west one.
No, sir. I was talking about the inside door.
Oh, the inside door to the classrooms.
Correct.
Yeah, they were locked. They were unlocked, sorry.
One of those that I know of was unlocked.
Did you know that one of the door locks wasn't even working?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir. I take it back. I knew that they had been having problems with one of them because they had reported it to maintenance, that one of the doors was not working.
And nothing had been done about it, right?
Correct.
So the school knew that door wouldn't open, that wouldn't lock.
That they were having issues with it, yes, sir.
Right, and it had been reported to maintenance.
That's what I had been
And nothing had
advised.
been done about it.
Correct.
It was supposed to be locked,
Yes, sir.
but it was unlocked. Do you also know through investigation now, I guess you can agree, that the external doors were also unlocked?
Not based on my investigation, but based off of information I had heard, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Possible this, gentlemen.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to start with this whole idea about the common pattern of defeating these Columbine doors being the magnets.
You're going to have to ask that question a different way.
Fair enough. I believe the defense asked you about the common practice of using magnets.
I don't know about Columbine, but I'd heard that there had been individual teachers that were using magnets so the doors would not lock.
I just used the word Columbine because you used that for the name lock. I'll back off of that. The whole issue is pattern of using magnets so door wouldn't lock.
Yes, sir.
Door locking is a safety precaution.
Correct.
To protect, I believe the defense said, from things like this happening.
Correct.
And school district police officers are also employed to keep things like this from happening
Yes, sir.
and provide security
For the students, yes, sir, and staff.
and determine whether or not there was a common practice not to lock doors.
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation, Judge.
This is what his training has been, Your Honor.
Oh, ruling objection, you can answer if you know.
I don't know.
You don't know?
They would know that there is a common practice going on. Would they be aware of that? You would suspect that if they are there at that campus, that they'd be aware of that.
That a school district police officer, you would suspect they would know if there's a common practice of defeating the locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
And whose job would it be then to correct that?
The staff or that officer.
In charge of the security?
Correct.
To keep that from happening?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any indication that any of the school district police officers corrected the problem, the common problem of using magnets to defeat the locks?
No, sir. I didn't interview any of those individuals.
And Adrian Gonzales was a school district police officer?
I don't know Adrian Gonzales.
Okay. I'd like to also speak to you about the casings you found inside the car.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the casing could end up inside the car because the weapon was fired inside the car.
It could.
And the casing ejected.
Yes, sir.
But if a window is broken out, can a casing escape a weapon outside the car and enter the car?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And was there a window broken out in this case?
Yes.
In this vehicle?
Front passenger window.
So it would be completely consistent with being just outside the car for two casings to end up inside the car.
It could, yes, sir.
And I wanted to talk to you also about the suggestion about to do anything about it, you need to see it. Right?
You would have to be present.
Present. You were in Del Rio.
Yes,
You couldn't do anything about it in Del Rio.
correct.
So what did you do?
Responded.
What does responded mean?
I went to that location.
To do something about it,
Yes,
if needed.
yes,
And you got to that location.
yes,
And fortunately, you weren't needed at that point.
correct.
But if you get to a location and you can't see an active shooter, but you can hear an active shooter, what do?
You respond to that location.
Go to see it?
To work, not just to see it, but to respond and to initiate whatever you can do to stop it.
So an active shooting and you hear shooting, to do something about it, you go to it.
Correct,
You don't look for cover.
correct.
But we talked about equipment. If you don't have your helmet on, then it's okay to look for cover, right?
No, sir.
If you don't have your rifle but only a sidearm, it's okay to look for cover, isn't it?
No,
I
sir.
object to lead, Judge.
It's the same.
What are the limitations, if you explain to the jury, what are the limitations about going to shots fired in an active shooter situation?
There's not a limitation.
There's not a limitation?
I wouldn't say so.
The rule is what?
To engage, to stop the killing.
Absolutely.
Briefly, if I may. We talked. So I just want to clear up a couple of things we talked about there, Ranger. So you interviewed several staff and at the school, even the principal.
Yes.
Right? Even the principal told you that they would defeat these locks with that magnets, right?
I can't remember which individual said, but based off the interviews I had conducted, now if she had said that, that's a possibility. I just don't remember which individual told me that.
If I represent to you, you spoke to Principal Gutierrez, right?
Yes.
If I represent to you that she told you that, would you have a reason to doubt me?
No, sir.
I appreciate that. But nevertheless, there was a pattern of practice of leaving these doors open,
Yes.
leaving them unlocked.
Unlocked.
That's what I mean. When I say open, I mean unlocked,
Yes.
which is a safety issue, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that safety thing is to prevent something like this from happening.
Correct.
Right. And so the prosecutor just asked you about school police officers and their duties. Right. Now you investigated this incident. Right. You know through an investigation that Adrian wasn't assigned to this school.
I don't know anything about Adrian.
No. But all right, let me ask you a different question then. You know there was no officer assigned to that school.
No, sir. I don't know anything about the officers at the school.
Through your investigation, you didn't know that?
No, because mine was compartmentalized to specific things.
Right, okay. But if there wasn't a school resource officer assigned to that school, then it'd be difficult for that non-existent school resource officer to report things to the school, right? That makes sense?
If he had never been there, then no, he wouldn't know that.
Right. No further questions. Thank you, Ray.
No further questions?
Recall, either side.
We don't need to recall him, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked. I think you're familiar with that. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Be available for recall. And once again, when you know the case is over with and the rule is over, you can talk about it.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Justin Duck. These are the other five.
Which one's these? Oh, did they go in?
The ditch. The other five photographs that you objected to earlier. I don't even object to them. I'm just When is this? What was this? Justin Duck, he just did the search.
All right, if you raise your right hand, please, you do solemnly swear that evidence of the testimony given in this cause is truthful. I do. Have a seat there and adjust that microphone, make it comfortable, and speak up so everyone can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell us what your name is?
My name is Justin Duck.
Justin Duck, what do you do for a living?
I'm a captain with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And where do you work?
I work at Austin headquarters for DPS.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
A little over 19 years now.
And could you just give us a brief history of what you've done there?
Yeah, so I started in 2006 as a Texas Highway Patrol trooper out of Houston. In 2012, I promoted into the Criminal Investigations Division, where we investigated forgery, fraud, motor vehicle theft, and violations of the Texas Racing Act. In 2016, I promoted into the Texas Rangers, which is the major investigative branch of the Department of Public Safety. In 2024, I promoted into the Office of Inspector General as a lieutenant, and there's basically the internal affairs of DPS. And in earlier this year, or late or mid 2025, I promoted into my current position in the Human Resources Operations Division.
And back in 2022, what were you doing?
I was a Texas Ranger stationed out of the Waco area.
Out of where?
Waco area.
And did you end up in Uvalde around May 24th or soon thereafter of 2022?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you end up doing that?
In my time in the Rangers, I was part of the crime scene investigation team, and so when the shooting happened on May the 24th, we were activated and told to respond to Uvalde.
And when did you respond?
May the 24th.
And how long a drive is that?
You know, I don't recall exactly, but it was several hours from Waco.
Okay. And were you given an assignment on searching a truck?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
So the morning of May the 25th would be the following morning. I was assigned to process a 2008 Ford F-150 that had been wrecked into the drainage ditch just south of Geraldine and South Grove there next to Uvalde, or I'm sorry, next to the Robb Elementary School.
And we've just looked at photographs of May 24th when the truck is in a nice, clean ditch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anything change about that?
Yes, sir. The night of the 24th, it rained, and so the ditch filled with water.
And how did that complicate your work?
Well, any evidence that would have been immediately around the outside of the truck, it was now covered in water and difficult to locate.
And so did y'all just give up?
No, sir.
Tell us what you did.
We searched the truck and the area around the truck, and we found numerous items both in the water and inside the vehicle.
How'd you do that?
Well, we had to put our rubber boots on and get into the water.
Okay. And what did you recover?
From the water next to the truck, we recovered a duffel bag with a rifle and 6 loaded magazines.
And did you recover were any spent casings recovered either that day or the next?
Yes, sir. So the day of the 25th, there were 2 spent casings or fired cartridges located inside the 2008 Ford pickup, one near the rear passenger door and one near the front passenger door on the floor. Ranger Cody Allen also recovered a fired cartridge from underneath the water there next to the truck. Just by feeling around by feel, he located one. And then on May the 27th, Ranger Scott Swick, after the water had receded a little, went out and found a 4th fired cartridge.
So over a 3-day period, y'all end up recovering a total of 4 spent casings?
Yes.
Either in the truck or close by it?
Yes, sir.
And that's from just searching with your hands into the mud, and then thereafter, as it recedes, another casing was recovered?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to look at photographs of those 2 searches?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the search?
Yes.
State now offers Exhibit 76 through 80.
through 84, 76 through 84, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
May we display those to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ranger Duck, if you'll look behind your left shoulder. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's going to be the right side of the 2008 Ford F-150 as it's set in the drainage ditch in the water.
So that shows what happened to you overnight of the 24th and the morning then of the 25th.
Yes, sir.
And that's where y'all searched around in that water and were able to recover at least one casing that morning. Is that correct?
We recovered 2 more from inside the truck, but 1 from the water.
You actually picked up the casings inside the truck?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Exhibit 77. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the condition of the drainage ditch that y'all searched?
Yes, sir.
And 78. You can tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir. That's going to be the front right of the pickup truck there sitting in the water, and you'll be able to see Ranger Cody Allen's feet there as he's digging into the water.
And front right, that would be the front passenger side? Right is passenger side?
Yes, sir.
And that's the general location where something was recovered?
Yes.
And Exhibit 79?
And that's going to be Ranger Allen with the spent cartridge in his hand, too.
That's as he brings it up?
Yes, sir.
It's photographed.
Yes,
Would you point that out to the jury where it is? You're welcome, just walk over there. And was that a live cartridge or spent casing?
That was a spent casing. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then there was a subsequent search of the ditch the next day, is that correct?
It would have been on the 27th.
27th, 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
And have the water receded to some degree?
Yes.
And on the bank there, is there a cartridge?
Yes.
Would you point that out also for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the photograph zooms up on that, and it's a little bit more evident that it's a cartridge. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all attach evidence tags to cartridges?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 2, is that what you're doing here?
Yes, that's Ranger Scott's wig holding the number 39 next to the fire cartridge.
And State's Exhibit 83?
It's going to be same photo, just zoomed in.
And 84?
Same cartridge, just with a picture of the head stamp.
And the head stamp is for what purpose?
I wanted to make sure that we could identify that later on if we needed to, by brand or whatever.
And was that brand LC 223?
LC 22 is what it's stamped to. Yep.
Thank you. May I approach? Showing your Exhibits 11 and 13 are those 2 casings that were recovered in the ditch.
Yes.
Continue to the defense and often the evidence.
Judge Mack, who is on board, Ranger Duck, I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions. How long did it take for you guys to process this evidence?
You know, I don't know. We started shortly after 11 a.m. that morning, and I believe we released the truck late that afternoon, around 5 o'clock or so.
But there were rangers at the scene the day before. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Ranger Shea?
Yes.
What was he doing? I mean, and I'm just saying from this evidence, was this a specific duty you were assigned to do something different with these shells versus what he was doing?
You know, I don't know exactly what he was doing out there.
But you're saying all day of your investigation, this is the evidence that you retrieved from the truck?
No, that's not the only 2 items we received.
Okay.
We retrieved from the truck.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ranger.
Exhibits 11 and 13.
All right, if no further objection, then they're good.
No objection, Judge.
Press the witness.
I should have waited. I'm sorry, Ranger.
That's okay.
My name is Nico LaHood,
Yes, sir.
and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. You've testified before, right?
Yes, sir.
First of all, you're too young to be on the force for 19 years.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I started asking you during the voir dire, but I should have waited till now. So were you not coordinating with Ranger Shea? You know Ranger Shea, correct?
I do. Yeah, I know Jason Shea.
And who assigned you to do what you did on the 27th?
I want to say I got this assignment from Ranger Brent Barina, who was the crime scene team lead the following day on the morning of the 25th.
And was that Ranger in charge of dispensing assignments to you and Ranger Shea and everyone else?
I think so, yeah.
How many Rangers total investigated this scene?
This particular scene,
Yes, sir.
Jason was there the day of on the 24th. Nick Hill, Cody Allen, and myself were there on the 25th. And then there were I don't know exactly how many, but some other Rangers went back after the waters had receded to check one more time on the 27th.
And so excuse if I asked you this, but what was your specific assignment?
I was to assist in processing this truck for evidence.
And when you say processing, that's a term of art in investigations, right?
Yes.
Will you explain to the jury what processing means?
Sure. So we're going to be looking for any evidence that's in there that we can recover. And then two, we did some swabbing of DNA and things like that.
And if I can ask, why wasn't this done the first day?
You know, I don't know. I don't know that.
But you know that Ranger Shea was there the day before you, or sometime before you.
I do, yeah.
Because it's been entered into evidence. We saw these spent shell casings that Ranger Shea took.
I know that he took some photographs the day before on the 24th. Yes, sir.
What did you review before your testimony today?
I reviewed my reports. Nick Hill had a report of all the evidence that we collected, and then I reviewed the photographs that we just went over.
And was your report part of a bigger report, or did you have an individual report?
I had one supplement or a couple of supplements within a larger investigative file.
Judge, pursuant to 612 and 615, I'm assuming, is that all part of the discovery that we were given?
Yes.
Okay. And so this was, you didn't have, we don't have a live suspect at this time, obviously, right?
Not that we're aware of at this particular time.
Well, the person responsible for the injuring those children had passed. You're aware of that at the time?
Yes, yes.
And so you're collecting evidence, not for a criminal investigation, just for what?
Well, at that particular time, yes, the individual that wrecked the truck there was deceased, but at that particular time, I don't know that we knew if he had any other help.
Okay, but that's where I was going.
Yes,
so
sir.
it wasn't sure if he had anybody else helping him to assist in this evil act.
At that particular time, we didn't know that.
Do you know how long it took for you guys to realize that he was acting alone?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, did you recover full magazines? I think you testified 6 loaded magazines.
From the bag, the duffel bag that was on the ground. Yes, sir.
And that's, most people call those clips, but we know that's a magazine where you put the rounds in,
Yes, sir.
and you enter into the weapon, you chamber it, and then you can shoot a weapon.
Yes.
And did you check whether they were fully loaded or not?
I did not. Someone else did.
Do you know who did?
No.
Do you know if they were fully loaded?
I couldn't tell if they had, 28 or 30 in there. I couldn't tell, but they appeared to be loaded.
And typical magazines for a weapon like this usually carry up to 30 rounds, correct?
Yes.
So this was potentially 180 rounds, potentially.
Yes.
And so you could fit a .223 round in that, into that magazine,
Yes.
or a .556?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury, the difference? Because that kind of came up with Ranger Shea, that what rounds can fit in what magazines.
So generally, 223 and 556 are one and the same for most weapons.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Generally, 223 and 556 are somewhat interchangeable for most of those AR style rifles.
On a revolver, it's kind of like a .357 and a .38.
38 special, yes.
38 special, right? You can actually, you can only do a .38 and a .357. You can't do a .357 and a .38.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. What did you do with the evidence? Like, who are you reporting back to? What did you do with the evidence that you collected?
So the evidence I collected, I turned it over to Ranger Nick Hill, and then Ranger Nick Hill submitted it further from there.
Submitted it to whom?
I don't know exactly.
Okay. Did you do anything else further on in this investigation?
When I initially got there, I was in charge of documenting some of the bodies in the classrooms and helping get them to the transport vehicles. So we get them over to the medical examiner's office, and then after this, I was assigned in the kind of the evidence section, helping out there.
So there wasn't a conclusion to your portion. You just did what you were supposed to do, and then you passed it on.
Yes.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass it away.
No further questions?
So you're subject to recall on either side.
The state doesn't need.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, sir, the rule's been invoked. You know what that is. Please don't discuss the case with anybody until you know the case is over with and you've been released from the rule. You are subject to recall, so please stay in touch with the state. But you're excused for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and give you your afternoon recess. Take 15 minutes. Please remember my instructions, and we'll see you back in 15. Would everyone please rise for the jury? Okay, you be seated. We are in recess. Thank you.
I'm here. God, I forgot I can talk. Yeah, my pancreas is really acting out. That's why I got really quiet. Man, if I talk or move too much, the pain is like horrendous. But it's feeling a little bit better. I had to take a nauseous pill and I had to take a couple hydros and my God, I don't know what I would do if that started hurting again. I mean, I was listening, but I just had to relax my pancreas. So I decided to move my desk in front of my living room window and I can look right outside and look right up the road. "15 minutes, huh? It's going to be a long day and son's going to come get me at 3:30 or like 20 to 4 or whatever. We got to go to Dollar Tree so I can get my my drinks. I can get them for $1.50. I get 24 of them for $34 and it's the only thing that's got sodium and chloride in the same product, or I have to spend the same amount of money and get less and get the liquid IVs. So I don't know what to do. And Amy says I need to start drinking protein shakes. She says, Mom, you're getting so skinny. I said, good. I deserve to be skinny once in my life. I think I'm talking to myself again. I just like it when I do that. So I applied for my rent reimbursement and it says it's been approved, but it hasn't been sent out yet. We need to tell the state of Iowa to send my money. I need my money and I need it now. I have not act Southern, but I would use a Southern accent. Yeah, I'm from the South. Or I'm going to go get me some coffee in Boston. Get some coffee in Boston.
To assist in this evil act.
At that particular time, we didn't know that.
Do you know how long it took for you guys to realize that he was acting alone?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, did you recover full magazines? I think you testified 6 loaded magazines.
From the bag, the duffel bag that was on the ground.
And that's, most people call those clips, but we know that's a magazine.
So I took my chicken breasts and I cut them up into like chicken strips. And I soaked them in some whole milk and some ranch dressing. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. But I'm going to dip them in egg and then dip them in the Blancos. Yeah. My stomach looks like I'm pregnant. It's so pretty outside, y'all. It's cold. Says we are preparing your claim for payment. It was approved. The message will update with the reimbursement amount, but I already know how much I'm going to get. $850. Because apparently $6,900 is not very much to pay in rent every year. Yep, I think the main reason to charge the school officers to bring to light, just like with the Crumblies, they only charged them. They only did that was to prove a point. Keep your guns hidden and kept away from your children, but that didn't do nothing. Look at the guy in Georgia. That gray guy. Remember his son went to the school and now he's in jail. I'm sure. I don't know. Yeah, I know there's only one way into our schools. Actually, you can't even get in. After, I think, 8:30, the doors lock. And then you got to push the button. And if they recognize you, they'll let you in. Do you know that most states or counties in the states don't even have body cam? Amy's dad, he don't. That's in Maryland. I just think it's crazy. We don't have metal detectors here. No, the courthouse in Iowa City has metal detectors. No, the courthouse here, no metal detector. But you know what? The guy went in and shot the lady in the, I can't remember what department she's in, but he went in and shot her and then shot himself. So you think they would have gotten a metal detector for our courthouse, but no, they haven't. I set off a metal detector once. I don't know how. But the metal that's up front and in the front of my neck, you know, where they went in through my front of in the front here. I was at the courthouse in Iowa City. No, Dubuque. Dubuque's got yep, you're right. I mean, I was thinking to myself, you know, what if he just was thinking to himself, you know, the guy has done shot up everybody in the classroom. He hasn't left that specific classroom. Why go and risk more lives? Just stay here until he either unalives himself or comes out and then shoot him. Because he's not going to come out of that room. Because he knows he'll get shot. So he was either the Adrian was thinking there was so many gunshots and those little kids are not going to move that fast. So they're either all dead because you don't hear crying or anything coming from the room. So they're either all unalived and he's just standing in there and looking at what damage he did. You know, I think we've already done everything. Everything's been done. I guess take the guns away from everybody. So then we lose our rights with that too. I know a lot of people that can't have weapons. Oh, texting their parents. How many students were in how many students were in that classroom that were unalived and how many were still alive? The one kid said he played dead. Yeah. Well, then he must have ran out of ammo. Right? They're back. I gotta put my hoodie on. I'm so cold. Oh, wow. God.
Okay, could you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Who's
Go ahead and have a
this guy?
seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone if you need to and speak up for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please.
Hello,
Could you tell us your name?
Stephanie Hill.
Ms. Hale, what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a marketing coordinator at the hospital in Uvalde.
Uvalde Hospital?
Yes,
How long have you been doing that?
since July.
And
Stephanie
before that,
who?
what did you do?
I was a teacher.
Where were you a teacher?
Started in Cal Allen and then moved to Uvalde at Robb.
And what did you do at Robb?
I was a third grade teacher.
At Robb Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
And was that true then, back on May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you just tell us what that morning was like? What were y'all doing?
What did she say her name
We
was?
had awards in the morning, and then we went back to. Yes, sir.
Could you just tell us what that morning, and before that, what did you do?
I was a teacher.
Speak up for us. Thank you. Please.
Hello,
Could you tell us your name?
Stephanie Hill.
Stephanie
Hale, what
Hill.
do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a marketing coordinator at the hospital in Uvalde.
Uvalde Hospital?
Yes. Into that? Okay.
So what is awards day?
It happened quarterly, and they would get awards for like top AR readers, AB honor roll, citizenship awards, all of those things. So just celebrating the kids and their achievements.
Invited to,
Yes, sir.
and where does it take place?
The cafeteria?
And it's just people
Well,
rotate in
you
and
changed
out.
your job, didn't
Yes,
you?
based on the grade levels.
And is it kind of a free day then for the kids?
Kind of, sort of, I guess. We have fun.
That's a day of fun.
Yes.
So when did y'all finish awards?
We had ours in the morning. It was, I couldn't really tell you, 9, maybe 9, between 9 and 10, I guess.
What did you do after the awards?
We went back to the classroom for a little bit, and then until it was time for them to go to rotation at the library.
So you went to the library after you were in the classroom,
Yes.
and then next what did you do?
After I dropped them off, I went to a math interventionist room in the 4th grade building and looked at some math manipulatives, and then until it was time to pick my kids up from the library. And I actually picked them up about 10-15 minutes early that day so we could have extra recess.
So you got them out early to go have recess?
Yes.
Where's recess?
On the playground, I'm going to say maybe the south side of the school.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute. I just kind of want to walk through the day first, okay? So you got out, you were headed for the playground on the south side of the school.
Yes.
And tell me what happened there.
We stopped at the classroom first to grab lunch boxes, use the restroom, and then we were walking to the playground, and it sounded like the trash, the dumpster was picking up the trash, and I thought to myself, that's weird. They usually do that in the morning.
What do you mean it sounded like a dumpster picking up trash?
Like the dumpster truck, you know how it picks it up and it dumps all the trash. I don't know, it makes a loud noise to me, so that's what it sounded like.
So that's what you heard?
Yes, at first.
So it didn't ring a bell as a concern or raise a red?
I mean, it was interesting. It was a little weird and odd. And I remember thinking to myself, that's strange. They usually do that in the morning. And then I just became, I guess, a little more aware of my surroundings.
Okay. Did you continue on to the playground?
Yes.
And did you get to the playground?
Yes.
And how long were you at the playground?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 5 minutes,
A short
give or
period of
take.
time.
Yes, a short period of time.
What is it that disturbs your playground activity?
We heard sounds, and to me, I thought they were fireworks. That's what it sounded like. And then another teacher also said, that's kind of strange. And then I walked to, they had like bleachers in the middle of the playground so I could see my kids, and I didn't make it there until Coach Gonzales picked up his radio and started yelling for us to get inside.
Okay. So the combination of hearing these fireworks and Coach Gonzales, did you draw a conclusion from that?
Yes.
And what was that?
That there was gunfire. If something was wrong, you
So
could see by his
fireworks
face.
and Coach Gonzales meant you think not fireworks, guns.
Yes.
And
Or
as you were
something.
trying to get inside, was there anything else that indicated to you that wasn't fireworks?
Yes, we could, when we were standing there, the dirt was kind of, you could see the dirt cloud up, kind of coming towards us. And then as we were all running into the classroom, I saw I don't know what to call him, horrible person, walking.
Just take your time, we can hold on.
Walking towards the door.
Can you describe him for us?
He had all black, long hair, and a gun.
You saw a gun? Can you describe that for us?
I mean, I'm not really a gun person, but it's long and black, so.
And about this dirt being, would you say plowed up? I need to understand that a little better.
Like I don't know if you drop something in dirt or sand, I guess, and it kind of makes a cloud, and then I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, and did you see one of those clouds or more than?
More than one.
More than one. And so how many children did you have with you?
In my personal class, they were all together.
Good question. Let's start with your class.
At the time, I wasn't 100% sure, but I think there was about 10 to 12 students.
With you?
Yes, the rest had left.
And there was another class out there?
There were several other classes on the playground.
At the time this puffing of the dirt was going on?
Yes.
Do they all allowed to intermix them for that? period of
Yes.
time? Okay. So the coach has given you instructions, you had your own confirmations, you actually see somebody with a gun. Pretty stressful?
Yes.
Did it prevent you from acting?
No.
What did you do?
I yelled to the kids to get in the classrooms. The second grade teachers had opened their doors to let us in. And I went to the first classroom and I stood outside the door to make sure everybody had gone off the playground.
So you got through the door before all your kids did?
Not all of them, but yes.
And so but you didn't go in?
No.
And why is that?
To make sure they were safe and inside.
And did you make sure they were all safe inside before you went inside?
Yes.
And so when you went inside, what did you do?
I went to the corner of the teacher's classroom and at that point noticed I had only about 2 to 3. Of my own students in there. And so realized that they were kind of spread out into other classrooms. And then,
Did that cause concern for you? Tell me about that.
I mean, you just worry. And I mean, I know that they were all in a classroom, but not knowing where or who they were with was concerning because they weren't with me.
So what did you do?
We sat there for a little bit, and you could see we just kind of waited and tried to keep the kids calm. So we'd gone into a second grade classroom, and a few of them were struggling to stay quiet. And
What's the idea of staying quiet?
don't talk, don't move, be still.
Is that part of the training that y'all had?
Yes.
You had training to stay quiet under what situations?
They just a lockdown.
A lockdown? Just, would you go through with us then what a lockdown is and what you do?
So it's lock lights out of sight. You lock your doors, which should be, and then you turn the lights off and you're out of sight. You go somewhere in your classroom that is away from windows, doors, hidden as best you can.
And is that school-wide?
Yes.
So in the lockdown, if you go in any room, according to the lockdown procedures, the kids are going to be away from the door and away from the windows,
Yes.
in the dark
Yes.
and quiet. And you had a little trouble with people being quiet.
Yes.
And so what did you do?
I army crawled around the floor under these second graders' desk and did breathing with them. You go trace your hand and you breathe in and out as you go up and down your fingers. So I did that to 2 students, help them calm as best they could.
Really glare
So you learned a breathing technique
Yes.
to calm kids in stressful
I
situations?
mean, it's just a normal, I guess, teaching special ed. You learn, I guess, little tricks to help with anxiety and things like that.
Did it work?
Yes.
How quickly?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Okay. Did you take any other action as you were waiting?
Yes, at one point, the teacher, and I don't know her name, I feel so horrible, but I don't know her name. She had bought me a pair of scissors, and then there was another teacher in there. I don't know if I'm allowed to say her name. She also, we kind of got together and just kind of came up with a plan.
What was the plan?
Do what we had to do, defend, keep quiet, wait until somebody came to get us.
And what were the scissors for?
I guess protection to
scissors,
fight if we needed to.
over a gun,
Okay.
a weapon, a firearm.
Under that stressful situation,
Yes.
you developed a plan
Yes.
to fight.
Defined.
To fight?
Yes.
And how about your kiddos?
They were doing the best they could to stay calm and quiet. They were doing what they were supposed to be doing. They had ended up getting safety scissors, I guess because they saw us with our scissors. We got theirs. I didn't even notice until we got to the parking lot.
The kids all had safety scissors,
Mhm.
mimicking you all,
I'm sorry?
mimicking the teachers.
I assume so, yes.
That is preparing to defend yourselves.
Yes.
No, this is objective leading.
How long were you in this position?
I don't recall. It was all very, I don't know.
What did you do while you were there?
Where in the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Help the kids stay calm, was ready to go. At one point, we just made sure we followed the rules. At one point, the 2 other teachers we were with, or I was with, they couldn't remember if the door was locked or not, or they just weren't sure. And so I remember being on the opposite side of the classroom. And they were tying an extension cord up into the door. I don't know how to explain it, but there's like a triangular shape metal frame that helps it open, and they were tying an extension cord around it to try and make sure it was, I guess, secured the best it could be if the door wasn't locked.
Okay. And that was the other 2 teachers?
Yes.
At some point, you were relieved or you evacuated. Is that
Yes.
correct? Tell us about that.
We kept hearing knocking on the door, and we were taught don't answer the door, somebody will come in and get you. But after several knocking, like times knocking, and again, I was on the opposite side of the room. One of the teachers, she peeked open the curtain to see, I guess, who it was. And it was law enforcement. And so at that point, she opened the door. They came and said, we're going to move you guys to the parking lot. So once everybody's ready, we're all going to move quickly but safely to the parking lot and wait there.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And how did your day end then?
Got to the parking lot, and at that time I realized all the kids had scissors, so like, it's okay, we're okay. And I took all the scissors and had 2 big pockets. Both of my back pockets were full of scissors, and we sat there for a little bit and then ended up going to an empty field off of campus. And while we waited for buses, I still at this point didn't have all my students, and so I gathered the ones that I did have, and I told them, stay here, we're not getting on this bus, and waited.
For what?
For the rest of my kids.
And did you get them? Yeah. And then where did the bus go?
It was a little bit of confusion, I guess. We went to the high school, or we were supposed to go to the high school. And then on the way there, the bus driver was just kind of going in circles. And then we were told that the high school was on lockdown, so we wouldn't be going there. And then we ended up going to the Civic Center.
The what?
The Civic Center.
Okay. And is that where the kids were reunited with their
Yes.
parents? Okay. Thank you. We've gone through your day, and I want to just kind of go through so we have an idea of where all of this occurred. Okay?
Yes.
Give you this. What we have is that people on both sides, so it's real hard if we get in front for them to see what you're doing. So if you have to point at something, feel free to do that. I'll give you a second just to kind of familiarize yourself with State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1? And could you show us the perimeters then of Robb Elementary School? Okay. And so when you went to recess, where did you start?
I started here. Well, I was originally at the very beginning here in one of these classrooms, and then this is the library. So this is where I pick my kids up at.
Okay, let me ask, is the 4th grade wing there?
Yes.
Would you point out the 4th grade wing?
Okay, Son's home. I will be right back.
4th grade
okay?
wing, you point to it, it has 3 X's on it, is that correct?
I'll be right back.
And then there's a building north of that, or is it still part of the 4th grade wing?
It's connected.
Excuse
It's part of it. It's connected.
Okay, and then so y'all had been in the library?
Yes.
Is it still somewhat part of the 4th grade
It
wing?
is in here. It's right here at the other entrance.
And you have to speak up a
I'm
little,
sorry,
because
at
now
the
you're
other
facing
entrance.
this way. So the library is where y'all had been,
Yes.
and then where did you go?
We walked, my classroom was on this wing right here, so we stopped.
Is that the second wing from the top?
Yes, it's wing B. So here's the main office parts, and then here's wing B. So we walked down this little sidewalk, went to the classroom, dropped stuff off, got our lunch boxes, and then followed the sidewalk all the way down. And it was about here that I heard the dumpster, what I thought was a dumpster. And then this is the playground. This is where we ended up at.
At that playground?
Yeah, and it's like this entire thing.
And is there another building right there at the bottom of the photograph that you were talking about?
Down here,
Right here?
that's the pavilion, the PE pavilion where they have the basketball court and where the kids.
Pavilion or pagoda?
Pavilion, I guess.
Okay. You call it a pavilion. And so where were the kids playing?
They were scattered throughout this entire area. There's several different pieces of equipment. They had I mean, there was just tons for them to do, so they were spread out all through here.
All through and even behind the pavilion
Oh, not this far. I would say they probably stop about here.
to the right if I'm facing it?
Yes.
Okay, so could we go back then to where the Hillcrest Funeral Home is?
Over here.
Right here?
Yes.
So from this position, what would be the line of sight to the pavilion?
From this
Yes,
right here. Correct.
to that pavilion?
Yes.
And so could you see the children playing where y'all were playing?
I'm sure if you were standing in the right spot, yes.
And so is that likewise where the puffs of dirt came up?
Possibly.
Okay. So were there shots being fired toward the pavilion area?
To my knowledge and experience, I thought so, yes.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion is contrary to what you saw that day. Is that correct?
Could you rephrase that? Sorry. Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion area, that would be contrary to your experience and what you saw that day.
Overall, you can answer if you understand the question.
Yes. To my knowledge, there were shots fired over here and saw the dirt and
Okay. And where were they coming from?
from this area right here. Like they would be coming and the dirt was flying up about this area.
And where did you go when these things started happening?
The second grade wing is right here, closest to the playground. I ended up in the first classroom.
And before you got in that classroom, did you see somebody?
Yes, on the way to the classroom, I saw a person in all black and a long weapon.
And do you remember where he was?
Yes, he was over here, closer to, he was around this area.
And are you marking there to the spot, southwest corner of the building and the parking area?
Yes, and to me, I guess in the moment, it looked like he was at this, there's an entrance, a door right there. I thought he was more on the sidewalk. That's what I.
Close to the sidewalk?
Close to the sidewalk.
Okay. How much time did you spend to look at him?
Glance.
Just a glance?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Ask the witness.
Back across, please. Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Hale. Hi, my name's Jason Dawes. I represent Adrian, and I guess I want to say first, I know that testifying and thinking about this stuff is hard. I can tell. I can see it. I think we all can see it. And nobody blames you for that because you went through a lot. And I don't even all y'all out there went through a lot that day. Okay, so I say that to say I'm not asking these questions to make you relive that, to hurt you anymore. But do you understand it's important? I need to go through some of these things because we are in this case and they have made allegations against my client, so we need to talk about that. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. So they kind of, Mr. Turner walked you through what was going on that day. I think one of the things you said was that you had your kids in library, and just so that I know, and I felt like just so that I can understand exactly what you would take them to the library, drop them off. Then where would you go?
Typically, we would have, we would all meet as a grade level team, but since it was a fun day, I guess, award day, we didn't have to meet. So that day I went into the math interventionist room. I want to say it was like room 132. And we spent time looking through her manipulatives because she was going to retire and I was going to take some from her.
Right. And I think you said that in your statement, you said manipulative.
Yes.
So we had it transcribed, and And I thought the transcription was wrong, because I said the word can't be manipulative.
Yes.
But it is
So
manipulative.
students could manipulate and move to
Got it.
understand.
Okay, so that's kind of what I want to understand. So manipulative is like an object or something that they're using, and it teaches them a lesson about, I guess, whatever your lesson is. that you're
Yes.
trying to teach. Okay. And you said you were having to go over manipulatives with a person who was retiring.
Yes.
Was that for your benefit or for hers?
Both, I guess.
You see what I mean? Like, was she teaching you?
Oh, no, I was just going through what she had so I could use it in my classroom.
Understood.
So she was no longer going to be using it as she was retiring. So I was getting that from her.
Got it. So she's basically saying, look, I have these things I think your students could use.
Yes.
And you were saying yes, and let me see them, and this looks interesting. Okay.
Yes.
That does clear up a part of the interview. So I guess at the point where you go to the library, so you were going over that and decided, we don't have our meeting, our staff meeting or whatever, our team meeting, might as well go get the kids and give them extra time out on the playground.
Yes.
That sound right?
Yes.
Were all of your kids in the library at the time?
The ones who had stayed, yes.
And what is that?
So after the award, some of the students had left to go home.
Okay. And was that a normal thing?
Typically after awards, yes.
Okay. So, I guess what I mean by that is, did the school say, look, because we're talking about May 24th, real quick. May 24th, can you give us an idea that year, if you remember, can you give us an idea like how close to the end of the school year May 24th was?
Maybe a week or two.
Okay.
I don't know.
And I'm sure you're in grade school, so nobody's doing like finals or anything, but have you as the teachers, or at least have you guys already basically submitted all the grades that they were going to have, or were there still more grades that had to be submitted?
There were still more grades, but I believe we had to do them for 4 weeks.
Okay.
So.
In the, do you know a park that's commonly known in Uvalde as Mexican Park?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just describe what that is?
I've never been there.
Oh, but you've heard people talk about it?
Yes.
And they call it Mexican Park because I think it's named after somebody famous in Mexico.
I guess.
But that's what it's called there, right?
Yes.
The high schoolers, they have awards day too, or did you know?
Yes.
Okay, they have awards day. Do you know if it was pretty common throughout Uvalde, the Uvalde ISD, that on awards day, if you want to go home, parents want to take you out, do something fun, or you want to go to, you want to go shopping at the mall or whatever with your parents or whatever those things, that would be a normal thing. They can take them out of school or they can take them home and they wouldn't be in class.
Are you asking for every child would do that, or?
No, I guess, do you know if it was because you're in an elementary school and Uvalde has a middle school.
Yes.
And Uvalde has a high school.
Yes.
And I don't know really I'm really just trying to ask, I don't know your experience with the middle school and the high school levels, but it sounds like that they were having kind of awards and things going on in celebration on the same day from the high school level to the elementary school level. But you wouldn't know that.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you do know that in elementary school, not that every kid would go home, but if the kids wanted to go home, they would go home.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, your kids that you talked about, the ones that you had that day, those were the ones that didn't go home with their parents.
Correct.
How big is, when we say your kids, we're talking about your class that you're responsible for.
Yes.
How big is it normally?
About 22.
About 22. And how many do you think or remember that you had that day?
I believe it was 12.
12. So probably, close to half of them had chosen to go home with their parents, or their parents chose for them to take them home.
Be a little less, yes.
A little less, right? So 10 out of the 22 had gone home.
Yes.
All right. And have you been a teacher anywhere else? Oh, you said Cal
Allen.
Cal Allen. When you're at Cal Allen, was there something kind of a similar practice?
Yes.
Right. Is it pretty common that, when you have the fun day or whatever, kids go home and then some kids who stay watch movies, right, in the classroom and just generally maybe get more time at recess, a lot of different things like that on a day like that.
I guess, yes.
Right. And I'll tell you this, it'll seem like I'm asking you questions and you don't know why I'm asking them because what the relevance is to you. But I'm not asking them, I guess I'm not trying to ask them to bother you with, you understand? But I really just want to know because I don't know. You know, you're the teacher, you're the first teacher that we've heard from here. And I want to know from you what that policy or kind of what that practice was on that day. You understand?
Yes.
As far as that goes. So after this happened and you went through it in detail, and let's go towards the point where you've got the kids that were remaining and you've taken them to the playground and you did that. I'm going to go through this map with you, but you said you took them to the playground that's sort of on the south side.
Yes.
Okay. And you said as you were on the way, you found or you heard something that sounded like a dumpster picking up the trash.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Ranger Benson?
I wouldn't remember his name, no.
Do you remember speaking to a ranger
Yes.
on May 28th of 2022?
Yes.
And that would have been the interview that you did where you sat down with a member of law enforcement and they asked you about the things that happened.
Yes.
In May 28th, 2022, how long after this had happened was that?
I'm sorry?
How long after this, what we're talking about here, how long after you were on the playground with the kids was May 28th, 2022?
4 days.
4 days. So you would agree that your memory of what happened was fresh at the time that you talked to the law enforcement investigators?
Not necessarily. I mean, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. I guess what I'm really just trying to point out is that, as is common with all human beings, in the immediacy or in the immediate days after something happens, our memory about what happened is fresher or it's better than years later.
Years later?
Years
Yes. Yes, years later.
Sure. And so I kind of want to ask a few questions. And after this, and you know, I'm not saying anything one way or another. I kind of want to know what you've been able to see or learn or read or hear since that time. Okay. Now, I would assume, as somebody who is so closely involved and so closely affected by what happened, that you have looked at and examined the reports that have come out about what happened.
No, I have not.
Okay. You've never read one?
Nope.
You've never seen anything on TV?
I've seen, yes, but I have not in detail read. I don't care to. Sorry.
No, I
see that.
I understand. And I think some people would want to know, and then some people may not, and it's fine both ways. So as far as the Texas House report, you haven't read any part of it?
No.
Or their conclusion?
No.
The Department of Justice report?
No.
The Department of Homeland Security report?
No.
The City of Uvalde report?
No.
Have you talked to other teachers since about what happened?
Yes.
Is there any kind of support group that you have with the other teachers or other people who were there where you guys have talked about it together?
We did group counseling, but it was maybe 5 teachers 4 times within like 3 months.
Sure. And of course, like I said, I'm not asking these questions because there's anything wrong with that. I'm glad that whatever communications that you've needed to do, you've been able to do. But I want to go back to the interview. Because in the interview, do you remember talking in the interview, and do you remember the ranger asking you what happened, what you witnessed and what you saw?
I mean, it was a while ago, so I don't really remember the interview. I just remember where it was at.
Okay. And I guess what I mean is, did you understand that the purpose of them interviewing you is to ask you what happened on that day and what you witnessed?
Yes, I guess. I didn't know if it was, I thought it was mandatory we had to do it.
Sure, sure. But I guess what I mean is that obviously when something like this happens and you're in the room with a ranger, a law enforcement officer, the reason you're there is to tell the ranger what you witnessed.
Yes.
Okay. Because, in that interview, you did talk about, you heard a sound like a dump truck, right? You described it as a dump truck at the time.
Yes.
You described it here as like a garbage truck.
Yes.
And trust me, to me, there's no difference. I think it's the same. And what you're describing, I don't know, everybody's probably heard it, and I just wanted to clarify. What you're describing as part of the sound is like whenever it kind of takes up and dumps and like slams it back down and boom, like
yes,
that kind of sound. And was that a common sound for you to hear on the playground? I know you said it was weird for the time, but is that a common sound for you to hear on the playground at Uvalde or at Robb Elementary School?
At least once or twice a week. Yes.
Okay. So do you know what dumpster would have been being emptied, or you just remember hearing that sound?
I just remember hearing the sound.
All right. And so before you came here to testify today, because you said it's been years since you gave that interview.
Yes.
Did you sit down with any member of the prosecution and discuss what you would testify about?
When? I guess, could you clarify the time frame?
Sure. I guess at any time after this event occurred, but before you came here to testify today.
Yes.
Okay. Which is there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to do, yeah, it's fine. But what I'm trying to do now is figure out at any time when that happened during this interview, did they play for you this interview so that you could hear what you had told Ranger Benson before?
No.
Okay. So you've never heard any of this?
No.
So I have some questions. Well, you were there and present when you did the interview, but nobody's ever played it back.
No.
Because during that interview, you described going into the classroom and that you described the scissors as you described for us today. But during that interview, 4 days after this happened, you never told Ranger Benson that you had seen anybody matching the description of black, wearing all black and long hair.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about that fact though.
Okay.
That would be a fact when you're talking to the ranger that you would think would be definitely relevant and important.
Yes.
Sure. And I'm not trying to get on you, but that's why I said the reason I have to ask these questions is because I think the prosecution will agree with me. The things you're testifying to here today are not the things that you said to the ranger at the time. Did you know that?
I'm sorry?
Did you know that?
No, I don't remember what.
Okay. Do you remember telling the ranger that the only way you found out there was an active shooter was your husband called you while you were in that classroom?
He did not call me.
Did he text you?
We were texting, yes, and he didn't tell me that there was an active shooter. He just told me to stay inside and be safe.
Okay. So if you had told the ranger at the time that your husband was the one that told you there was an active shooter, could your memory have just be different now?
I guess, maybe.
Did you know, I guess, or do you remember, when you talked to the ranger, you never told the ranger that you saw clouds of dust coming up from the schoolyard?
I believe that I did, because I remember telling my family what had happened that day. And
do not get me wrong, anybody who goes through a traumatic event remembers differently at different times. I understand that. But you would agree, though, that would be a significant fact, just as just also as seeing somebody with a gun.
yes,
Wearing all black and long hair on the south side of the building.
yes.
And I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask you to review your statement about what you said to the ranger. Because it seems to me like the stuff that you do not remember saying to him, that if you were able to review your statement, that would refresh your memory. Do you agree with that?
Possibly.
About what you said to him. If you watched what you said to him, it would refresh your memory about what you said to him.
Well, yes, obviously.
Sure. I'd like to do that.
I have no objection, it's just not in front of the jury, it's the way I work it.
I understand. I'd like to have an opportunity to have her review her statement so that I can do a cross-examination that
How long?
I mean, what is it? Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, if you want to take a 10-minute break, we'll bring you back out shortly. So, would everyone rise for the jury? They're saying 10 minutes, but whenever it's over with, we'll bring you back out. Okay, you can be seated in the courtroom. You'll have it.
Your Honor, may I
Teed up.
post the witness? Yeah.
Yep.
And do you need water or anything before we? Okay.
That's what I'm gonna get her some.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. Second.
So all I'm going to do is just look at the situation and look at just watching. Watch your hands when you're done. That's it. I'm sorry. Listen.
Special agent Sean Curtis, they interviewing this. So as I discussed just a moment ago, I'll walk us through which part of punishment you
So I was a little late picking up my kids, but the library outside. So I walked out around, I was still around 26. Had a playground. Is what we call it. As we were walking through there, it sounded like the dumpster truck taking out trash. And so I think they're very good side of it. That exchange around.
I'm back.
I just got to a little bit for my students and I heard two sound like fireworks. And then around the week, there was a coach speaking to lunch. I saw him turn around as well. And he has the campus radios. At that time, I was.
We'll have to use $24. That's all. Take a shower. Huh? Why is the volume so low? Someone must have been messing with it. No? Oh, I'll show you the guys those drinks that I was talking about if anyone's here. This is the one that's got the sodium and the chloride, because I need both. My body don't produce the chloride or the sodium. And then these protein drinks are about the cheapest ones I could find. Maybe have one every couple of days, I guess. But I can have this one once a day. I bought enough for one a day. Only cost $40. False testimony in front of the jury. What happened? I need to be told or I'm going to have to go back. saved rice for supper. Obviously. I don't know why I can't hear it.
Locked doors. Okay, and that's for every building or?
Everything is turned up. Uh-oh, the girl with the boobs. Do you want me to make you more rice? I guess nobody wanted to hear that. Oh no, maybe she's just having a hard time. Oh yeah, I don't like rice either. I never eat rice, but I'll tell you what, he don't eat the cheap rice either. It's expensive rice for a bag like this. Can you see my other finger? So a bag like this, it's like $8. And the bag fills up this whole container. Yeah, it's really expensive. Who's Devers? I think dude's going to sleep. Yeah, my neck hurts so bad from picking up this thing. It's hot in here. Woo. I wish they'd had more flavors. The other one is blueberry. So I have a strawberry, kiwi, and blueberry. And they're sugar-free too. They have no sugar in them. None. Not even artificial sugars. But they got lots of sodium and chloride. See, I don't get that. I have high blood pressure, but yet I'm supposed to drink. My doctor says, oh, just put more salt on your food. Well, I don't put salt on my food, period. Because of Trump, I had to pay $1.25 for those. I forgot that you can't buy candy. Good. Hey, Kathy. Guess where these are made? Irving, Texas. God, I about dropped it right on my keyboard, on my laptop. Irving, Texas. See? They're warm, but I put some ice in it. Oh, and I don't produce vitamin D either. So I have to take a vitamin D supplement that the doctor prescribes, and then I have to take an over the counter. So what's, Kathy, what is Devers? She has a fake memory like Devers. I don't know what that means. I didn't think this would run into supper. And I got these. And then I got the regular one. Son don't like coconut, so there's a really good recipe on here for coconut shrimp, but he don't like coconut. Isn't that crazy? Oh, is it? Oh, it must have got paused again. Oh my God. I am so sorry.
In the same spot that this woman has said it was. There's no new testimony there. There's no new evidence. There's nothing different than what they already know.
She never told us that the specific location that she saw him, about that south end of the door. She never told us that.
Okay.
I'm
So
listening to it.
what are you asking for?
Well, can I have a moment?
Pretty quick, yeah.
Yeah, just need a little bit to talk to them.
Yeah. Finish the record, so go ahead. Before they ask for their remedy, we'll go ahead and ask your question.
As far as the conversation you had with the prosecutors and the man in black, did you discuss, or do you have a firm memory that you discussed where he was, or did you simply discuss him and you saw the man in black?
I don't remember. Are you talking like during the grand jury? During the grand jury or when?
No, when you talked to the prosecutors in preparation for trial.
Oh, I don't remember now.
You don't remember?
If I discussed a location, no.
And I'd also like to ask Miss Mitchell, do you have any notes that we're discussing where?
I guess we're gonna take testimony. I tell you, ma'am, let's do this. I don't want you going back up to the fourth floor. Could you go with one of our bailiffs and just step out in the hall momentarily? So we'll bring you right back in. don't talk to anybody about the case if you do me that favor. All right, Ms. Mitchell, you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, self you got?
Yes.
Mr. Turner, we can just do it from council table if nobody objects. Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you there and conducted an interview with Stephanie Hill?
Yes, for trial preparation.
And did you take notes as a part of that?
Yes.
Do you have any notes as to Ms. Hale telling the prosecution where the man in black was?
No, she told us there was a man in black. She looked, she saw a man in black with a long rifle. But she didn't tell us that he was specifically at that location at the south end on the sidewalk. She did say.
Thank you. And I'd also call Mr. Garza, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, pass the witness.
Yeah, but clarify for me, what was in the grand jury testimony that you did disclose?
That there was dirt flying up.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Question?
Ms. Mitchell, the notes that you're referring to, on what date was that interview done?
I have to go back to my calendar. It was sometime in mid-December. It was right before Christmas.
Of 2025?
Yes.
Were you the only prosecutor present at that interview?
No, it was me, Mr. Garza, and Mr. Turner.
All right. And you were conducting the interview?
No, Mr. Turner was.
And in that interview, the witness that we're referring to told you she saw a man dressed in black with long hair and a long rifle.
Right.
All right. And you noted that she had never said that before at the time that she said that.
I didn't note that. Just
Well,
we're prepping her, so I can't say that I specifically noted that.
but I mean, in just the preparation, you would have noted that a fact like that an additional person seeing the shooter at the time before the shooter entered the building outside, you would have noted that as a significant fact. You would agree with that?
I would say that he was seen by several people. So one other witness saying they saw him, such as Ms. Flores, or, was part of that.
All right, but I guess what I'm saying is that whether or not he was seen, you understand and know that not only is location important, but time is important. Where the shooter is at a certain time, you note that is an important detail.
That is an important detail, but I wouldn't say that I was, at the time, had dissected the time frame with her to the point that it was so significant that it stood out to me.
Well, and I guess that you'd also understand that different witnesses at different points in time, viewing a shooter in different locations, all of those things are important details as to know not just where the person was, but when in time the person was. And different witnesses will provide different times, right? You understand that as a concept.
Right, I understand that.
And I'm not talking down to you, I'm just trying to make sure that, I know you understand it. I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record. And so, because this focus on whether or not she talked about the location, if that's the first time that she ever said location, and it just happened to be the location in trial that is where our client was, and now she's put the shooter on the south side of the building, on the sidewalk, looking like he's going into the building on the south side in trial today. Are you saying she never said that to you before? In your notes?
Okay, were you asking me two different questions, like seeing him there versus seeing him specifically on the sidewalk? The term "the sidewalk" today caught me off guard because I had never heard that before.
Had you ever heard her say that she had seen him either going into the south side of the building or approaching the south door?
No,
Did she ever tell you that he was on the south side of the building?
no,
So nothing in your notes. Now,
no. it's not.
okay, so here's my question. At a time when you're talking to a witness and for the first time they're telling you that they saw the shooter, neither prosecutor or anyone in the room thought to ask her, where did you see the shooter? That wasn't a question that came up in anybody's mind to ask her where the shooter was?
You know, you're getting very nitpicky. Let me tell you something. When we were prepping these witnesses, I was running a law office, and so I was in and out of interviews. So I can't say that she said that and I like, oh my God. You know, it wasn't that type of reaction for me. So that's the best I can say.
I guess I know, but as a person present in the interview, I mean, this is who.
What I can say is today when she said that he was on the south end, I was surprised. That's what I can say.
And we were too, or that she saw him at all. But you were not surprised though when she testified that she had seen him.
No, because she said that she had seen him. She said that during trial prep.
And so,
What she had seen is a guy with long hair with a gun.
and so you understand with all the information that you provided us, that your office provided us in discovery, you understand how we would be surprised that she testified that she saw him.
No, because I would assume that y'all knew that, given everything, given all the information that's been provided to y'all, that y'all would know that he's, the testimony, the evidence is that he's on that south end of that building shooting into room 102, right? And so if he's at 102, that's the farthest room on that end, on that south end, then somebody's gonna see him, because there's casings from that room.
But somebody is going to see him versus a person in a particular place at a particular time saw him has a lot of it's a whole different thing. And you would agree with that? That's why I was asking that question. Place and time are both important considerations when we're talking about Adrian Gonzales' conduct. What he saw, what he could see, what he could know, what others knew. Those are all important considerations.
But we already have other witnesses that say that he was, that the shooter was seen at the south end of the building.
Right, and
We
you
have
would,
other witnesses.
okay, and so
I didn't think that would be a surprise to y'all.
well, let me ask you this. So you say you have other witnesses that will say that. And now you have provided, you would agree, you have provided a witness that will corroborate those other witnesses, right? And make those other witnesses seem more credible instead of their testimony standing alone. Right?
Right.
Okay. And so that would be an important thing for us to know before we started this trial. And to know when you knew it. You would agree with him.
I would agree that that was already known, that was out there.
Well,
I don't understand why it's a surprise to you.
Because you didn't report it when she told you that. That's why. Because you didn't turn it over when she told you that, and it was something she had never said before. And I think you will agree with me that has not been turned over by your office in any shape or form before.
Well, I would agree with you that I so asked you to come to my office and review our file. That was on the record. I said, I want you to come look through our complete file to make sure that you have everything. And that was agreed to, but then I was never contacted. So I did make our file available on the record before trial.
And you understand the prosecutor's obligation is not on the defense. The prosecutor's obligation
No, I
belongs solely
understand
to
that,
the
but I wanted to
prosecutor.
make sure that this is tons of evidence. I want to make sure y'all had everything, made our discovery portal available, gave y'all a server. I wanted to make sure y'all had everything. So I did make that available.
I'll pass the witness.
I had a few follow-up questions on timing, if I may. Ms. Mitchell, to start with, there are casings not only in front of 102, but also south of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those casings are not attributable to anybody other than the shooter, is that correct?
That's right.
And both pictures and statements have been given us to that. Is that
Yes.
correct? And as far as timing, the only timing this witness has said is when she heard firecrackers, she headed to her building and saw the gun. I mean, the gun, is that correct?
Right.
Did she say anything about Adrian Gonzales being there or not being there?
No.
Did she testify in anything about Adrian Gonzales being there or not being there? So the timing is simply that as she hears what she believes to be firecrackers and where there are casings, she sees the man in black. Is that correct?
Right.
And so how does that timing in any way impact Adrian Gonzales?
I mean, it's speculation in that sense, because she can't know our defensive strategy or what we're doing. But it's pretty clear, Judge, it's pretty clear that we have these things down to the second. Prosecution presented the things in a big blurb. We have it to the second, and the second matters, and every second matters. And so timing is important to the defense strategy. I'll just represent to the court. I don't need Ms. Mitchell to testify about how important it is to my
the
strategy.
timing of when every shot was fired, including the shots at the south end, Your Honor.
Okay.
We do have
Well,
examples.
let's finish up the evidence that you want. Did you have any other questions of Ms. Mitchell? Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, did you have any other follow-up, Cross, of Ms. Mitchell on?
I'd ask you to examine her records in camera or her notes in camera to find out if that's.
Did you want to call Garza or not? Yes. Okay, let's finish the evidence. All right. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth self you got.
I did.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's do it for the witness stand. You're a little far away. Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Tell us who you are
My name is Ricardo Garza Jr.
and what do you do for a living.
I'm an investigator for the DA's office in Uvalde County.
Were you present when Stephanie Hale was interviewed?
Yes.
And do you recall her saying anything about where the shooter was?
No.
Do you recall her saying that the shooter was in black?
Yes.
And did she say anything about the white car or Adrian Gonzales during that period of time?
No.
Did she ever give any testimony about seeing Adrian Gonzales or where he was in proximity to the shooter?
No.
And did she give any indication of timing?
No.
Was she looking at a phone, a cell phone, as to timing?
No.
Whether in minutes or seconds?
No.
So she could give us no clue as to what time she saw the person in black?
Correct.
That's the witness.
Investigator, so I guess first and foremost, you would be willing to get on the stand and testify that the witness, and she testified, had never said before that this person was on the south side.
I don't recall her saying that.
Well, that's different than what you testified to, which is that she did not.
Well, she did not.
Okay. So as far as the person that her telling you, you've looked through this file, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes. And you know that it's significant when people were able to see the shooter from the time that he went in the culvert to the funeral home to walking down to the shots he was firing and who could see him and what was going on at the time. You know those are significant facts.
Correct.
Okay. And the shooter was apparently, I guess, in this December 2025 interview that you were present for, a question was asked, or Ms. Hale told you guys in that room that for the first time that anybody knows that she saw the shooter with a black shirt, wearing black, long black hair, and a black or and a long gun or a rifle. Yeah.
She said that.
Right. And you recognize that to be the first time that she has ever said that to anybody.
I don't know if that was the first thing she said to anybody.
Well, I guess to anybody in your investigation that would come over in discovery to us.
Correct.
You knew that was the first time she'd ever said it.
Correct.
And nobody in that room thought to say, where did you see him?
That was not asked.
Okay, so as an investigator, as prosecutors, you have a significant fact that's come out, and you're saying there was no follow-up questions to her saying that she saw a man dressed in black with a rifle and long hair. Nobody followed up. Nobody said where. Where were you and where was he when you saw him?
That was not asked.
As an investigator, do you understand that that follow-up question would be a common question that any investigator or prosecutor that you know of would ask if somebody has come up and said a material fact like that? Where were you and where was he when you saw him?
Correct.
And nobody in that room asked?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions.
Okay, you step down, have a seat back at a council table.
May I address the court on what issue you are? Yes, sir. I'd just like to point out that the indictment says and accuses Adrian Gonzales of the time that occurred after Melody Flores informed him where the shooter was. That's the time that is relevant and material to this case. Where the shooter was at any time before that has no bearing on Adrian Gonzales or his conduct in this case.
Well, we can't delve into their trial strategy, but I'm leaning that there is some issue in that regard for the trial strategy. So, any other evidence on the matter?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay. Arguments?
I guess, well, the only thing that I would like to ask, because we started to speak to my client and then they put on more evidence, I had to come sit over here. I'd just like a brief moment to talk to him. I mean, it's his case, it's his part of, I want to know how he feels about, because there's certain remedies that are severe.
Well, there's several remedies, Heath, et cetera, that we can talk about, but yeah, talk to him.
Thank you, Judge.
You want to tell them we're another 15 minutes, if you don't mind.
Judge, there were some findings that were left on my desk for this case. We need them right now, or if tomorrow. Go grab them.
Let's fight one battle at a time. Tomorrow morning. Okay.
I'll bring it up tomorrow.
All right. You can take off if you want. Mr. Goss, would y'all approach the bench real quick? I'm going to do a and then I'm going to excuse the jury. You can go bring him in, Sean. The jury. Yeah, please.
All rise for the jury.
Come on up, ma'am. Have a seat. Witness stand. Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we had to take up a matter required by law outside your presence. As I've told you before, please don't hold it against either side. We need to, because of issues that arose during that hearing, we were already going to have to quit tomorrow for the medical appointment at noon or 1 o'clock. So we were not going to be here in the afternoon. To further deal with this issue, I'm going to continue this matter till Thursday morning at 9 o'clock for the jury. We will be here tomorrow dealing with a matter outside your presence, but I'm continuing the jury until 9 a.m. Thursday morning, and hopefully all the other issues can get resolved during that period. So thank all of you for your consideration and your patience. It's very, 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 very important with this day delay that you remember my instructions and do not read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't make any personal investigations. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't let anybody talk to you. We will start on time, 9 a.m. Thursday, with this witness back on the stand. So have a good day off. I hope everything works out otherwise, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. on Thursday. Would everyone rise for the jury? You're excused for the evening. Thank you all very much. Okay, you can be seated in the courtroom. Ma'am, we're doing that continuance because of some issues that arose. And what I'd like for you to do is be back on Thursday morning at 9. But this is very important. The rule has been invoked, and it is a specific rule concerning witnesses, and it means you cannot talk to anyone about the case, about your testimony you gave in here today, or anything about the case to anyone other than the lawyers. That means family members, spouses, anybody, until you're told the case is over with and you're released from the rule. All right. We'll see you back here 9 o'clock Thursday. We'll see you all 1:30 tomorrow.
I guess they're going to take our spot away too. All right. Well, it's been a good day. Sorry about the whole pause thing. I don't know why my computer is doing that. Before it wouldn't bring up the bottom of the page, and now it's pausing the videos. I don't know. Well, I'm sorry, and everybody have a good night. And I don't know if we'll be able to watch tomorrow at 1:30 or not. So yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a mistrial. But anyways, have a good night. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you Thursday morning. All right. All right. Bye-bye. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.